So I'm trying to sort out the audio. I have no idea how to do this, so this is fun. I think it should be working now. Hopefully. Hopefully. Hello. Hello. I don't know if the levels are right though. The levels might be a bit off. Oh, fantastic. So what do you think? Too loud? Too quiet? Can you even hear the background noise? Don't know why the audio is there, the webcam. Hello, Halbjorn. Halborn. I can hear the chill music. Is it too loud? Is it? Because I can't really tell from my end. Might be a bit loud for others. I think I'll leave it how it is, because I think I'd rather it be too loud than not loud enough. You know? Because people can just turn me down if not. Oh, hello, Eric Vinya. I think that's how you say that. Oh no, it would be on the end. Vina, maybe. So I'm currently drinking coffee from good old French press, in case anyone was wondering. It's black coffee with milk, which I know annoyed a few people on one of my videos. But that's what it is. It's black coffee with milk. So yeah, at the start of the stream, La Croix. La Croix. What is La Croix? Sparkling fruit juice? Sparkling water? That looks pretty good though, not gonna lie. Is there any sugar in there? I think they just add. Is it just water and fizz and fruit juice? Good morning, Sadie. It isn't good. Why is La Croix so addictive? Oh, fantastic. Linalool is basically Ritalin, which is awesome. Thank you, Sadie, and thank you, Halborn. Sorry, the start of the stream's a little bit slow because I'm just trying to set some things up. There was a lot more than I thought there was going to be in terms of getting the stream set up and getting a few things working. Good morning, Nigor. It's an interesting name. A deep dive on La Croix and its additives. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. Am I pronouncing it right?
Yes, this is said as LaCroix.
Ah, LaCroix. That's French. What's that French for? Yeah, that's what I thought. The cross.
La Croix.
It is La Croix. That bamboozled me with that video.
La Croix.
La Croix. Maybe like the original French word is La Croix. And then And then the actual brand, the drink, is LaCroix, maybe. Hello, Joseph. I think that's Joseph. Joseph Bigums. Favorite type of tea and bread. Oh, that reminds me. Actually, I'm gonna get into the Q&A in a little bit. I just need to compile all the questions and give everyone a chance to settle in. Yeah, Sadie, it kind of annoys me when it kind of annoys me when words are mispronounced and I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce them properly. Because if I can, I like pronouncing words as accurately as possible. And it's not always possible because I mess up the pronunciation a lot, but I try to hopefully get as close to the original pronunciation as possible. And I have messed up a bunch of things in previous videos, but it's bound to happen. L'aqua. That is true. That is true. Yeah, thank you, Soto. I think I've had a few LaCroix. I think I've had a few Japanese or Korean cases that I've covered and words that I've covered, but I think they were all pretty straightforward. Like, they weren't actually in Korean or Japanese. It was like in English, you know, like names or whatever. And I normally do look those up to see how people are pronouncing them on YouTube, because you can't always get an accurate pronunciation guide, I guess, on stuff like Google Translate, especially for names. Halbjorn. So do you pronounce the J slightly as a Y? Is it Halborn or Halbjorn? Ginger. Ninjan. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was Ningen. Which I guess is a Japanese word. I don't. Is Ningen a made up word? Is it like a name? Albino Nemo, I'll just add the question to the Q&A if that's okay. Just so I can compile them all into one little reading. Do I play many video games? I don't recently. Partly and mostly because I don't have time. I used to play a fair bit, I guess. Kind of a few hours a day. But since starting the YouTube channel, it's just been all my time is going into that. I guess the only game I do play now, it would be chess. Which I don't know if you can count that as a game or not. Hello, DZ Studios. Where are you from? The gen is sort of pronounced like get, but the T is an N. Gen. Yeah, gen. So Ningen. Do you have to pronounce the two? So you have nin and you have gen. Do you have to pronounce them separately? So do you say like ningen, or can you merge them where it's like ningen? You know. That's rad. Chess is awesome. We can have some chess later on in the stream, because this is going to be a long one. As I said, it's a 12-hour one, which I know 90% of you won't stick around for. But I just wanted as my first stream to be kind of a chunky one, and to just get used to streaming, I guess. So I just decided a 10-hour stream is just kind of weird. 4 hours is too short. 6 hours is too short. 12 is like half the day, you know? So alright, so Ningen. Alright, that's fantastic. Alright, I'm going to thank you, Danny boy. I appreciate that a lot. It's still kind of wild to me to think that I have more than like 5 subscribers. But thank you. I have no idea what a thug shake is. For everyone, is the audio okay in the microphone audio as well as the background audio? Hello, Foxy Nico. Welcome. What's everyone's drinks of choice? So we've got La Croix. Shall I bump the background music up? I should probably throw myself over here. There you go. Cold water is a fantastic drink. And I currently have cold water also, as well as the coffee. Favorite movie or show? Izako, I will add that into the Q&A list, which I probably need to compile now, to be honest. Alright, let me do this. What in the heck is a Java monster mean bean? Yeah, I'll try and stay hydrated. I'm not normally the best at staying hydrated. And I'm not normally the best at moving around, but we'll see how the stream goes anyway. Maybe it'll turn into a walkout stream. I'll probably do alright, so I'll compile the questions for the Q&A now. And I have little to no idea what to do for the rest of the 12 hours. It'll probably be, at least in part, it'll probably be, I'll do some polls. So to see what you guys want to do. So we can do stuff like playing a few different games, doing some chess maybe, just chatting. We can do some behind the scenes into what goes into one of my videos. We can do some research into different cases. We can do some deep dives or or not even mysteries, not even cases. If you guys just want to, if you got some cool or interesting cases of your own that you want to maybe deep dive on stream into, or oh yeah, we can do any of that, really. 12 hours is a long time, so probably not, Sato. It is a wildly interesting case, which I have gone into personally. I'm always torn between things like that in terms of monetization and reach for the video, because YouTube is somewhat censorious with those sorts of things. But I have watched a few videos on it. Yeah, that doesn't sound very safe. I have watched a few videos on it, and it is quite bonkers in terms of dictatorial power and passing down things down through family members, and just how much control they have over there, over not just physical control. I think the physical control aspect kind of shocks me and scares me a little bit, in terms of locking people down, taking away their freedoms, like locking off the borders, that sort of thing. But I think it's the mental and emotional control that terrifies me more. It's kind of like a 1984 sort of thing, where they, control. They even control the haircuts that people have, or are allowed to have, the state-sanctioned haircuts, and certain words, obviously, that are banned, and rewriting history to act as if he, the supreme leader, invented a bunch of things, and he has all these talents and all that. He's basically a god sort of figure. A couple videos of what? But yeah, it's a very insane case of mental, historical, emotional control. Yeah, that's a little risky. No idea how you managed to get out with that one. Icebergs dedicated to specific places. Examples, cases from Japan or Canada. That's a good idea, Sadie. I tend to try to have kind of as wide a reach as possible for videos and or icebergs. I think from the research I've done, from what I've seen, it seems like if you do videos like that, you end up kind of pigeonholing the audience in a way. So, like the top 10 craziest missing people of all time or something. That's kind of, that appeals to everyone. Whereas if the top 10 disappearances in Canada, not that very few people would be interested in that, because it's still disappearances, but it just narrows the reach a little bit. And also, I think it makes the video less interesting, because there might be a more interesting disappearance in America or in Asia or in somewhere other than Canada, and you're kind of pigeonholing that down into just one country, like Japan's top 10 murders or something. I have not heard of Jimmy Haffer. What's the plural of Pegasus? Pegasi. I'm procrastinating doing these. Questions, so let me do them. Pegasusy. Sorry if I'm unresponsive for a little while. I'm just compiling a few of these questions. Soto, I will add that to the Q&A list that I'm currently compiling. And I will answer it along with... yeah, by the way, guys, if you want any questions you do have, you can just throw them in here. And I'll add them into the Q&A now. So anything you want answered, anything you're curious about, I don't know why you would be, but there are a lot of questions here. I didn't realize there were so many. And bear in mind that this Q&A is going to be very unprepared. As in, I'm not going to do some research to, you know, like a politician or something, come up with a pre-scripted answer. I'm just going to kind of answer them as best I can. Hello, Tomei. How are you? How do I pronounce your name? There's an accent there, so I'm guessing it's... But I don't know, it might not be. It might be Tom. No, I doubt it's Tom. It might be, I don't know. I don't even know what language that's from. It's a French, Tomei. Alright, I think I've got all the... I think I've got all the questions. Tomei. Alright, cool. Welcome, Tomei. Well, thank you, Halbjorn. What exactly is a spicy noodle brain? You've been here since 100 subscribers? That's actually insane. I can't remember how long it took me to get 100 subscribers. It was probably a decent amount of time. Well, thank you, Tomei. Is it Tomei or Tomei? Or Tomei? These are really minor pronunciation things. So with the subscription thing, it's kind of strange because... Oh, hello, something happened. I'm so not used to this. Did you guys hear that alert, by the way? Is that too loud? Is that annoying? Yeah, with the subscription thing, so basically YouTube membership ends up being really terrible because they take such a huge chunk out of the subscription. And it's even worse, I think, if you go through Apple Pay. If you go through Apple Pay, because it's something like if you donate $10, Apple Pay will take roughly like a third of it, and YouTube will take like a third to 40% of it. So when you donate through Apple Pay through YouTube, say $10, the creator's only getting like anywhere between like $2 and $4. Yeah, exactly. Bring. Hopefully the bring wasn't too loud. But then something like Ko-Fi, it's probably Ko-Fi. Something like that is fantastic because I think on the one-off donations it doesn't take any commission. I'm not too sure about the monthly ones. But then Patreon is the perfect middle ground in a way. It's fantastic for monthly stuff. And it takes some, but it doesn't take as much as YouTube memberships. So that's basically how that works out. All right, let me grab a few more questions if I scroll up from that people have asked. And then I shall start with some of those. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Soto. That is my first ever super chat. And I very much appreciate it. And I have no idea how to turn it on. Oh, should I be putting these above that? Is that it? Yeah, okay, I think I figured it out now. Alright, then if I put that down there, does that work? As I said, this stream is going to be a bit loosey-goosey. Just while I'm getting used to everything. But you gotta start somewhere, you know? Just be a minute or two, guys. Just collecting some of these questions. I'm up there. Thanks, Rose. I didn't even see you come in. I'm drinking coffee in a pretty cool mug. That's like embellished with gold. See all around the edge. Inside there's words. Wit beyond measure. Which I thought I was a Gryffindor, you know, all my life. And then when I started playing the Harry Potter game, Harry Potter, I think, is Legacy, I kind of decided that I was a Ravenclaw because they had such a cool house area. It's fine, Rose. I was very late myself. There are so many bloody hidden questions in this chat. I think I found them all. Paste Soto. He doesn't understand you can't hear him. Alright, I think I have all of the... I think I have all of the questions in now. Now what's the best way to show these? I think something like that is probably fine. I mean, not really, because I cover it up. I mean, that's got to be fine, right? So, alright, this is the Q&A portion of the 12-hour stream. It'll take up probably 20 minutes, and then we need to find some stuff to do for the remaining 12 hours. And as always, any questions you want, just throw them in the comments. It's absolutely fine. So, we have a question from SoldierBoy148 that says, do you plan on covering any scary horror video game icebergs in the future? It would be so interesting to... If so, would you be interested in doing a Outlast iceberg? Well, I've never played Outlast before. And it doesn't seem like the type of game I'd play. I'm never super been into these super scary games. And the thing is, like, I don't want to do icebergs on things that I'm not really familiar with. You know, because then it just sounds like... Because, like, if I don't know what I'm talking about... And, I mean, to be fair, I don't know what I'm talking about with a lot of these things. But if I just... I want to try and lessen that as much as possible, you know? So if it's a video game that I would never play, I've never played it, I've never gone into it, it seems a bit weird for me to, you know, make an iceberg on it. So probably not for this game. Although that being said, I have plans for a video or videos on an augmented horror game. How is it augmented? No, it's not augmented. What is it? The type of horror games that are online, right? Which I would give examples, but I'm doing videos on all of them, and I don't want to jump the gun on them, you know. So yeah, the answer is probably not for this video game, but absolutely for other video games that I quite enjoy. I did one for Fallout, because I quite enjoy Fallout. And I may do some for stuff like Final Fantasy, which I've always been a massive fan of. And I will do some scary and horror-based breakdown videos. And those will be really fun, I think. I think those will be amazing. And they'll be a little more in depth, I guess. The iceberg videos tend to be quite casual. I touch on things, you know, for a little bit, for a few seconds or a few minutes. But I do really love the deep dives. It's just been a question of output time, you know, in spending 2 or 3 weeks on a certain topic or a certain video. Hasn't been possible, but hopefully will start to be possible soon. So you can expect a scary game video probably in the next few months. What's your favorite intellectual property? Mine's probably Elder Scrolls from the iceberg. That's a very vague and probably tough question to answer, but it would probably be Final Fantasy. I played those games a lot growing up and was always a massive fan of the characters and the gameplay and the worlds and the environments and especially the music by Yumatsu. So I guess that would be the answer if that's what the iceberg was getting at with that. secondly might even be... I mean, this is kind of slept on, but I played RuneScape for quite a few years, especially when I was a kid. And when you really break it down into the music, it's super simple music, super basic music. The characters, like everything's super basic, right? You got the graphics crazy basic, the characters, they're not like insane or anything. But when you go into the lore of RuneScape and its worlds, it gets crazy creative with some of these things. And it ties in like real world mythologies with it like writes this entire backstory about that. Or Fallout, although Fallout is probably more gameplay than story for me. Although actually, if this counts, if books and stuff count, then very likely it would be Lord of the Rings, and that whole universe, because it just absolutely blows my mind how complex all of that is, and how much of a genius he was in coming up with all the different races, with all of their languages and histories and pronunciations. And I don't think that's going to be topped really anytime soon. Like J.K. Rowling, you know, did a decent job at world building sort of thing. The Games of Thrones series are obviously fantastic, but I think both of them are off the back of something like Lord of the Rings. And I think he recreated a bunch of very rudimentary, very basic kind of ideas. Like how everyone imagines dwarves as like elves being tall and fair and all that, and fire and bows, as opposed to being, you know, little pixie wood elves sort of thing. So much of the stuff in fantasy that we take for granted as just being what it is came from him, which is fantastic. But yes, those are some of my favorite fantasy type things, I guess. Do you speak any other languages besides English? I noticed you pronounce Spanish words pretty well, which makes me curious. I do not really. Thank you for the compliment, I guess. I do try to pronounce words as closely to their original pronunciation as possible. And it's especially difficult when you have words that colloquially are pronounced one way, but either originally or in the original language at least pronounced a different way. So it's like, do you pronounce it the way that everyone is comfortable with, like Van Gogh, for example, where you have like Van Gogh, you have Van Gogh, and then you have like my attempt at the original, I think it's Dutch pronunciation, like Van Gogh or something. It's like, which one of those pronunciations do you take on a video sort of thing? Because you can be as true and accurate to the original pronunciation as possible, but if most people are used to pronouncing a word a certain way, then that's going to rub off on the majority of people as, you know, you're not pronouncing the word correctly, this guy's an idiot sort of thing. So that's always tough. Most of the time there is just a correct pronunciation for stuff. And I will look up videos on how native people are pronouncing, you know, their words. I'll use Google Translate. I'll use a few other things to try and get the proper pronunciation, and I just make an effort in that regard. But I don't speak any other languages. I wish I did. I speak a tiny bit of... I'm interested in a ton of languages, let's say. So a little bit of French, barely conversational, you know, maybe 20 or 30 words. Sorry, not even conversational, barely. I don't know. I can say hello, how are you, sort of thing. Well, thank you for popping in, Albino, Nemo. Hopefully I'll see you, if not in the remainder of the stream, then maybe in some upcoming videos. But thanks for dropping by anyway. Genghis Khan. I'm not too sure what you mean by that, Sadie. Might need a little more context. But yes, Genghis Khan. But yeah, I like speaking 1 or 2 words of a lot of different languages because it's partly why I do these sorts of videos. I find stuff very interesting and I'm very curious about a lot of these things. And that includes people's cultures, people's languages, pronunciations, you know, words in these languages, sort of thing. Did I say his name wrong? How do you say Genghis Khan? All right, let me. This is a live example. So I'll look it up here. I'll get the feel for, you know, how to pronounce the word. In my head, it's Genghis Khan. And you can always type in that.
Genghis Khan.
All right, so Google agrees with me.
Genghis Khan.
I'll try the American pronunciation as well. The G is more like J in jam. Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan. All right, Sadie, you may be correct on this one. In Japan, it's pronounced Jingesu. Jingesu. Bad Google. Alright, so someone says, so this is what I do basically. I just go throughout the whole internet and don't take one source of authority, but try to get a few different people's opinions on it. Right. So you had the Google Translate saying it was Genghis Khan. Then a few comments and posts on the Google search results saying it was Genghis Khan. Now this guy is saying Genghis is Mongolian, the pronunciation, and Genghis is how you pronounce it in English. So it's never as simple as it seems. It might be Genghis Khan though. Genghis Khan. Alright, so it seems like it probably is Genghis Khan. Genghis. Yeah, language is absolutely insane. I love language. One thing I really love as well is etymologies of stuff, which is basically you take a word and trace it back to where it came from, what other words it's derived from. Ancestral God Emperor. But yeah, that's is it philology? Yeah, philology, the study of languages. It's always been super interesting to me. Probably one of my most searched things is the etymology of things. As an example, here. So you type in a word, type in etymology, and you get the breakdown of where the word came from. So philology. You can break down logy, which is something that you study or of interest or a learned thing. Super interested in all this. And you can also see ties between certain words when you break them down into where they came from. And you're like, oh, this word that actually means this from Latin or whatever inspired this other thing. And that gives you an insight into what the word originally meant, sort of thing. So yes, I'm probably pronouncing that word. It's probably Genghis Khan. So thank you for that, Sadie. What was the original question? Yeah, so don't speak anything besides English, but I'm very fascinated and curious about a lot of other languages. What's the number one book you'd recommend with regard to the existence of extraterrestrial life? I have no idea, honestly. A lot of the books I read are more, I guess, fantasy, either fantasy or kind of hardcore reality. So whether they are philosophical books or historical books or psychological books, there's that whole side of it. And then there's the fantasy side, which is, you know, Lord of the Rings or Neil Gaiman sort of books. So in terms of books for, you know, alien books, I have no idea because I don't think I've ever read a book on aliens. You should do some video intros in different languages. Yeah, that might be interesting. It might be a bit offsetting for a lot of people if I just randomly... Where's the market for that, Tomer? If I just did an intro, if I just replaced my intro just in Polish... Hello, Violet Olive, or Violette Olive. I'm currently drinking black coffee with milk in a lovely Ravenclaw mug. From a more or less empty French press. So I'll have to maybe top that up soon. But yeah, anything to do with, you know, aliens or whatever, that's pretty much all Google research, documentaries, YouTube videos, theorizing in my own head. So yeah, sorry, but I don't have any recommendations for books on that. Not the whole ass intro. Can you imagine my next video is just all in Polish, along with terrible pronunciation. Yeah, Ravenclaw is the best house. It is by far just the best house. Question from Foxy Nico 6121. Shout out to Foxy Nico. Glad you've gained so many fans. Thank you. It's amazing to me. You deserve so many more. I've got a question. What was your favorite video to work on? And that is a very difficult question to answer, I think. Because I think it needs to be broken down into the actual content that I'm working on. Obviously, some content is more interesting than other content. But if I'm crunched for time, or if I need to make a deadline for the video, or something in the video making process goes wrong, then obviously I'm going to be tired, I'm going to be exhausted, I'm going to be frustrated. So in the moment, I won't enjoy working on that video as much as, maybe an easier video. So assuming all of that is equal, is normal, probably breaking it down into the topics that I'm working on. That's also hard to say, because I have my individual favorite mysteries covered throughout all of the videos, but at this point there are so many videos that I speak Polish, so I don't mind, that if I had to look back through them, I would have to actually go back and look through them and pick out a favorite mystery or two, and then that probably would have been my favorite video to work on, because the most fun part for me is doing the research. So the steps normally go doing the research. So I'll spend X amount of time researching a certain topic, and then I write about everything that I've learned from doing that research on that topic, which is slightly less fun than just sitting there and just browsing and exploring it and watching videos on it and that sort of thing. Then I do the writing, which is probably the second most fun. Then I do the recording, which isn't too bad. And then I do the editing, which takes a very long time and is often very tiring and very frustrating. So that's probably my worst part in the whole process, my least enjoyable part. I really enjoyed the ocean iceberg, because as I said, I always have been very fascinated by ocean stuff. So that was, very, very fun to deep dive into, especially with stuff like Atlantis. I think it's very, I don't know how likely these things are, but I think my creative mind, fanciful ideas, imagine a world where you have this ancient civilization sunk in the ocean, and it's a really cool story to tell, so I really did like exploring that. Again, most of my I'm just looking back through them now, most of my standalone icebergs, like the ocean and the apocalypse one, super fun to do, because they're a bit more consistent in a way in the mentality that I need to get into. So when I'm doing the mysteries, it's kind of like a love-hate relationship with the mystery videos, because I really love how they are super varied. I need more coffee, I think. I love how they're super varied, because it stops me getting bored, it stops you guys getting bored. There can be, a murder mystery, and then next there can be a cryptid, and then next there can be some undiscovered language. It jumps around quite a bit, which is super fun and refreshing, but it also kind of stops you getting too deep into one particular style of thing. And so, for example, with the apocalypse iceberg, that was incredibly fun to do and to research, because you have, a few days where, although it's not one individual apocalypse that you're covering. You are just covering apocalypses. I think it's apocalypses. Apocalypsi. No, apocalypses. You're just covering those, so you get kind of into the mindset of, the kind of vibe for it in a way, which is really fun and comforting to do. It's the same with something like the Fallout Iceberg. You just have like a mini deep dive into that universe, which you don't get with the Unsolved Mysteries ones. We're not even going to talk about my Halloween ones. So the Wendigoon video was actually super fun to do. It took quite a while. But at the time, I was I did it for a few reasons. One, because there were a few videos, like I super love Wendigoon stuff. And there were... I used to watch his stuff more a few years ago. Like I'd watch every single video that came out religiously, sort of thing. And there were a few videos over time that that I hadn't been, keeping up with. So I did want to refresh them all and go through them all and, watch them and explore them. And that was part of it. And part of it was to have kind of a mini breakdown on Wendigoon. And because I take a fair amount of inspiration from him. I've always loved his style. I've always loved the things he covers. I think he does it miles better than I do. But I wanted kind of a deeper insight into that as well. And so that was the inspiration for that video. And it was very fun to do because it was almost like the research is just... There's like hardly any research. Like I would, just watch his video, get a feel for how much I liked the topic, get a feel for how much I liked his coverage of the topic, do a little bit of research into it myself, as well as his video, and then that was basically the whole research. So it was very fun and almost casual to do that one. The Space Iceberg. Now this one probably was one of my favorites to do, but it had really such a what's the word? It had a poor reception, I think. And I think I know the reason for that, in that it was a lot more complex than a lot of people wanted in a video. So if I were making it again, I would probably cut back on a lot of the super complex science-y parts of it, which I know people said they absolutely love, which is partly why I made the video. I've always been fascinated in stuff like space, in stuff like science, in stuff like mathematics. And I think when people said they wanted to watch a space iceberg, they wanted kind of... I think it's the same reason you all... I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the same reason you all watch my videos anyway, is you like the mystery and the appeal and the learning new things without things being super heavy. And I think in that video... Yes, aliens, welcome Juliet. And I think in the space video, it was just a little too heavy for a lot of people. So I kind of, go in depth into the speed of light and into time travel and into the sizes of different suns and stars. And for me, that was super interesting just to dive into, because there are so many questions that I previously had about space, which I have always wondered about, which I hadn't answered myself. You know, like what exactly is the age of the universe in comparison to the age of a bunch of the stars, or, you know, the ages of the galaxies. Why are certain stars bigger than others? Why are they different colors? What's the age of these different stars? And the time dilation entry about, you know, Einstein's theory of relativity, theory of general relativity, and how, you know, the speed of light kind of, again, I'm simplifying, but, you know, slows down as you're traveling, sort of thing. And that, when I learnt about it, it just blew my mind, like having the light clocks on a spaceship. And because a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, if the light is traveling this way, it's traveling at the speed of light. But if you're moving, then it has to go in a diagonal direction, which is longer, but it's still going at the speed of light in that same amount of time, but it's traveling a longer distance, which doesn't make sense, right? Because then it would have to be going faster than the speed of light. But since that's the limit, then everything in that area that's traveling at that speed slows down relative, so that from the outside perspective, it's going at a different time frame. So that just, when I learnt about it, that just absolutely blew my mind, and it explained it so clearly. And I'm always super fascinated by things like that, as well as everything else in that iceberg. But I think part of it was thank you for the donation, Sadie. It's very much appreciated. I will add that question into the... I've got a few questions, actually, which I need to scroll through. And I'll probably move my head down here. Chat box. Yeah, so I think part of it was I could have been a bit better at explaining some of these very, very, very complex things. The issue is, you know, I'm just a guy. I'm not a professor or anything. Yeah, the whole speed of light thing confused the heck out of me. It did to me as well. And I think the problem was, for me, who's super interested in all of these things, you know, I watched videos on it. I listened to breakdowns. I read some academic papers on it. And then eventually, after, you know, maybe a few hours reading into it and trying to understand it, then finally I understood it. And it's like I'm trying to explain all of that that's taken me hours to understand. I'm trying to explain that in however long I do that individual entry for. Maybe it's 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, in kind of a roundabout way. So I think my explanation of it wasn't super, super clear. It wasn't the best explanation that I could have done. So I think that may have... I mean, that was just one example, but I think as a general rule for that video, I went into some very complex things that I should have kind of just touched on, as opposed to explaining in super detail. Like with the light thing, if I said, you know, shortest distance between 2 points is here, so if the light's traveling, it's traveling at the speed of light. When you move it, it's got to travel a longer distance, so everything there kind of slows down. I don't know, something like that, to make it a little easier to understand for a lot of people. But that for me was probably one of the more fun videos to do. And it's also one of the icebergs that I've created myself. Like a lot of the other icebergs, I will kind of do minor adjustments on, if I do any. So I'll search for kind of icebergs that other people have done that that I find cool. So you can get a bunch of them on the iceberg website. So I'll search for ones that I find interesting and that I found cool, and normally go through a bunch of their entries. Like for the apocalypse one, it was for the most part one iceberg, but I took some things out of it. I had 2 or 3 other apocalypse icebergs, and I don't know if it's too loud or not. Is the music too loud, by the way? I could probably turn that down. Let me know if the music's too loud anyway. Yeah, so it was mostly one iceberg. I added a few other entries into it, took a few entries out, so it was for the most part it was just the one iceberg, with a bit of adjustments. But for the space one, I did that one fully from scratch, because a lot of the icebergs that... Hello, Midnight Tinge. How are you? What are you drinking? A few of the icebergs... Pretty much every iceberg I found on the space one was a little boring to me, I guess. A lot of the entries were on stuff to do with our immediate space area, so whether that's the space program or astronauts or, rocket launches. Not like the weapon, I mean like a rocket going up into space. But a few of them, most of them were like that. And then there was a few that, had deeper space things, but they were quite short. I wanted to make the most fascinating and amazing entries space iceberg that I could make. And so I got like 5 or 6 other space icebergs. Anything that sounded interesting to me, I would go off and research it and then be like, okay, yeah, that's interesting enough to put into the iceberg, and then try and figure out where I should place it in the iceberg in terms of how well known this particular entry is, or this topic is. And then I would go off onto separate lists of, random websites where it's like the top 10 most fascinating space thingies or something. And then research those and then try and add them, if I felt they were interesting enough, into the iceberg. So just creating the iceberg for that episode was a lot of work. And so I think it was a very good idea, just maybe executed a little poorly. But that's what it is when you're making videos, you're going to have ones you mess up on. It's all a learning process. And I've learned, I think, from that to try and... I guess to try and see it from my viewers' perspective. Like, just because something's super interesting to me and I do a deep dive into it and it's very complex, and even though I love that complexity, I have to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of my viewers are, they watch my stuff to relax a little bit, to kind of chill, to hear some mysteries, to hear some interesting things. Most of them aren't sitting there watching the video with, a calculator and a pen and paper and going into these really in-depth, like crazy research things like I might do if I were interested in a certain topic. So I have to take that into account as well. So that's basically how that video went. And yeah, that's basically, I think that's it for most of the videos. A few of the early ones were fun to do and scary to do because it was just completely new to me. I had no idea what to cover. I just looked up a bunch of common mysteries or popular mysteries or whatever. And it was at the start quite frustrating because I think, in my opinion, I was putting out poor quality stuff, and I had no idea how to do things properly or optimally. But that's also part of when you're starting something. Like, you should expect to put out stuff that's not great quality, because then you end up in the analysis paralysis sort of thing. Well, I've always been of the opinion that done is better than perfect. So just do the thing and just get through it. And I can't remember who said this, but yeah, go get some more French roast. I might make some more coffee soonish as well. Of how a lot of people have trouble creating something that's really high quality and or perfect, but most of us can criticize something and say, okay, you should change this, you should make this better, or whatever. So we're great critics, but we're not fantastic creators. So the whole idea of that was to not try to create something that's really good and really perfect, but create a poor quality thing. Do it badly. And then once you've created it, then just look over it and criticize it, essentially. Say, oh yeah, the lighting is pretty terrible on that. Almost be your own best critic sort of thing. Maybe the audio needs, the levels need adjusting a little bit. Maybe it was a little boring at some point, so you need to add text or images or video or something. And so then when you go back and make it the second time, you've just perfected essentially your original, or you've improved your original video. So it's a far faster process than trying to predict what you might get wrong and then, preemptively fixing it and making sure it's perfect before you even put it out. So I think a lot of my earlier videos were just that. I kind of knew they weren't fantastic, but just pump out the content early on, get an insight into what you're doing good, what you're doing poorly, and just try and improve that. Oh god, I went down a few there. So from Julian Lee 3197, we have, were there any particular stories or cases that started your interest in these kinds of topics? Yes and no. Like, I've always been, I would say I've always been interested in mysteries and curious things, or I've always been curious, I suppose. So I can't recall any particular cases or stories that got me interested into these things, because I think I've always been interested in them. But in terms of the making the videos, I'm not too sure. I think a lot of the inspiration would come from some of the early Wendigoon stuff. Because I think I really liked watching those and, kind of diving deeply with him into these individual mysteries and topics. And And I think one of the things that I was always super interested in was topics that we all, or most of us, know of, but don't really know much about, which I think Wendigoon explored that very well in his earlier ones. A lot of the ones now, he dives into lesser known topics, I suppose, or at least lesser known to me. But I think a lot of the early to middle ones that he did super fascinated me, because there was stuff like, where he covered Dante's Inferno, which that falls under the umbrella, to me, of something that most people would know of, know of. Most people have heard of Dante's Inferno. But if you ask them, where does it come from? Who wrote it? What's the story about? Who is Dante? Most people, myself included, would, just have no idea. So it's stories like that, I think, that it's partly why I did the space stuff, right? It's because most people know about it, but if you ask them for details on it, they wouldn't know. And for me, that's always fascinated me in learning about these things that I've always wondered about, So yeah, there's no. I don't think there's any particular stories or cases. The answer to that is there's a ton of stories and cases, some of which I read about in the past, some of which I learned through watching some Wendigoon videos. And a bunch of the stories or cases that I cover, I explored after I made the YouTube channel. So it wasn't necessarily like that. There were actually one or two which I had planned to do as a YouTube video before I even made the YouTube channel. And I haven't done them yet. And the reason for that is they are, to me, some of the most fascinating, incredible stories. Like some of my favorite all-time ever. And I really, really, really don't want to do them poorly. I want to spend a good few weeks on them and really deep dive into them and like really get them spot on. And I just simply haven't had the time since doing the YouTube channel to dedicate that much time to them. So that is a goal. That is something. Those are some videos and topics that I'll be covering, hopefully in the next few months. But I can't say too much about them at the moment, for risk of spoilers. So yeah, the next question is by Drew Backer Star Wars. And it is, what's your opinion on Hollow Earth / best evidences that it is true? Right, let's do a mini deep dive in here. So this is partly, if you want some behind the scenes, this is partly the kind of thing I do when I'm researching an entry or video normally anyway. So I mean, people dump on Wikipedia, but I think it's a fantastic resource for an overview of kind of whatever topic you wanna go into. You have to be careful because it does miss a bunch of things out. There are sometimes things that are incorrect in it. But if you just want a very general overview of something, Wikipedia is fantastic. Then you can do more research on on the topic through forum posts or through articles or what have you. But I think it's probably the best individual single resource for just learning about a topic on a bird's eye level. All right, so this is tons of space below the Earth, essentially. Would that be oceans as well? So I guess this is all the stuff that exists within the Earth. Okay, it is an interesting theory. And I think it probably leans more towards the fantasy side than the hardcore scientific side in terms of evidence. But it is very interesting to think about, at least. Yeah, Juliet, that's kind of why I say that is actually the text is very awfully placed. Can I change the if anyone knows how to change the text color on the chat that pops up here, I just want to change it to black if anyone knows how. Yeah, there's obviously everything that's on a spectrum in a way in terms of these mysteries. So you have the stuff which is where there's very, very much scientific evidence for, and then there's the stuff which is like absolute pure fantasy. So zero evidence for, it's just in your head. It'd make kind of a cool idea, a cool history tale. It's kind of like a headcanon sort of thing, where, say take something like the Lord of the Rings, where the idea for a lot of people is that, hello, Alien Kissy, what are you drinking? Yeah, the idea for a lot of people is that Middle Earth, so the world in the Lord of the Rings, is actually a old version of our Earth. So all of the things that... This is not the stance that Tolkien took, by the way, because he said it's not like history, it's like it is Earth, but it's kind of like in a multiverse sort of thing. So it's not necessarily our history. But a few people see it as that way. Of the stuff in Middle Earth is a history of our actual Earth. So stuff like magic and dragons and dwarves and elves used to exist, but they're so far back that all evidence and history of them has almost been lost in a way. So I mean, some idea like that where you think about it and you're like, damn, that is a very cool idea. Like, I really love that idea. It just feels nice. It feels poetic. It feels romantic. There's that end of it where it's just a really cool, creative idea to have and, to believe in, whatever belief means. And there's the other side, which is stuff with maybe a little more scientific evidence. Water is a very good choice. It's a very healthy choice. I am also drinking partly water and partly black coffee with milk. So yeah, and this theory, I guess, for me would lean more towards the interesting, fanciful, romantic side of it. And I don't use romantic like, um, like love romantic. I mean, like how a writer can be romantic sometimes, or a poet or an artist, where it's more about the emotion and about the feelings rather than like you know, hardcore evidence, I guess. Um, which I don't think I explained that super perfectly. But I think this idea for me, I explored it a little bit in the ocean iceberg. I don't know if it was a hollow Earth, but it's exploring these oceans underneath the Earth, which for me is a super interesting idea. Um, Especially when it comes to stuff like the Bermuda Triangle, and stuff, creatures essentially living not even in our oceans, because our oceans are they're really only quite shallow in relation to the size of the Earth. But if there were some, I don't use the word gateway, but entrance, some path between our oceans and between the maybe some underground oceans, underneath the Earth. That's just a fascinating idea, because that just adds more mystery to the Earth, I guess. I don't know if there's too much evidence for that. Um, but the idea that as unexplored as our oceans are, there might be even more unexplored, deep, crazy oceans, like insanely deep below the Earth through, little tunnels or something. That's a super fascinating idea to me. Um, but that's basically what I'd say on that theory. Likely, probably not true, um, but you should never let the truth get in the way of a good headcanon. So the next one we have from the Grim Reaper is, thank you for your countless hours of entertainment. No, thank you, Grim Reaper. Have you ever had a topic or subject you would like to talk about but feel as if it doesn't fit with the rest of your content? Probably yes. There probably has been a few things like that. Um, not many that I can name off the top of my head. Um, but I guess something like the Fallout iceberg might be an example of that, in that the if you don't play Fallout, it's not really something that people who are interested in mysteries might be interested in. You kind of need to be in the world of Fallout in a way. So for me, that was a little disconnected from what I might normally cover, and that my audience might be interested in. Um, but I think one of the useful things, the fascinating things about the kind of videos that I do is that you can almost make an iceberg on anything, right? Like if your video topics are icebergs of things, like that gives you so much freedom to cover mystery icebergs, to cover space icebergs, video game icebergs. You can even do political icebergs, like where I don't think you'd get away with that on a normal channel that's covering like topics of things. Like it's normally quite bad advice for, say, people who are, say, if you're a finance channel or something, to then make video game videos, and then make a political video, and then make a video of you knitting or something. Whereas I guess I get a little more leeway on that end by making icebergs of things. And yeah, I mean, there's tons of perspectives and I guess points that might come out more in my when I comment on something, or when I reply to something, or when I do a community post. More of that will show through. Say like the poetic side, the I'm trying to think of how to word this. Howdy, Hidden One. Wondering if you've done a if you've done an iceberg, not even an iceberg, I can't even think. If you've done a live stream or not yet. And welcome, Caesar Topaccio. I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name. Yeah, so some of the more poetic things, some of the more heartfelt things, some of the more motivational things, some of the more stuff to do with, mental health and like all the stuff that's me as an individual, as a person, might be interested in. Obviously, that all gets filtered out in the videos, because I understand the channel's not really about me. It's about it's basically about the individuals, right, that are watching it, and so I don't want to put my entire being onto the channel, because that's more about me. That's more like selfish, right? It's like I'm there to serve a particular purpose, and while there is some leeway in that, I have to be happy, I have to make things that I'm interested in. I also don't want to make it a place where I just make videos about everything I'm interested in. If I do a video on poetry, and then a video on fantasy novels or something, and then a video on mathematics or science, I see it as I'm there to kind of serve you guys, and you guys, generally want to see a certain type of thing, which is fine. You can't put your entire being into an online persona. But I guess, yeah, that's the stuff that gets filtered out of my online content. Take care, Halbjorn. Enjoy making breakfast. Make sure there's loads of protein in it. And yeah, thank you. I'll hopefully see you later. So I guess that's the answer for that one. Stacy Stark says, "What inspired you to start this type of channel?" That's a very good question. Probably, I'd say a ton of things. I've made, as some of you might know, probably not all of you would know, but some of you probably would. I've mentioned them a few other times in previous videos that I've done, about old channels that I've made, and they range quite a bit, if I'm honest. And part of the motivation for those channels was probably part putting myself out there, and yeah, I guess just putting my creativity out there, putting my creations out there, putting my thoughts and efforts out there, and then partly improving my skills. So I kind of see, you know, every channel that I've put out as it's like a chance to improve, right? It's a chance to learn a new skill or to get better at something. And so I've had my original channel, which is kind of a gaming one. It's just from when I was a kid, basically making montages of video games, Call of Duty, and that sort of thing. And you know, that was a bit of fun. But it was mostly somewhere just to post my, you know, basically got no views on that one, but it was basically just somewhere to post the things that I'd created. So at the time, I really enjoyed playing games, but I think more so because when you're making a video, it depends on the type of video you're doing. But say for a gaming video, the way I did it was mostly about the editing process rather than the playing the game. Because the playing the game is whatever, you play the game, you play it for a certain amount of time. And the editing is really where the creativity comes in, the timing of certain things. You know, you're kind of keeping to a beat, the music that goes along with it. And for me, that was the main part of that channel, or the main aspect of those videos was the editing. And in making those, you know, I got slightly better at editing. It was super fun to do, super satisfying. So that was the first video. I also did a gaming channel with a friend of mine, and that was quite fun to do. It just was a lot of work having to go through hours of footage and edit them down. I also did one where I kind of took philosophical speeches and melded them with some lo-fi music. And yeah, so, and I also did the crime one, where I covered, I think I did one video on that channel, which was hilarious. But even that one, you know, I wasn't on camera for any of these other channels. And on the second gaming one and on the true crime one, that was the first time I was on the microphone was recording, essentially. So the ones before that was just gameplay or whatever, my editing. It's a bit of creativity kind of out there. And then I transitioned to, you know, recording my... Oh, I also did a top 10 channel, which we did for a few videos, which was super fun to do. And I guess that was the next step up in, you know, voice training sort of thing. Because it's almost like you're a presenter, you're a host. It was just a bit limiting, though. As with all of these things, I think the reason I didn't pursue them was because they were very limiting. In terms of the top 10, like, you need 10 items on this subject. You can't really do a massive deep dive into them. So it was very constraining in that way. But yeah, then the true crime channel I did, and the video I did on, I think it's Missy Bevers. I think it's Bevers. I don't think it's Beavers. I think it's Bevers, but it might be Beavers. On Missy Bevers. That was super fun to dive into. A little challenging in terms of it was my first time ever doing a video like that where I covered a case, and it was my first time ever kind of properly recording a voiceover in that way. So there's a lot of challenges in that one. And I think I found that I didn't want to do an entire channel just on true crime cases. I know there's a ton of people that have made channels based solely off that. And a few of them I actually massively love. I'm super into them. But for me, I think if I were to do that, it would miss out on a bunch of the stuff that I'm curious about. Which is why I was so inspired, I guess, by a channel like Wendigoons, because it's a very kind of open channel. You know, you can cover icebergs, you can cover murder mysteries, you can cover cryptids, you can cover video games. Yeah, the Missy Bevers one is very strange, and there's never really been a proper conclusion for it. And I've seen a few very good, compelling theories, but a lot of them also conflict with a few different theories. So it's a very strange case. But yeah, so I guess the next step up from the true crime channel was to make a more open-ended channel, I guess, like Wendigoons, where I was able to cover true crime, but also wasn't boxing myself in to only cover true crime. And that's basically where I got the inspiration to do this channel. Because, true crime fascinates me, but so does space stuff, and so does unsolved mysteries, and so do missing people, and so do cryptids and, fantasy sort of things. So, yeah, I guess that's where the inspiration for the channel came in. And I started the whole channel up in probably a day. It took me around about a day just to come up with. Actually, let me try and find the. Let me try and find the old logo for the channel, which is hilarious. So I started this off. As I said, it took me round about a day to do the whole channel because I've always been a super procrastinating person. So if I give myself a month to plan out a new channel, it'll take me a month. I'll come up with 10 different logos, and then should I name it this, should I name it that, and then maybe come up with some video ideas and then try and script those out, and I'll take as much time as I have available. So I basically gave myself a day. So from start to finish on creating the channel was literally a day. So I knocked up, I think, about 5 video ideas based on different mysteries. The logo itself. Yeah, I need deadlines too as well, or it doesn't happen. The logo itself is created through not ChatGPT, but the image version of that, I guess. As is the name. I went through maybe 50 different names about different things for the name of the channel, and ended up with the word curiosity, which is kind of fun and kind of explains the channel as a whole. And it's Connor's Curiosities. It's alliteration is always nice there. So a lot of the channel was very rudimentary, and I kind of wanted it that way. Golly for logos, yeah. Like honestly, a lot of these logos are pretty fantastic. I'm trying to find the original logo of the channel, which if you were here at like 50 subscribers, you might remember it. But I doubt anyone will remember it. It's just way far back in my files. So this was the original logo for the for Connor's Curiosities. As you can see, it's definitely AI generated because the letters and words are all jumbled up and basically non-existent. And this is, my God, this looks awful. This was the original banner for the YouTube channel when I first started the channel. So it's just the logo literally up there. I don't know why I put it up there. It doesn't make sense to put up there for the banner. And then with just some words over the top, like it doesn't make any sense. But my whole idea was just get the channel out there, create it, get the first video or two, and then you can kind of go back and edit the things. And then if I can find the current logo. So that'll be the current logo, which I think is pretty fantastic. I quite liked it. I like the colors in it as well, and the style. So that was the whole idea. Just get the channel made really quickly. Do a crappy logo. Take a few minutes. Do a crappy banner. I just knocked up some basic channel description, video descriptions, and then just started researching things and put the first video out within like 2 days, I think. Which was I think it was the Voynich manuscript, or it might have been the Dyatlov Pass. No, I think it was the Voynich, the first one. Which this was the logo for the first video. Which, looking back now, I could criticize the heck out of this. But like, it just goes to show you, like, that's the whole point of doing stuff like this and being comfortable with putting out poor quality stuff, as long as you know it's early stages, you're learning from it, you're going to improve on it, eventually, you're going to criticize it to death, and seeing that as the fastest way to improve. And yeah, I just got a few videos out, recorded on my phone, and used this microphone actually, which I'm currently I'm literally just That's the stand at the moment because I can't find the actual stand for this. But yeah, that's what I did. I set up the camera, recorded awkwardly, used the microphone, and then threw it all together in the editor, and just learn as you go, you know. And yeah, this is horribly ugly to look at. I think I improved it a little bit with this one, but even this is like that's it's a very bad thumbnail in my opinion. And I think something like this, like there's so many iterations of these. Which I could definitely go back on and improve now. And the thing is, I see this all the time. And it's something that's super fascinating because it's a lot of these early things, these basic things, they're very easy to improve upon. Do you know if putting a sock over your microphone actually works as a pop filter? I'm not an audio expert. I would say it probably would to a certain extent, but I don't think there's a need to. Just buy a pop filter. They're dead cheap. I don't know how much this one cost. $1 or $2 probably. You don't need to buy an expensive one. Just a straight up cheap one will do. But yeah, when I see YouTube videos on my feed that have, you know, super low a view count, whether it's 50 views or 100 views, almost always the thumbnail is really awful. And it's almost to the point where I can be scrolling through and I'll see a thumbnail and immediately, without looking at the views, without looking at the subscribers, I'll know this channel has maybe less than 200 views. Like, I'll just know that. And then I'll check the views and there's, you know, 37 views on it. And it's quite telling that you can tell how many views or how successful a video is just based on the thumbnail before you even see the views. So it just shows how really important you know, a good thumbnail is. It's so rare. I don't know if it's ever actually happened where I've seen a video and I'm like, that thumbnail is absolutely fantastic. That is a beautiful thumbnail. It's so well designed. It really draws you in, and then it has like 20 views or something. That's basically never the case. So yeah, small improvements, guys, can make the world of difference. Can make a world of difference. So yeah, thanks for that question, Stacy. How long were you thinking of making a YouTube channel before you actually did it? Which part of the UK are you from? From Rough Mush Bad Boy. Thank you for the question. I think I covered a little bit of that in the question I just did. I was thinking about making the channel for this. Obviously, I've been making channels for years, but I've been thinking about making this particular channel for maybe a week between when the idea initially came to me and between me putting out my first video, because it was maybe a day or two of kind of ruminating, and then another day or two of doing some kind of basic plans, and maybe looking up a few other channels, looking up Wendigoon's channel, what types of videos he's done, looking up true crime channels, just kind of getting a vibe for it. Then, as I said, one day to basically create the channel, and I think I did the recording in. I did the script writing first, so maybe half a day script writing and research, half a day recording, and then half a day editing. So it's probably a week from when I first thought about it. And which part of the UK are you from? I'm from London. But I get asked this question a ton because my accent is kind of a mishmash of a few different things. So it's often hard for people to, even people that are from London, even people that are from the UK, they find it hard to kind of pinpoint my accent. And that's because you can't pinpoint it because it's multiple different pinpoints, you know? So there's a bit of North London in my accent. There's a bit of there's a tiny bit of I don't know what you'd call it. I tend to, because you have the North London accent, which I won't do, but it's kind of a very street accent. It's you know, some would call it gangster. Some might not call it that, but that's the kind of accent. So I'm definitely not at least fully that accent. I'm more, I guess, particular with my words and with my pronunciation and with my enunciation, as some people might say. But there is a slight Irish twang as well, because I'm Irish, or at least my family's Irish, and I grew up with quite a few Irish relatives, sort of thing. So I think that's where most of the accent comes from. And it's interesting because when I'm in England for the people in London, my accent is Irish enough where they kind of think I'm Irish, or oh, have you got a bit of an Irish accent, a bit of an Irish twang, sort of thing. But when I go over to Ireland, my accent is English enough where they know, you know, I'm from London or I'm from England. So it's kind of strange in that regard. But no, I've had people think that I'm Scottish or that I'm Welsh, or honestly, over the years, I've had a ton of wild guesses, which I don't even know how they came about. Forgive my spelling, please. No, that is how you spell Cockney. Cockney accent, son. From London. Yeah, it's an interesting accent. Yeah, you're not from the UK, but it sounds Irish to you. And I think there's honestly a bit of American in my accent. Not it's not super there, but I think I used to like the American accent when I was younger, and I used to obviously watch a bunch of American TV shows and American personalities. So there are a bunch of pronunciations and or words that are American that I tend to use. Imagine being Welsh. Well, if you're only half Welsh, then it's a little better, you know. You get a little bit off it. But words like couch, which I like using, you know, couch. Here in England, we'd call it sofa or settee. But I just like the word couch, which I know is quite American, and so I'll say couch fairly often. Stuff like candy, I like using the word candy. It's It's just a nice word. Where pretty much no one in the UK uses candy. They'd use sweets or, I mean, sweets is probably the main one. So yeah, stuff like couch, stuff like candy, stuff like gas station, which here would be a petrol station. So I do use a fair amount of American words and American phrases. Trash as well. Here we'd call it rubbish. Now, couch is definitely not British English. But yeah, so to answer that, it's like a North London accent mixed with a few other different parts of London, mixed with a bit of an Irish twang, mixed with my own personal accent, mixed with some American pronunciations and phrases and words. So it is very hard to pinpoint. I've had guesses from being French to being Welsh, which, goddamn, to being Scottish. Irish, obviously, is probably guessed more often than not. And even stuff like South African, I've had as well. Even Dutch from the Netherlands, which I can't see any of those as a good guess for my accent, but it is sometimes hard to guess where someone is from if they haven't got a very definitive accent. But yeah, that's that's where I'm from. Hello. Is that a spam bot? How do you make people moderators on this? Opinion. What is going on here? Do I just ban this person? They gotta behave, do you think? Yeah, I think we got a troll. I'm still figuring out how to bloody kick them out. It would probably be on my stream. It's not even a troll, it's madness. Alright, let me see here. Put user in a timeout. 24 hours, that's good enough. When you spill water on your screen. What if they were just like a super well-meaning person? And they just accidentally spilled something and they were trying to clean it up. Yeah, I think I got rid of them. That was interesting. I'm honored. It's the first ever troll. So yeah. So to sum up this question, thinking about making it for a very long time, thinking about making this actual YouTube channel for about a week before making it. And I'm from the UK, London, with a bit of an Irish twang. Thank you, Snippy. What are you drinking today? So Emily Jades asks, oh, congratulations, thank you, Emily. Is there a specific unsolved mystery that intrigues you more than others? What is it? I've probably touched on this a little bit in the previous questions. Actually, let me look through the whole. Let me look through the whole iceberg. The ones that I've done. So, one of the ones that always interested me was something like the Missy Bevers case and the DB Cooper. It wasn't a hostage, was it? I don't know what you'd call it. The extortion case, where he threatened the flight, and then he took the money and he jumped off. That's always super fascinated me. Actually, I can probably throw this over to. Actually, let me just. So this is the iceberg we're using for the Unsolved Mysteries iceberg. I should probably throw. No, we'll leave it. We'll cover up a bit on the side. That's fine. So here we got DB Cooper, which is fairly high up. Super interesting entry. Something like the not the Baltic Sea anomaly, the BB's Bizzlefishers. That was the first time learning about it when I covered this, and I covered this a bit more in the ocean iceberg. But this was insanely fascinating when I went into it. And if you look at how they built this vessel that went down there to view these things, it was like multitudes deeper than any other thing could go at the time. It was deeper than the diving suits could go. It was deeper than even the submarines could go. This was just like an insanely dense ball with a little window in it that just you dropped on a rope from a ship, and it just went down, 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 and they were able to actually go down there and observe some of these things, which that was super fascinating to learn about. I mean, honestly, this iceberg is just fantastic because there are so many entries that it's kind of hard to take your pick, Jack the Ripper is always a super classic, interesting one. And it's kind of wild to think of nowadays. We use DNA, we use security footage and cameras and all that. And to think back then you could just do a crime, and if nobody saw you, like that, you just walk away. Like that's how it happened, which is just insane to me. But that's partly at least how he was able to get away with a bunch of these things. What else we got here? The Twin Bee tiles were a super fun one as well. You got these kinds of things popping up everywhere. You know, aliens. Aliens, always nice. Try not to stay on these for too long. Hopefully just going over these. Le Lion was a really fascinating one as well. So you had this guy who was caught on camera. He was seen, he was a humanoid figure that was seen kind of haunting the woodlands in this certain area. So it was in like an area of the woods in France. Oh, sorry, in Switzerland. Was it in Switzerland? Yeah, sorry, it was in Switzerland. But this is super interesting because he was never really caught on camera, like his face and all that. He was always wearing kind of a gas mask and, you know, this cloaked hood sort of thing, and a cape. This is the brightened version. But it is just a super interesting, mysterious figure. And, you know, he called himself, I don't know how you pronounce that, La Bête, the Beast. The risk of the hunt for the beast was the last letter he wrote. Saying that basically you shouldn't have revealed his existence. Who are we talking about? So this was one of the cases on the Unsolved Mystery Iceberg. It was Le Lion here. So he's this cryptid, this guy, this alien, depending on what you want to believe, who some people saw him stalking around these woods over many, many years in this woods in Switzerland. And a few of them, he was kind of seen as a hoax, but not a hoax because some people spotted him, but he was quite rare and all that. Yeah, he got upset at being seen. And he basically said, it's too risky for me now to come out into these woods because you've taken a photo of me, you've posted it in the newspaper, so this is my last letter, basically. And he wasn't going to come out anymore. And people saw he left his, his clothes, essentially. He left his gas mask, his cape, his hood. He left that in a certain area, which people found. And yeah, it was a super interesting one for me because it was super simple. But it is kind of interesting about the theories about what he was, whether it was a man, just dressing up and perpetuating this hoax, whether it was an alien that came down to Earth and, something like this was hunting animals maybe to survive and was in the woods and then, felt a little endangered almost by the humans, or whether it was like a ghost or a cryptid itself. That was quite an interesting one for me. Hello, Marina. Hi from Egypt. What are you drinking at the moment? And thank you for the supportive comment. The Jerome case was pretty interesting. This guy who basically washed up on shore, who had no legs, and he couldn't really speak much English. He didn't really speak much at all, and basically nobody knew who he was or where he came from. There was a few theories, pretty good theories. There was like 2 or 3 half decent theories about who he was. where he came from, but no definitive theories. And he was basically brought into the community, the local community, and supported throughout his entire life by various families and by people in the community, which was really sweet. Anson County Jane Doe. I don't know if that's on the iceberg. That's not on the iceberg, but we can definitely look into it a little bit. So this is, I guess, a little bit of behind the scenes as well onto what I typically do for a topic that I'm covering, you know. So I'll normally just do a basic kind of Google search of it. And just get an initial overview of it, I guess. So obviously with the name, you know, it's a missing woman from somewhere, from Anson County. You know, if it's county, that's probably in America. So you'd kind of look into it a little bit. So apparently the pictures are a little eerie to look at. So I'm guessing that was her. Yeah, it looks like she's kind of surviving or setting up camp. That was a trail cam. All right. So yeah, that's pretty unnerving. So she went missing. Maybe it looks like she's injured somehow. This trail cam caught her at 4:30 in the morning. She was likely lost. Yeah, it is kind of strange how little clothes she has, and how she has no shoes, unless she escaped from somewhere at some time. Yeah, that honestly does seem very interesting. It is wild when so thank you for the recommendation, Marina. I may actually add this into the iceberg because I saw it wasn't in the iceberg, the main unsolved mystery iceberg, which I may have to add that in. One really cool thing about this one is stuff like the footage, because a lot of missing people's reports that I end up covering are a little boring because because there's not too much information on them, you know. It's just maybe you have an image of the person who went missing, and then not much else is known. Although actually in John Doe and Jane Doe cases, it's normally the body is found and they don't know who it belongs to. So because they don't know who it belongs to, there's not really photos or videos that you can show. So for this one, where you actually catch the person on camera, I think that adds a ton of intrigue into the story, the telling of the story. But yeah, thank you for that. I'll definitely look into that. We'll throw that over on the pins. Zolotaryov's camera as well. That's from. Have I even covered that much? No, I haven't. This is further down in the iceberg, so that's a little bit of a spoiler. It's not really a spoiler. Zolotaryov's camera is from the Dyatlov Pass case. I probably shouldn't show that on stream. It's maybe a bit graphic. But yeah, Zolotaryov's camera specifically with the Dyatlov Pass is just an insanely fascinating thing to go into. That whole case is very, very strange. And this recent video I put out covers up to here. I have another video that covers around half of these entries, and then there'll be one more that covers the rest. So we got 2 more videos left for this tier. Then I'll release a full tier video, which I know you guys always like, as they're a little easier to watch, I guess. You could just throw them on in the background. But yeah, as you can see, we have got many, many more tiers after this. So there's a lot to cover still. So we won't run out of content anytime soon, I don't think. But yeah, the answer to that, Emily, is there are a ton. And obviously when I research the cases, there are some, as you can probably tell with how much time I spend on them. Actually, the recent video I just put out covers the Harappan civilization and the Harappan language, which for me, super, super interesting stuff. Just in terms of how advanced they were, where they were situated, their irrigation system, their city plannings, their buildings, and their language, which we don't understand whatsoever. And then there's that's the A story, I guess, and then there's the B story of the guy, I forget his name, who went out and explored all of these places and discovered them. So that for me is a super, super interesting case, which I normally spend a little more time researching than others. But the answer to that is yes, there are some more interesting mysteries for me. There's just so many of them that it's hard to kind of pinpoint them. Chase Openlander asks, what's your earliest memory with unsolved mysteries? That's kind of a tough one to answer. Again, I think I covered this slightly earlier in the Q&A, but I've just always been interested in mysteries like this and these sorts of topics. So I don't know if there's an earliest memory of unsolved mysteries in particular. It would probably be one of the more classic ones, like Jack the Ripper, or DB Cooper, that sort of thing. Albino Nemo just dropped in to ask, what your favorite type of tea and bread is. So that's probably a hard one because I like so much of them, which I like so many of them. Which is partly why I often have different drinks on my videos. It's just because there's so many interesting drinks to have. Yerba mate is fantastic. Stuff like the basic teas, like English tea or Darjeeling tea, or what are a few other good ones? I guess just black tea variants. They're always nice to have, especially with like a splash of milk. Coffee is, it's a fantastic drink. Coffee black is amazing. Coffee with butter, believe it or not, is fantastic. With milk, with cream, you can do all sorts with coffee. And something like fennel tea, some of the more unusual, I guess you could say, herbal teas or spiced teas. Chai is fantastic. So yeah, I get bored quite easily, quite frequently with drinks especially. So I try to drink a bunch of different things. Does anyone drink iced tea over there? Wait, hold on. Let me try and change this chat to a white text. That's a very dark text. That should be fine, I think. Yes, butter with honestly, it is so slept on. So I discovered this when I used to do fasting, intermittent fasting. So part of the idea behind intermittent fasting is you limit the whole reason you don't eat, or part of the reason why you don't eat, is to limit your insulin spikes to a certain period of the day. Which is why, say, if you only eat between 12 noon and 6 p.m., all of your insulin spikes end up coming within that time frame. Because obviously when you eat, a lot of it gets converted into sugar, and that spikes your insulin. So part of the thing with that is you can't have a coffee with milk outside of your allotted eating time, because the milk is relatively high in sugar compared to a few other things. You might not think it's high in sugar, which it's not really, but the lactose in it will spike your insulin levels. So having something like a latte where it's like a whole glass of milk, you can't do that if you're fasting. But what you can do is have things that are high in fat. So with dairy, what tends to happen is you have things that are high in sugar and things that are high in fat, and they're kind of quite separated. So stuff like butter and cream are higher in fat than milk, but insanely low in sugar. So it basically doesn't spike your insulin levels at all. So what you can do is, if you're fasting, outside of your fasting time, you would be allowed, say, a black coffee with either butter or heavy cream in, and not milk. So I used to have it with cream, and I also used to have butter with it, which it's fantastic. If you haven't tried it, just have a black coffee. You can have however many sugars you normally have in the coffee. I take none normally, but you can have 2 or 3 or whatever. And then just like a teaspoonful of butter. Make sure the coffee is quite hot, and stir it, and try and drink it when it's kind of hot to warm, so the butter is still a liquid, and it gives it a bit of a kind of a bite to it, a bit of a thicker kind of mouthfeel on it, because it's oily, it's butter. You don't want to go overboard where your whole mouth is just filled with melted butter, because it starts to get horrible, and you don't want to yeah, you can feel it in your cheeks, of course. You don't want to wait till the coffee's gone cold either, because then it starts to solidify, and you're basically chewing on the butter, which is a bit horrible. But yeah, butter in coffee is definitely slept on. You can even, if you want to have little steps, you can have kind of a splash of milk with it as well. So it's not just pure black coffee with butter, but add a bit of milk, make it a little more creamy, and then a little bit of butter. You can up your butter intake essentially. Just make sure it's grass-fed organic butter if you can, just to try and be you want the fats to be as healthy as possible. I think I'd just take black coffee. Yeah, I mean, look, just drink whatever drink you want. It's a free world, and you should be drinking the drinks that make you happiest. Whipping it with some sugar would make... Yeah, honestly, that'd probably be fantastic. Bubble tea. Bubble tea is fantastic. It is it's one of my favorite drinks, which I don't get too often because, if I had a bubble tea machine or something in the house, I would probably be drinking it a lot more often, but... Do I ever Irish up my coffee? Sometimes, and I did actually get I got this fantastic little Scotch whiskey here, 10-year-old Scotch. It's a small bottle, which I don't drink too often, but it is fantastic in coffee. So yeah, I guess that's my favorite type of tea. Fennel is super slept on. It's quite, herby and spicy in a way. Chai is fantastic. Matcha is amazing. There's honestly so many of these types of teas and stuff, and even drinks. And favorite type of bread. That's kind of hard. I would say my default bread is probably thick, wholemeal seeded bread. Seeds are super fantastic. Wholemeal, I much prefer wholemeal over or brown bread over white bread. It's a little bit healthier as well, and I can't stand these super thin slices. So you get a nice chunky, thick slice of bread. Either that or soda bread. Irish soda bread is super good. It's dead easy to make as well. It's a few ingredients. You don't need the... So normally when you make bread, you need to do a lot of kneading to the dough, and you need to let it rest for, I can't remember how long. It's been a while since I made bread, but maybe like 12 hours, 24 hours, that sort of time. Whereas soda bread you can make basically in one day, which is fantastic, and it's a little sweet. It's It's a very good bread, I think. Yeah, honestly, the chai, um, the chai you get in stores, especially the chai you get in tea bags. Like if you get, a box of 10 or 15 tea bags of chai, it's normally going to be very unoffensive, very mild, very just, little kind of hint of spice or hint of cinnamon sort of thing. Um, where I'm always a fan of just making your own. Like, I would say if you've never tried chai before, you can go for the tea bags. You can go for those. Um, just to get a feel for them, have a few cups of tea, add some sugar into them, add some milk, and if you absolutely hate it, then obviously don't go any further than that. But just get a feel for it. If you like it, then I would recommend just making your own. Just go to the store, look up some recipes for chai. Buy one jar, one container, whatever of star anise, some cinnamon, get some cloves, get some peppercorn. Just get all of the ingredients for them, so you can have them just in one area, say in the kitchen or pantry or whatever, and you can make dozens, hundreds of teas just from that one little batch. Just have you'll figure out your own recipe. Maybe half a teaspoon of that, 1 teaspoon of that. You do all that, make it up in a big batch. And then yeah, I'd always recommend doing it from scratch if you care about the chai. Take care, Juliet. Enjoy the large dogs. Don't let them get too unruly. The 4 on the floor murders. 4 on the floor murders. That sounds like a super interesting one to do. I probably will cover this. I'll add this to my welcome, Fence. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I'll probably cover that case sometime. I've written it down. I'll keep it on my my pinned list of cases. Right, this Q&A is taking a while. Sorry for the for all the tangents. But bread, probably brown seeded bread, but soda bread is kind of slept on. Izako asks, do you play many video games? I used to. So when I was younger, I used to play a bunch of. When I was really younger. So okay, this is a an in-depth history of my video game playing. So probably from when I was a kid, stuff like Frogger and Rayman on the PlayStation. Even before, I remember the Christmas I got a PlayStation 1, and that was our first video game console, the first like proper one. We had before that we had one of those kind of cheap ones that you buy, you hook up to the TV, and you've got like 100 games that come with it, all built in or something. So we used to play that one, which is awful really. And then we were super excited for the oh, hello Ronan, how are you? Yeah, so the PlayStation 1 was the first video game console that we got, and we got Frogger and Rayman, and I think Gran Turismo, the racing game, for the first one. And then we moved on to, PlayStation 2. Massive fan of the Final Fantasy games. That was basically my childhood growing up. And yeah, then it moved on to, I guess after that would have been RuneScape. So I was always a massive fan of RuneScape, always going back to it. When the RuneScape Classic came out, I basically quit for a while when RuneScape 3, when it became RuneScape 3 with the the advanced graphics and the 3D, all that crazy stuff, and I just hated that. So when they released RuneScape Classic, which is the old school RuneScape, which is the one that I think is more popular these days. Then I went back to it, and I've always kind of gone back and forth between it. I haven't played it in a good few years now. But that's one of the ones I always was a massive fan of. And then I got into League of Legends and TFT after that. And now, and those are fantastic games, I would say. Even if the community is somewhat, very toxic a lot of the time. But no, those are very fun ones. Nowadays, I don't really play games too much, as I'm always working on, research for the videos, recording the videos, scripting them out, editing them, which takes a ton of time. So I don't really have any spare time to do to play video games. But I do play chess on occasion, which, as I said earlier, I don't know if that counts as a video game, but yeah, it is fascinating. And a little bit of poker. I play a tiny bit of poker for fun. Azako also asks, favorite movie or TV show? Again, it's kind of like it's very hard to pin down something like that. Something like a favorite all-time movie or TV show. I think anything to do with Leonardo DiCaprio is always fantastic. I love him as an actor. Django Unchained is fantastic. I think when it comes to like all-time favorites, Into the Wild is going to be one of my favorite ones, just because of the story it covers of Chris McCandless. And so Wendigo actually did a video on this guy. But the story itself is absolutely fascinating. He was an incredible guy himself. And he basically grew up fairly rich. He was from, a well-to-do family in a way. And he just kind of despised that lifestyle. And he disliked society, but he liked people. So for some people where they dislike society, it means they're super antisocial, they hate people, they want to destroy stuff or break them down, But he was the exact opposite. He saw society as like an evil, where it took away people's individuality, it took away people's freedoms, and he was super social with people, with individuals, finding out what they believe, why they believe it, how they think, what their dreams are, about the individual person. But he felt like society, people get caught up in, rat races. They get caught up in say, corporate ladders, in jobs, in trying to do that sort of thing, and they miss out on nature. They miss out on developing their individual personality and their dreams and, their adventures. So that was basically his Chungus Khan. That was basically his whole mindset, right? So he inspired a ton of people in his adventures. He had, because he was from a fairly well-to-do family, he had a decent amount of money. He had his college paid for, essentially, and he got really good marks in a lot of his exams, went to go to college, and then basically withdrew all of his college fund, and I think he gave it away to charity, I'm pretty sure. So he left it with charity, with a charity, and then took his car that, his parents had given him or whatever, drove it to, as far as it would go till it ran out of fuel. And then I can't remember if he just left it there or if he, I think he abandoned it, but he might have given that away to charity as well. And then he basically just went traveling around America. He tried to, as I said, he gave away pretty much all of his money. He kind of gave away his name. He took on a new name, being Alexander Supertramp. He didn't want to carry identification. He didn't really want anything to tie him back to his previous life, even though he did write letters, back home, mostly to his sister, sort of thing. And some would say he was a bit naive because, actually, I won't get into that because that's spoilers for the for anyone who wants to research it themselves or to watch the film Into the Wild. But he basically inspired a ton of people throughout his life, and everyone saw him as a super cool dude, super inspirational, super kind-hearted, honest, and then he wanted to get away, and he went to the I don't know what you'd call it, to the wilderness up in Alaska, and he was just living his life, learning as he went, and I think the film really, really does a good job at portraying him, at kind of showing his life and exemplifying him. And on top of that, the music is all fantastic in the film. So I think that for me is one of my favorite films. It's kind of hard to top that. There are obviously a ton of other, fantastic films. Forrest Gump is a classic. I could name, probably dozens of more. But those are just some of the ones off the top of my head. Favorite TV show? That's really tough because Lost, as much bad press as it gets, Lost has always been one of my favorite TV shows. Just for the characters, just for the mysteries. The ending wasn't amazing, but I thought the ending was okay. But Lost has always been a fantastic TV show for me. Prison Break, especially season 1, is, in my eyes, one of the best series ever written. Season 2 wasn't too bad either. It, went downhill after that. But But those are some fantastic early seasons. Um, Community is, I think, a fantastic TV show. It's insanely well written. It's super heartfelt. The characters are amazing. Um, and I guess Walking Dead would count as one of them. Walking Dead is a kind of a strange one because there's so many seasons in that, and I think there's kind of like an ebb and flow to them, where it's not like a normal TV show, where you'll have like the first, 1 or 2 or 3 seasons that are very good, and then it just kind of goes downhill. I feel like with The Walking Dead, it does that, but it does that multiple times within the series. So I can't remember which seasons I liked more than others, but it'd be like the first season or two, very good seasons, and then like 3 and 4 kind of slow down a little bit, and then it kind of spikes up in season 5, and then it, maybe season 5 and 6 are like, it's crazy, and then it'll go, boring for a season or two, and then it'll go back up again. So I think there was like 12 seasons in total for that. And you do need to power through them all to really get to the good stuff, especially with the spin-offs now. But yeah, those would be some of my favorite TV shows, I guess. Where am I from? I'm from the UK, London, with a bit of Irish. So Soto Nest asks, will you make a tier list of all the videos you've made so far, like you did with Isaiah's videos? Isaiah is Wendigoon, for those who don't know him. That's a very interesting idea. That's a very interesting question. So yeah, a tier list, like, I don't know, is the answer, probably, is the honest answer. It'd have to be, I know Wendigoon did, when I did the Wendigoon tier list, I know he also did a video, where he ranked his own videos in a tier list, and I think he did them based on his the effort, or the quality, his own subjective opinion of the quality of his own videos, like how well he researched them, how high quality they were. And I think eventually, yeah, I might do them, but it'll be a while, I think, because you have to get past the whole idea of, I guess, judging your videos too much. because it's like I can say kind of objectively how I feel about them, or kind of subjectively, but it doesn't really paint the whole picture. Or I could judge them based on the views they got, which is like a little more shallow, but it is somewhat a reflection of how popular the videos were with you guys. I could judge them on how interesting they were to make, or how fun they were to make, or how well a job I think I did on them. So there's a few different ways to judge that in terms of a tier list. I may do that for my 100th video or so, but it's not really on the books at the moment. Soto asks, what is the curiosity out of all the Connor's curiosities? I don't know exactly what that means, but I guess it means what's my favorite curiosity, which I covered that a little bit earlier. There's a bunch of them, a few really good ones on these on this entire iceberg. Which yeah, there's honestly too many on here. They are all super interesting. Some more interesting than others. But that is what it is. I'm quite a fan of the cryptid ones. The murder mysteries are, I think, somewhat interesting if there are interesting things about the murders, like if they're not just, you know, a standard murder and then someone disappears sort of thing. Actually, something like the Oak Island mystery was, for me, super, super interesting. Because you were able to dive into a few different things, which I did at the time, of the Knights Templar, say for example, and of the Knights Templar escaping Europe, heading over to America, you know, Canada sort of thing, and founding things over there as well. And it was super interesting learning about the Knights Templar to begin with. In that they weren't just like whenever I imagine the Knights Templar, I imagine just kind of a military army sort of thing. You know, knights. And but to learn that was only part of their group, part of their operation. And, you know, another part of it, a quite substantial part, was the banking side of it, and the financial side of it, and the political side of it. Yeah, like here, see size. 10% of whom were knights. So only 10% of the Knights Templar were actually knights, right? 90% were on the banking side, on the political side, on the other sides. So yeah, that was super interesting. And then into the mystery of the whole treasure hunting thing. It's, you know, it's kind of romantic in terms of treasure hunts, always mysterious, always fascinating. They got kind of piratey vibes or mystery vibes. So so yeah, that's always a good one. Violet Olive asks, do you collect anything? By the way, is it Violet Olive or Violet? Do I collect anything? Yes is the answer, I guess. I collect. Well, if you're not from the UK, you probably don't. This probably doesn't make much sense to you, but so I collect these. So 50 pence, you know, half a pound sort of thing. And the cool things about the 50 pence pieces is their collectability and their variety. So, first one, just like the flower. First one, is that Violette? Is Violette the first one? That's a lot of 50p's. Holy cow. Oh no, these are just mixed coins. But yeah, so these 50p's. So they're all worth the same price, and you can always find them in you know, in change. You don't need to order them in. There are some rare ones that you know, you order them in. They're completely sealed. They're never used, sort of thing. But just the variety of these is always fantastic. They always release collections for them as well. So you have the... I wonder where you can see collections. So I think this is like the Olympic collection. So if you're just walking around England, you go into a shop, you buy something, you get some change. There's always the chance that, you know, these coins will be among the coins, because they're quite frequent. They're not insanely rare. So violet is the pronunciation. Okay. So there are ones that are rarer than others. I think this is the list of the rarest ones. But the odds are you're going to find some kind of unique ones if you know, go into a store or you get change or something like that. So it's a nice balance, I think, of there are some really rare ones which you can really aim for and that are worth a decent amount of money. Like some of these higher ones are, you know, £50 to £200 sort of thing, if not more, depending on the condition. Considering they're only 50 pence piece, so you know that's possibly up to 400 or 500 times the actual value of the coin. But there are hundreds of minor ones that you can also collect if you're just starting off your collection. So it's a super fun one to do if you don't have any, because you can get a lot of unique ones right at the start. I think a lot of these top ones I have. I think I have number 7, number 6. I have a few of number 2s. I don't have any number 1s. So yeah, it's a super fun one to collect. There's also £2 coins, which are similar in a way that there's a ton of different designs for them. There's a bunch of different collections. So those are the main 2 that I collect. I don't know what the... I've got hundreds of them, but I don't know what the actual value of them would be. Obviously, if you've got hundreds of 50p's and £2 coins, they're worth at least a few £100 just because of the monetary value of them. But I don't know what the collectible value of them is. yeah, I don't know if I collect anything else really. Um, I used to collect um, these little llama things, which I don't have on me at the moment. But they're always super fun to collect. I think that's all I collect though. Halbjorn the Fire Breather, which is an awesome name, asked, "Would you be interested in doing a Harry Potter creature list, as in comparing them from the Harry Potter books to what the cryptid is in real life?" That sounds like kind of a fun one, to be honest. Um, yeah, not even comparing what the animal in real life would be, but the cryptid as well, which I guess gives you more flexibility. So this guy's selling some British notes, which all have the serial number 1111. See here in various places. And he's selling 3 notes for £100,000. Which that is a wild. That's a wild pricing. I have no idea how he thinks he can get away with that. Considering the conditions of these things as well, they're just like laying out on the table. There's also a rare £10 note, which is apparently worth £35,000. Is that because it's 101, 101? I guess it might be, but 35 grand, really? Yeah, 101, 101. That's wild. I wonder if anyone actually buys these. I mean, AK-47 is a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool serial number. I don't know if I'd pay £2 for it. I mean, you might pay like £20 or something for a £5 note. So you're paying 4 times the monetary value of it, but you're getting a cool serial number. Okay, that's kind of cool. But £2, that's actually bonkers. See, this one is AK-47, and these are kind of nonsense, and he's charging £2 for it. This one is AK-47, and it's 007. So it's AK-47 and James Bond. And it's only £50. That's a fantastic bargain. But yeah, that's the wild world of coin collection and note collection. What else have we got here? Yeah, that does seem like a very interesting video to make. It'd probably be quite a short one, because it'd kind of be. I think the structure of it would kind of be like a cryptid iceberg, but just the cryptids which the Harry Potter creatures are based on, if that makes sense. So it'd be like this Harry Potter creature. It's probably based on this cryptid, and then do a little dive into that cryptid and all that, and I guess that would be the video. So yeah, it sounds interesting. It's probably not on my list of top videos to do immediately, but it might be quite fun. If you could choose to have one superpower, what would it be and why? This coffee is lasting a while. One superpower I could have and why. That's kind of tough because superpower is such a vague. It's such a vague term. This is amazing, by the way. I absolutely need to get this coin. Welcome, Doritos Master. Awesome name. Thank you for the subscription. So one superpower and why. It might be teleportation. It might just be teleportation. Because the basic ones, if you had just one superpower, I think super strength is a bit. It's a bit limiting. What can you even do with super strength, really? You might be able to go on like a freak show sort of thing, or strongest man. But the thing is, if you're too strong, you'll probably just get, captured by the government and experimented on, sort of thing. So you have to be careful about that, because super strength isn't going to protect you against bullets necessarily, or tranquilizer darts. It doesn't matter how strong you are. If they want to capture you, just trank you up, and yeah, and that's not a fun life. So yeah, I don't know how useful super strength would be. Flying is a thought, but again, it's like, how useful is that? It would be fun initially. But I don't know if it would benefit you massively. It would be incredibly fun to have, though. Invisibility is another one, which that is a fun one to have, I think. Being able to sneak around. You could probably, break into banks, sort of thing, by getting past doors and getting past security measures. And probably eavesdrop, occasionally, but I don't know how useful that would be. Then you have, I think, the two top ones, which might be Um, impersonating people, like cloning, uh, appearing as another person, sort of thing. Which that would be fantastic for security things. So if you wanted to rob a bank, you could do that almost definitely with that superpower. You can trick people, you can do all that. And it would make it somewhat easy to break out of things. And it would be kind of a fun one to have. But I think teleportation just like knocks all of those out of the park, because you could never really be captured either if you're really smart about it, and you're able to, and there's no way to stop you teleporting. You could almost never be captured. Teleport's a good shout. I used to want invisibility, but now that we can track heat signatures, it's kind of moot. Yeah, I get that. Healing would be a fantastic ability, actually. Not gonna lie. You could also probably argue healing would be immortality as well, if you were able to heal yourself. It'd be maybe somewhat invulnerability as well, unless you died instantly, if you got shot in the arm or something. As soon as you take the blow, just heal it back up. So that's honestly a fantastic one. But yeah, teleporting. Very hard to capture you, I think. If you get cornered or anything, you just teleport to Egypt or somewhere, just other side of the world. Very easy to sneak into places depending on your. Welcome. Thank you for the subscription. Just another frantic. Welcome aboard. Yeah, if you're sneaking into things, you don't need to sneak into them. You just teleport into a bank. There was a film I watched which had that exact scene in. You just teleport into a bank, rob the place, and then teleport out. You can see a ton of sights. Teleport to the top of the Eiffel Tower. Teleport to the Grand Canyon. This would save time as well, because a lot of time is used up in traveling. So you're kind of getting more out of your life with that as well. And it'd probably make you great at fighting. Teleport behind someone, teleport out of harm's way. And it's also kind of like flying as well, because if you trust yourself enough, you can teleport up super high. You can basically do skydiving, and then teleport somewhere else at the last second. I know you have like speed that you'd need to sort out. But I'm sure that could be worked out. You could also wear like a flying suit, one of those winged suits, teleport up super high, and then as you're falling, you basically end up flying. So yeah, for me it's one of the best, most exciting powers you could probably have. Healing is also a good shout, I think. Healing for the world, healing for yourself, healing for your friends. Probably immortality and invulnerability come with that. But yeah, good shout all round. What is the most unhinged fact you know from Soto Nest? That's probably a very hard one to answer. I would need to, I think about it for a little while. Come up with a top list of unhinged facts, as it's not really something that I think about too often, if at all. Um, but yeah, I'm not too sure on that one. I don't really have a good answer for that one, unfortunately. There's a ton of unhinged facts which are quite interesting. Probably mostly to do with either theories or with nature itself. So nature itself, stuff like the zombie fungus that takes over ants' minds and basically makes them into zombies, and the fungus infects their brains, and the fungus makes them walk up to, an elevated area, and then the fungus explodes from the ant's head and shoots out fungal spores down on the other ants, which infect the other ants. Stuff like that is insane and unhinged, I guess you could say. But also, I guess theories. Stuff like existential theories, existential horrors, like like a bunch of the SCP stuff, the SCP Foundation. Yeah, a bunch of this stuff, which I'm actually planning on doing an iceberg on this in the next, I say the next few weeks, it might be the next few months. As all of the SCP stuff is insanely fascinating to me. It's like super creative writing mixed with kind of horrific. Like, if you go into the actual oh, thank you, Crow. Welcome to the stream as well. Glad to see you've been enjoying the videos. That means a lot. Yeah, I know, Violet. It's just insane to think about. Like, we think it's normal because it's ants, but to think about it, if that was happening to humans, and there was this thing that infected you and then turned you into a zombie, that made you walk up on top of a building and then shoot out spores, spreading it to other humans, like that would just be like almost make believe. It's like a zombie apocalypse sort of thing. But it's real and it happens with ants. So yeah, Crow, I absolutely will do a probably an iceberg on some of the SCP entries. I know there's a ton of entries, and I need to either find or create a. I mean, look at this, 1,000 entries. Compile a list of some of the best SCPs. As there are just too many to go into. What might be fun actually would be I don't know about fun, but it would be an interesting thing to do. Just to cover every single one of these numbered ones. It would take a lot of work, I think, but just covering them in 10 different videos. Like I could do, you know, the first video on that. Like it's like an iceberg basically, but just going from, it wouldn't be chronological order, but alphabetical order, I guess, numerological order. Just do the first video of these ones here, and then the next video of these ones here, and then the next video of these ones here. Just cover them in a 10 video series. So yeah, something like that would be kind of a big series to do. Would take a while, but it would be quite extensive, I suppose. You know, covering everything, which might be a thing to do. The quality is hit and miss. You mean on the you mean the quality of the individual SCPs? Hello, Maritza. Welcome to the stream. What are you drinking? I haven't done anything. Welcome to the stream, Pluie Gris. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Pluie Gris. I'll look up the octopus murders. I will definitely look into them. And by the way, if anything is in the unsolved mystery iceberg, if anything is in here, I'll end up covering it eventually. We are, where are we? We're up to like here so far in the videos. So I will end up covering all of this eventually. So if anything is in there, it'll be covered. But obviously if it's not, then yeah, I may very well cover it in a future video, or I might just weave it into these iceberg videos as I'm going along. Would you compile that list to be varied, or would you go for a certain type of SCPs? I think for me, it would have to be varied. Like, I couldn't do all, say, just a list of SCPs that are super dangerous creatures that'll just kill you instantly or something. I think that'd be quite boring. So I think a varied list would probably be best for the video, as well as just for me to find interesting. So I think like a top list of either unknown ones or of the most popular ones. The problem is, if I do popular ones, they are probably the most well written and the most interesting, but they're also the most well known, so it's less exciting for people who are kind of familiar with SCPs, because, you know, I'm kind of regurgitating the same stuff. Whereas if I do ones which are a little more unusual or less known, then the individual entries might not be as good, but they'll be more fresh. They'll be less well known, all that sort of thing. So I think just try and strike some sort of balance in that one is good. Like a few of the SCPs I've covered so far kind of fall under that category, where they range from psychopath killers that will, you know, as soon as they see you, just hunt you down, destroy things in the path, and just kill you. And then there was one which I covered before on a coffee machine that, like, whatever you type into the coffee machine to order, it would give you that in liquid form. So obviously that's not a monster, that's not going to actively hunt down or kill anyone, but it's just a very unusual, very kind of well-written, creative idea. And people would type in gasoline, oil, it'd give you like a cup of gasoline out of seemingly nowhere. You could type in whale blood, and it would give you a cup of whale blood. You could type in candle wax, and it would give you melted candle wax. Type in lava, it would give you a cup of lava. So it's like it's very unusual. It's very fantasy sort of thing. It's a little scary, but it is just very creative and interesting. So I do like that side of it as well. So I think a lot of it will be just me going through a huge list of SCPs, researching a lot of them, picking out the ones I find really quite interesting, and then just adding them to the iceberg. And I think I'll do it that way. Pluie gris. I still don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Pluie gris. Or maybe gris. Pluie gris. I thought it was grey, but I thought grey was without the E. It might be just an alternate spelling. And I didn't know rain was pluie. But that's a super interesting name. Grey Rain. Sounds kind of sad. Which one is 682? Hard to destroy reptile. That sounds interesting already. So it's basically a reptile that you can never destroy. They've only found ways to damage it, but not destroy it. It can speak, apparently. That's a bit strange for a lizard. And I think one useful aspect of this is that I don't really know a lot of the SCP entries. So for me, it'll be super interesting to go through all of them. And it's like I'm kind of discovering a bunch of the entries along with you guys if you haven't seen a bunch of them. So I think that awe and inspiration will hopefully shine through in the videos. Because it's not just I'm covering, okay, these are the most well-known, I know them very well, and like I'm teaching you. It's like right now as I'm reading this, I'm learning about all of these from scratch sort of thing. So I think that'd be a super interesting thing to do. 2316. Vaguely reptile-like creature. That describes Rose, I think. It's because of pluie makes the adjective feminine, and with the S, gris. Pluie gris. Again, that's a terrible pronunciation, but How can I mod people on this chat? Moderation activity. Pluie, are you French? Because if you are, there's no way I'm pronouncing a French word better than you are. Alright, so it's a large, vaguely reptile creature. Don't know where it came from. Extremely intelligent. It can speak. No, it can't speak. No, it can speak. It can move, speak. Alright, so it can speak, I'm guessing, English. Complex communication with another creature. To have a hatred of all life. Expressed in several interviews. Okay, that's a bit dodgy. High strength, high speed, high reflexes, which is terrifying. That microphone only has so much gain. I mean, it's not my favorite one, I'll be honest. It's a little shallow. It's just a super creepy, crazy reptile that's very intelligent and hates people. How can I change this side of it? Well, Pluie Gris, everyone has their own twang, you know? You gotta accept your individual uniqueness, you know? Yeah, basically what Crow said. Infinite IKEA. Oh, welcome, Strange Bear. I've got a lot of ones too. Welcome, Joseph Horst. Thanks for the subscription. Let me know what you're drinking, if you want. If you're drinking anything. Alright, we're exploring that one. What else are we on? We're on the 35. And the... What other ones did you guys have? 2316. Thank you, Strange Bear. Yeah, it's one of my favorite games and series, which is partly why I made the iceberg. It was a super fascinating one to do. So a lot of the times when I'm doing the icebergs, I won't know about a lot of the stuff in the iceberg. So I'm learning kind of as I go through it, and it's fun for me as well to learn all the new fascinating things in it. And that was definitely the case with the Fallout one. Tons of stuff I didn't know about until I did the iceberg. Rose, if you're still in the chat, how do you make an overlay? Like the Be Right Back overlay. Would I need to do something like create a graphic for it? Also, you're a mod now, by the way, so don't abuse your powers. Add a new scene, all right. So can you guys, if I click, does the stream change? I see those changes. Yeah, that makes sense. I should probably crop some of the So if I do something like that. Is that better for you guys? Less of kind of this side. So you get more of the screen, I guess. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's see if I copy that and that and that. Can you hear me on this one now then? I moved the microphone over as well. Okay, awesome. Actually, on this one, do you lose the background music when I go to this one? If I move those above. So you guys still get the lo-fi on this one? Just to confirm. It's at minus 15 decibels, the background music, which is pretty quiet. So I'm going to throw this on here. So I think you should be able to hear me now because I've moved the mic over to this one. Can you hear the background music on this one now? Can you hear the background music? Okay, you can hear the background music. Okay, awesome. Right, so if you move those over as well, then this should be working. And then I guess I add text, I guess. Oh, that's why it's not showing up. It's tiny. Actually, can I undo that? If I just adjust the font size here. There we go, that's probably better. Awesome. Hopefully that works. Hopefully you can still hear me, and hopefully you can see the alerts, and hopefully you can hear the background music. I will be right back in... Oh no, you can't. If I change the chat box color here. All right, if I change the color to white, that's better. The text you should be able to see, it's coming up. Alerts, I never get alerts, so. Be right back, guys. Just getting another drink. I have returned. Oh, thank you, Violet. It's perfect timing from me. Thank you for the $10. That'll go straight into the drinks funding. So I got a blanket as well. I got some drink in my other favorite mug. It's a really cool one. It's like a Celtic. You got the Celtic kind of knot here, and it's all green and strange. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Violet. I really appreciate it. Like I always say, honestly, you guys just... Even watching the videos helps me out and means a lot to me. And the ones who donate money as well as watching, it's just insane to me. Like, it really means the world to me, so thank you. And welcome, Oliver Solem. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the channel. And for anyone who cares, I made some eggs as well. Eggs with toast, bacon, and tea. Which I might show you the eggs, but it might be not safe for work. Thank you for the donation. Strange Bar and Grill. Which, if you guys don't know, it is that is my good friend Jason, who I didn't just drop a knife. Yeah, Strange Bar and Grill. Jason, he does some fantastic true crime videos. If you guys want to check him out, I'll try and find a link. But yeah, check out Jason's channel, Strange Bar and Grill, if you like true crime, if you like really strange cases, if you like some really messed up cases, because he does them. fantastically well. Good afternoon, Infinite Niskata? Infinite Lemon Scatter. I'm really confused how you say your name. But welcome anyway. Thank you, Jason. I don't know how entertaining me eating is. So, maybe we can put on a video. What's a good video to turn on? Any interesting cases that you guys know about? Welcome, Zoloff. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying the channel so far. We can maybe do an SCP video. See, they're a tiny bit boring to me, like... Also, that's kind of strange. He's how you can have top 22 and then top 15, and that's a little strange. But just the scariest... Oh my lord, that's a lot of views. Just the scariest ones, it limits it a little bit, I think. Because you can have the craziest, you can have the most creative, you can have the wildest. Well, welcome to the stream, Tommy. What are you drinking? And we are over a third way through the stream, which is fantastic. There's about 8 hours left. Actually, I know what we can do. I don't know if anyone here plays chess. But we can have a game of chess. I don't know if you can play as a guest on this one. Are we both guests? Let me try and get my log on for this. No, Pluie Gris, I have not. Maybe I heard of Gary Webb. Let me search it. And hello, Luffy. Welcome to the stream. No, I hadn't heard about Gary Webb. I will definitely do a. I'll definitely do some coverage of him though. Whether that's in the Unsolved Mysteries iceberg or or in a separate video. Yeah, this seems like a wild story. And it definitely seems par for the course. And I won't say much more than that, but Eleanor Zugan's case. Yeah, that sounds interesting. We can cover that as well. Poltergeist case. The thing is, when you look into like this Unsolved Mystery iceberg, it seems like a lot of entries. Which, I mean, there are a lot of entries, but this is like not even all of them, right? There's probably tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of unsolved mysteries and cases like this that are like really weird. That it just gets ridiculous at some point because, you know, you can be covering them for years and years and years and make so many videos on all of these, not just these ones, but on every other one, you know. Do you prefer Coke Zero or Coke Diet or regular Coke? Sorry guys, I'm just sorting something out. Trying to sort out the chess real quick. So I think I've got it sorted. Coke Zero as a preference. I think I prefer regular Coke. Then probably Coke Zero, then Diet Coke. I've never really been a huge fan of Diet Coke. So I don't know who at home plays chess. But if you do, then we can always play along. We're playing Herbie 101 from Austria. And this is on an account that I never use. So I think the ratings are they're a bit funny. And I'm honestly not a great chess player. I used to be a little bit better. But you fall out of practice, you know. Yeah, so here's a basic, very basic chess lesson. Pawns move one square forward, and they can attack diagonally only. So these two pawns can't attack each other, and they also can't move because they're blocking each other. Horses, whatever you want to call them, knights, they move in like an L shape, so they can go like here, they can go here. And that's all the places they can go. And they're also unique because they're the only piece that can jump over things. So, for instance, what's a good example? So I can go here. That's a bad example. I can go. There you go. This piece could go here. And the horse can jump here. Even though my bishop's in the way. And it won't take the bishop. It'll take whatever it lands on. But it's the only square that can jump over. Whereas, say, for this piece, it can't go here. Because this piece is blocking it, right? So, yeah, horses move in an L shape. This is how they move. Pawns move one square forward. These bishops, these ones, they move diagonally. And these rooks or castles, they move in a straight line. And obviously this one can't move at all because it's fully blocked in by the other pieces. Queens are fantastic because they can do basically the job of the bishop and the rook. They can go diagonally, they can go straight, they can go all these directions. So queens are super, super powerful. And the kings can go also in the same direction, but only one square at a time. And the kings are basically the most important piece. If you lose your king, essentially, then you just lose the game. So a really good foundational starting point is a plan for the early game in chess. You want to move a few of your pawns outwards to give you some more breathing room. You want to get your basic pieces developed, so your bishops, your knights. You want to get them into play a little bit. You want to do a move called castling, which I won't get into because it's a little complicated. But it basically moves your king over to safety, and then you play the game that way. So as you can see, this knight is attacking my pawn here. So if I don't do anything, if I just move, say, this move, if I move this here, the next move, he will probably just attack my pawn, and he'll win the pawn because I don't have anything to attack him with. So, the general idea is when something is attacked like this, you want to defend it in some way. So you basically want a piece that can, if the knight attacks you, you can defend it. So there's many, many different ways to do that. You can move this back here, so that you're defending the pawn essentially. You can move the queen here, so that you're also defending the pawn. You can move this pawn forward, so that you would be defending the pawn this way. You could move this knight up here, so that you are defending the pawn that way. So there's a few different ways to do it. You can also do a counter-attack. So, if they're attacking this one, then you can attack another piece and kind of threaten that. But for now, we'll just defend that piece. And I think I'll only be playing one game of chess, by the way. And then we'll get back into these mysteries, these SCPs. And we are currently, as you can see the timer, we are currently waiting for this guy to make a move. Maybe he's streaming as well, so he's taking a while to explain. I don't know. I finally understood chess. Yeah, no worries. It's a very simple game, honestly. Just to learn the basics of it, it's very simple. Excuse me. But you can get obviously very complex with it. You can do massive deep dives into it, and it gets very complicated and intense. So it's a very high ceiling. So you can obviously, the best in the world aren't even, the best. There's still a ways to go. The game isn't solved yet. But I think it's very easy to get into the basics of. Because, really, there's only this many squares. You're always going to have the same board. There's no new squares ever being invented. It's all the same pieces. There's only, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 types of pieces. The moves are always the same. The rules never change. And that's it. So to learn the basics of, how to play, yeah, it's basically an infinite skill ceiling. Because you have the best in the world they get beaten every time by AI and by computers. So the best in the world clearly aren't, the best. Because computers are able to beat them. But then we develop other computers that are able to beat these computers much more easily. And we haven't reached the ceiling of the skill level yet. So as you can see, this guy has this guy has developed his bishop here. So yeah, the singularity. So obviously that's a better square for the bishop. So over here, when the bishop was over here, you know, it was kind of blocked in by here. It wasn't doing much. It's in its own corner, so it's a little wonky. When he moves it out to here, suddenly he's attacking all of these areas. He's controlling all of that, as well as that, as well as that. So it's a very good square for the bishop. It's why I did the same thing on my bishop earlier. But he's not threatening anything immediately. You know, he's attacking this pawn, I guess. But if he takes the pawn, I can just take back with the king. So it's not a big deal. I'm going to do the fancy move that I mentioned earlier, which is castling. So you basically move the king to safety. It's a move you can do it only one time in the game, but it just puts your king into a safer position. So your king moves over 2, where it can normally only move over 1, and your rook goes on the other side of it. So that just helps develop your rook, brings it out to the center, which is a better area, and it puts your king over to safety. And he might very well do the same thing over here. What's for lunch? For lunch is 4 eggs, 2 slices of, I guess you'd call it Canadian bacon over in America, 2 pieces of toast, some brown sauce, and an English tea with milk, and I'm going to add some honey into it. I doubt any of you will have questions, but if you have any questions about chess or about the game, then do feel free to chime in. And as I said, for anyone who's not interested in chess or bored by it or confused by it, we will get back into the mysteries just after I finished lunch. And we do have like 7 hours left of the stream, so there'll be a lot of mysteries to get into. And this guy is taking a long time. Like, this is fairly okay. He's done the castling. So when you're deciding which move to make, which piece to play, this is an opponent. This is just a dude from Austria called Herbie0101. I don't like playing against AI because it just feels weird. It feels like I just really like playing against people. So when you're thinking about which move to play, which piece to move, you have to look at which of your pieces aren't in great positions. So we talked earlier about developing pieces early on. You know, getting them out into the center of the board, getting them more active. So we can see from this rook, it's moved from here to here. It's a little more active. This horse is moved, you know, it's a little more active up here. It's developed. The bishop has been developed. It's out here. So typically the rule is without a good reason, you shouldn't move these pieces again. Unless you're, you know, drastically improving the position or unless you're attacking something. So we have all of these pieces over here which haven't moved once and they haven't been developed. So if you're ever in need of a move, don't know what to play, just simply develop the pieces that aren't yet developed. So, you know, something like this, it's a fantastic move. He has moved here, just which is a fine move. He's just defending these pieces. It helps, and this piece is already defended by here. So, you know, you find these patterns often where you get triangles of pawns, or scales like this, because this one, you can't attack this one, because then this one will take back, right? So this horse can't attack here, because I'll take here. And the pawns are worth less than a horse, so I'll win a horse for the price of a pawn, which is not a good deal for him. And then you can't attack this pawn, because that pawn is defended by that pawn. So that's the whole point of, that's the whole idea of these pyramids. If there was a pawn here, you know, because everything is strengthening the front line, essentially. So again, if we want to develop a piece, we can move this here. We can be a little bit more aggressive, move it here. We can't move it here or here. Well, we can, but if you notice, if it's here, then this pawn here can just take it for free, and we just lose a piece. And it's the same with here as well. So that's what's meant by controlling squares. So this pawn here, say, controls these. This pawn here controls these. It defends here. So you want more control, which is one of the reasons why you should aim to have your pieces more in the center. Because say my horse was here. You're only controlling 4 squares from this point. Whereas my horse here, a little more in the center, controls twice as many squares, right? So this is controlling all of these squares if you look. It doesn't look like that because you can't see all these places, right? But you have to kind of just imagine, say this, controlling all of these squares. So if it's more center, it's better typically. And I notice I'm getting very low on time explaining this, but let's just go for a move. We get these undeveloped pieces here. Let's move this out to here. He seems to be pre-moving, which is, so he set up, see how he immediately moved here? That means he chose this move before I had even done this move. So he had no idea what I was going to do. So that's often a very bad move if you're doing that. Because it means I can probably get away with doing stuff like this. So my whole idea here is, right, if I take this, normally he just takes back. But if he's pre-moving, maybe he just pre-moves this knight to attack here. So if I do move here, and he pre-moves here, then I can just take his queen, which is the most powerful piece on the board, so I win a queen. That's if he's pre-moving. So hopefully he is, and if not, then it's not too bad because he just takes me back. And the bishops and the knights are worth roughly the same amount, so they're fine to trade for one another. Okay, and he hasn't pre-moved. So typically the cost of, or the worth of pawns will be 1. I wonder if I can write this down. So, That is some god-awful writing. So pawns are roughly worth 1 point. Bishops and let's just call them horses. They're knights. But they're worth roughly 3 points. Hello, American Weather. Welcome to the stream. What are you drinking today? Rooks, which is these castle-y ones here. They are worth roughly 5 points. And then the queens are worth roughly 9 points. And then the kings, of course, if you lose your king, you just lose the game. So, but this is a very general rule. You can be up in material. Say, I can have 2 more pawns than the guy. So technically, I'd be up 2 points. But that's just like the points don't really matter. They're like a general ballpark sort of idea for kind of gauging maybe who is more likely to win, who has a better position on the board sort of thing. Because you can have positional advantages as well. So if my position looks a lot better than his, I can be down 2 pawns and still be up in points because maybe I have a higher chance to win. Maybe he's about to be, about to lose his king or something like that. But this is a good general rule. So you can trade bishops for horses as a general rule, but you shouldn't trade bishops for your rook. If you've got a rook here, you're giving up 5 points and you're getting roughly 3 points back. So that's the idea anyway. So that means to give up a queen, you really need to take like 3 of these pieces to be like even, So that's why these queens are so insanely powerful. Right, so we can go here. It's nice and safe here. We're not attacked by anything. And we are just attacking his queen. So another thing to learn with chess is tempo as well. So I've made a move. And normally, if I make a normal move that doesn't threaten anything, the opponent can then do whatever they want, right? If I do just a normal move like this, it's not threatening anything. So the opponent has basically all of the choices. The opponent can, well, he wouldn't do that, but the opponent can develop a piece. He can move a piece somewhere. He can develop this. He can move a rook somewhere. He can move the queen. Like, he can do whatever he wants. But if you move with tempo, so if you threaten something when you move, then you kind of force them to deal with that threat. So see, he had to move the queen back. So he didn't have time to move this piece here or move this piece here. And if you can kind of constantly do that with moves, then you win time essentially. Right, so I got this one piece that's not been developed and this queen as well. So I'm thinking I can move here. So see, a move like this serves a few purposes. So you develop the queen, as I said, try and get the pieces off of their starting squares. You also move this out of the way so that your rook can now come out. And I was threatening this piece. So I was threatening the horse that was here because it wasn't defended. There's no pieces that are defending it. So it kind of forced the horse to move, So the horse did move. It did take a piece, so I need to take something back to be even, and this pawn is the only piece that can take it. So we'll go ahead and do that. Do I like mustard? Yes. I do like mustard, I suppose. It's a bit of a strange question, but yes is probably the answer. Good night, American weather. Where are you from in the world? If you go and sleep now. Vodka cranberry. That sounds like a nice nighttime drink. So again here, I need to move a little bit faster because my time is dwindling. But as you can see, he moved the pawn. He attacked my my horse. So I have to move the horse basically, unless I want to lose a piece. So you can't move it here because this piece is attacked. You can't move it here because this piece is attacked. So like, I can't really move it to any of these squares. Or here. So I've got three choices essentially, and I think this is a fine one to move it to. And if he does take my horse, then I'll just take him back with the queen. See, this is an example of a pre-move that's... Actually, I won't get into it. I should have learnt my lesson from the space iceberg. I don't want to confuse you guys too much. Okay, so he didn't take me. He just further attacked this horse. So since we have two attackers on the horse and we only have one defender, you can move the horse, but I think I'll just double defend the horse. So we got a double attack, and you need to make sure you have the same amount of defenders. Because if you can imagine, if this pawn was here and it was his turn, he could take the horse, and I have my queen that's defending, so the queen takes him back. But then his queen will just take my queen, and then I just lose a queen. So you need to make sure those things are equalized. So he's not really threatening anything. He's just he's attacking this horse again. So I'm kind of lost for moves, and I should probably make a move. These moves now aren't going to be the best moves because I don't have time to think, because I've wasted so much time in explaining. A pre-move, as in you took that turn in order to set up something you want to do a few turns from now. No, so I probably didn't explain that too well. So a pre-move is essentially saying that no matter what, like normally when they make a move, then it comes over to you. You have time, you can think, oh, do I want to do this or that or that? I'll just go back here. A pre-move is basically no matter what move the opponent does, you automatically make this move. So you normally shouldn't do that because I don't even know what I'm doing here. Let's go here, I suppose. Because you obviously want the choice to do whatever move you want to do whenever your opponent does a move. So I don't know if the opponent's going to go here or here or here or here or here. I have no idea. So it doesn't make sense for me to do a single move and not take into account what the opponent has done. Right, because if they attack here, then I want to attack back and capture the piece. If they move here, say, then... Oh, that piece is stuck. Then maybe you'd want to do something else. So it doesn't make sense to pre-move most of the time. The only time you should pre-move is when you are pre-defending a piece. Because that pre-move only... Yeah, the pre-move only comes into effect then if... so say for an example, I can't move my... Now, what's a better example? This rook cannot legally move to this square because my own piece is there. Right, if I had the enemy pawn here instead, then yes, I could legally move here and then I take the pawn. But if I try to move here, it's not a legal move, it won't let me. So, by doing a pre-move on your own pieces, which is, I think, the only time you should do pre-moves, by doing a pre-move on your own pieces, it only pre-moves when your piece gets taken. So for the example I gave, if I pre-move my rook to go here, if he does any other move, if he goes here, if he goes here, then it'll just cancel the pre-move and I get to do, you know, whatever other move that I wanted to do. Because I can't legally move there, right? So I don't lose anything if he doesn't take the piece. And if he does take the piece, and I know as soon as he takes the piece, I'll definitely want to recapture the piece. Then when they do capture the piece, this bishop will be here. So then I can legally move here and capture it. I hope that's all making sense. I explained that really in a roundabout way and really badly, I think. But see, he's just attacking my piece here. So I don't know. I'm kind of lost for moves here. Yeah. So it's only something you can do in a computer or an online version of the game. So say if you're trying to save time, I might just make this pre-move. And see, I made the pre-move. He didn't attack this piece. And so the pre-move is just cancelled. So now I can have a choice of what move to do. So he's obviously attacking this piece. So I just need to move it out of the way. It's quite simple. Just maybe move back here. See, this piece is weak now. My knight can attack it. And there's no pieces that are defending this piece. Except this piece. So if I can get this piece out of the way somehow, that might be something to attack. And I have a feeling I'm going to lose this game. I think my position here is worse. There are some, again, it's just, he's attacking my piece here. So, I can just move it out of the way. I am very low on time. This game will not have a happy ending. I can tell you that right now. If I win this, it'll be an absolute miracle. So now I lose this piece here, which is very sad. Ah, this is an awful game. So see, this guy's up 4 points. And I have no moves to play. This is a tragic game. Dang it, I didn't see that. I rushed the move. Alright, this is like the Titanic ship going down now. Yeah. I think I can go here. And then he'll have to move there, and then I move there. And then I take the... Because he's in check. When you're in check, if there's a piece attacking your king, you have to either move the king or destroy the piece, or block the piece. So I moved here. I was attacking his king. He had to move the king. And when he moves it, now I can attack this this rook. And then I'm attacking him again. He has to move his king. And now, just like in drafts, if you get a one of these pawns to the other side of the board, then it becomes a queen. And I'm just thinking about the best way to do this. So I go here, become a queen, he takes, I take with check, he moves, I take. That could be pretty good, we'll be about even. Or I could take here, check, he goes here. Then I could move back, he takes here. I think that might be the best way. Turn that into a queen. He's going to take me here because my queen's worth more now. I'm going to take his piece with check. He has to move the king. He's probably going to move here. Just to attack me more. Then I can move here, take his pawn, attack him again, so he has to move. Then if he moves here, I can move down here. And I'm threatening taking this pawn. If he moves here, it's fantastic. Alright. He can only move down here, because if you notice my pawn, it's controlling this square. And my knight is controlling this square. And it's also controlling this square. So he can only move here or here if he wants to move towards me. And either way, he's not defending this piece. So he can move here now. And he threatens both of these. But if he moves here, I'll move here with check. He'll take the pawn. But now his king is all the way on this side of the board. And basically the plan here is just to head over with my knight and my king. And basically gobble up these pawns over here. That's basically the plan. Move here with check. I think he'll move here. He can't move here. And fantastic. So he... So, I don't know how I won that. Don't ask me how I won that. I have no idea. But we won that anyway. So the whole obviously this guy surrendered because I have a whole rook ahead of him, and it wasn't looking really great for him. The whole point is I moved here, he's in check, he needs to move again. Then I move here, I take his pawn, he's in check, so he needs to move again. He'll probably move here. I can move my bishop out of the way. And it's just a slow grind of I move my pawns up here one by one. I move my king up. And then use my horse to, take this pawn as well. And then I get these both to the end, turn them into queens, and then just win the game. So at this point, he is miles ahead. As you can see, he is +8, which is insane. So I moved here. He sacrificed one of his rooks for the horse, which isn't a terrible idea when you're up this much material. You can sacrifice a little bit just to bring it to the end game a little faster. So he did that. He moved here. And then I moved here to take the pawn, which is not defended by anything. And I think this was his mistake in that he moved... I think he moved there. No, he moved there. So his whole idea was that he's threatening the horse, and then if I move, he can attack the pawn behind me. But by moving my pawn forward, if he then takes this, then I, with the pawn, diagonally take his rook, and I have a queen, right, which is fantastic. So when I do that, the only good move he can do is to block me with his rook, so that I can't take diagonally anywhere because there's nothing to take, and I also can't move forward. But then when he does that, I'm able to move the horse in here, which puts him in check, and it also attacks his rook. So normally if the king is, say, here, and I move in here just attacking his rook, then he can just like move the rook somewhere. But because he's in check, he can't move the rook anywhere, because if he moves the rook, his king is still in check. What he needs to deal with is the check. So he has to move the king, and when he moves the king anywhere, then you just take the rook for free. And then yeah, then obviously it was a case of taking the rook. He moves there. Actually, you know what, right, so that's check. So again, he has to move the king, and I'm threatening taking this, so he moves here. So then yeah, then at this point in the game, I'm up 2 points somehow. Take everything back, and then he made a few mistakes there. And yeah, what a comeback. That was a bit bonkers, but fun game anyway. Right, so I think we've got a few more I think we've got a few more questions on the Q&A. Which I'll go through. I don't know who is still watching. Maybe a few people on in the background. But we'll go through a few of the Q&A questions. We got some honey as well, which is raw honey, super fantastic, super healthy for you. I'm just going to add a bit of that to my tea. The rank system. So the rank system is an ELO system. It's nice to know all of you creepers are still here. Yeah, let's get some Q&A stuff. I'm glad all you guys are still here. Pluie gris. Pluie gris. Pluie gris. Frog. Rose. Let's put on some. I want to put on a little bit of. Let me know if any of this is too loud, because it's a different style of music. Is the music okay? The volume? And we're coming up on halfway through the stream, which is which feels both super long and super short. Like it doesn't feel like almost 6 hours has passed. But also, it feels like, wow, the stream's half over already. That's crazy, you know? Alright, I'll leave the music as it is. If you guys think it's too loud or too quiet, just let me know in the comments. Right, so let's go through some SCPs. I know a few of you said some of these were your favorites and you were super interested in them, but I can't remember who said what, so... Yeah, a 12-hour stream is kind of work. It doesn't feel like work to me, because most of the time, if I'm working all day, it's going insane from editing. So this is quite chill, I think. I like it. Is it possible to get a subscriber goal on the screen? Does that work? Longest stream was almost 6 hours. Yeah, it is a long stream. There's a unique URL paste on ad browser. Well, Rose, I don't need to do that anymore. I don't need to add browser because I'm using Streamlabs instead of OBS. So Streamlabs has everything built into it. There's so many widgets here. Let's end after 03. Starting amount 0. How many subscribers can we get by the end of the stream? Was it 6 hours, quarter of a day? I'll probably get around 30. So let's set 50 as a high amount. You know, stretch the goal sort of thing. That is fantastic timing. Welcome to the stream, Michael. And welcome to the... yeah, thank you for being the first subscriber on the subscriber goal. Yes, remember to like the stream. I should change a bunch of these texts to... to black text, I think. Right, the bar color is the bar background, the text. Alright, that's probably fine. And then, what else we got? Chat box. Alright, we can make the text color... Thank you for the super like. Super like? Is it super like? Super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Zoloff. I appreciate that a lot, a lot. You guys help me out more than you know just by watching. So donating as well is absolutely wild, and thank you. Yes, 8 billion subscribers. That's the goal. Which I don't think that's such a crazy goal, because there's 9 billion people on Earth, so that's not even all the people on Earth. Yeah, thank you again, Zoloff. I need to change that delay. Global delay. I think that might be better. Alright, so let's close that up. Let's could maybe move me to the other side. And fantastic, the light is started to go dark. So there's no awful glare on my face anymore. Alright, so we got SCP-035. I think this was the one that was communicating with the lizard. So you had the lizard that we were exploring. And I think this was the SCP that was communicating. Yeah, SCP-001. It's a really messed up SCP. Although there's a few different theories about what it might be, you know. But I think the lizard thing was communicating with this thing when they were in containment. But this thing needs to be locked up at all times. Doors triple locked. I wonder what it does though. It's just a mask. Must be moved to a newly sealed case every 2 weeks. The previous case must be disposed of via SCP-101, which we'll have a little look into that one as well. As it shows no adverse reactions to 035's corruption. So it's a white porcelain comedy mask. That is super cool. See, I really like the creativity aspect of that. Where it's not just terrifying or scary. It seemingly dynamically changes from comedy to tragedy mask, this one. And when it does, all the photographs, all video footage of it. So this photograph, when it changes to tragedy, the photograph will change to tragedy as well. Every photograph in the entire world of this will also change to tragedy when it changes. Which is obviously bonkers, but it is those bonkers things that I find really fun and creative. Actually, I wonder if this... I wonder if this thing changes as well. That would be super cool. Oh my god, it does! I freaking love that. So is it just every time you refresh it changes? Or is it randomized? Current source. I know, right? I didn't even know that would happen. I just expected because of the wording here. So we got that, which is O2 new GIF. Is there the other one somewhere here? It doesn't look like, so it might be loading. Yeah, that is super cool. I don't know how they managed to control it and to determine. Yeah, I was guessing it was determined randomly on the page. Although I've refreshed it a bunch of times and it's still sad. So it might just be a time-based thing. Yeah, that might be it, American weather. It definitely seems like something like that because it's not changing back to happy. That is really cool, though. So a highly corrosive and degenerative vicious liquid constantly seeps from the eye and mouth holes. Right, that's kind of horrible. If it changes back to happy, let me know, and we can see if it's the same for both of us. Right, so it's this evil mask that has corruption. It changes from happy to sad. There's a super degenerative, corrosive liquid coming out of all of its orifici. Anything that comes into contact with it slowly decays over time. Okay, so you can use glass. It decays the slowest, but you still need to change it every 2 weeks. If you get close to it, you get a strong urge to wear the mask. Causing brain death, which is always fun. No effect is found to be placed when placed on the face of an animal. So you can literally strap this thing onto a dog. And it's just no problem. You can just have the dog running around completely fine. But if you put it on a human, it basically kills the person, mummifies them, not mummifies them, zombifies them, and they get taken over by the mask, essentially. You can also have conversations with this mask. And it's typically quite well versed. It actually knows some things. Highly intelligent, charismatic personality. Amiable, which is friendly and flattering. Scored on the 99th percentile of all intelligence and aptitude tests. 99th percentile, that is huge. That's the top 1% of all intelligent beings. That's really cool. One of the loots you can find. I like when games and stories tie in references to other things. And it also has photographic memory, so whatever it sees, it'll never forget. Super manipulative, bordering on mind control, sadistic, so it likes causing pain and destroying things. Found sealed inside of a crypt in Venice in the 1800s. And I think these are forcefully redacted, right? I don't think we can bypass them. Yeah, I don't think we can. What are these ones? Is that the same SE? Is this addendums are just further information on them, I guess? So it's able to possess anything that has a humanoid shape. That is messed up. So that includes mannequins, corpses, and statues. So you can put this on a statue, on a marble statue, and it'll take over the statue, start walking around as if it's the statue. So basically tried to escape. All the staff that it had convinced to let it out, they were terminated. It's capable of telepathy, as I said earlier. Ah, that's interesting. So this mask, it kind of has to keep... Oh, it's happy now. That's strange. I want to test something. Is this a GIF? No, this is a JPEG, right? So this is a JPEG. So I think the default ones on the website, they're JPEGs. Whereas this is a GIF. Right, this is a GIF, which means it's almost like a video. So it's changing all the time. So I think this is just a permanent GIF, and the GIF might be 5 minutes long, and then half of it will be the happy face, and half of it will be the tragedy face. I think that's how they've done it. But yeah, this basically, when you put it on something, then it starts to degenerate it and decay it. So I think it was interested in 7-minute GIF that flips from happy to sad. You've actually been digging into it. I just took a hunch that it might be that. So yeah, if this mask is able to see, it had connections, it had a good bonding with our indestructible lizard here, because the lizard constantly regenerates, right? So if this mask can somehow get onto the lizard, then the mask will just stay on it forever, because the lizard never degenerates. Very interesting. I think the rest of this just goes on about some of the stuff that it's done. It can speak a bunch of old languages. What the heck even is this thing? SCP-148, I wonder what that is. Okay, so it basically just constantly excretes corrosive human blood, which is kind of twisted, kind of messed up, but it is what it is. Alright, 148. So I think this was the healing one. Is to be stored as 120 cast ingots. So I still don't know what it is yet. So it's a metallic substance. So it's stored as these ingots, as these molds. Alright, so this metal, it blocks mind-affecting properties. That is quite interesting. SCP-01010101. Alright, so I'm getting as a pattern, most of these are just keep them locked behind tons of concrete and locked doors and security guards. That is true. The subscriber goal isn't updating. I think it might be only public subscribers that come through, because not everyone has their subscriber set to public. I might just end up removing it then. Right, so this bag, let's see what it does. Right, set behind an airlock. Two guards, overlapping shifts, pretty standard. It appears as a bag, so it might not be an actual bag. The bag changes sizes. So it has a semi-humanoid mouth. It's basically a mimic sort of thing. It's a bag that changes sizes and I think changes styles. And in the opening of the bag, there's a large mouth with maybe a tongue, so it just consumes things. The mouth appears wet and spongy. Gross. Bag can't move around, which is always fantastic. This was 1 DB Cooper. So they found the bag when they found DB Cooper. And obviously in real life they never found DB Cooper. But this is saying they basically found a body with a parachute. With the bag. This is one of the greatest music videos they have as well. So they use this bag to dispose of anything within the SCP, I'm pretty sure. Used as a means of refuse disposal. So it can literally just eat anything. So anything you want to dispose of. Or if you have other SCPs, you can maybe throw them in as well. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Kind of wild. But still interesting. SCP-4715. Yeah, I know, it sounds surprisingly handy. Except for the fact that it can, you know, eat and kill you at a moment's notice. But aside from that, it's incredibly handy. That would be a downside. Yeah, just a minor downside, you know. Eating you and killing you. That's just... 'Tis but a flesh wound. So this creature here, 4715, is a large hexapodal. I think that means 6-footed. 6-footed mammal carnivore with chimeric morphology. Five meters tall and weighing 2.5 tons. So it's kind of strange. It's kind of cat-like. It's kind of dinosaur-like. It's kind of mammalian, obviously. Hexapodal. Is that six-legged? Yeah, six-legged. So it could be something like a dinosaur. I mean, assuming the wings count as legs. I mean, it might be something like this. That's so strange, having 6 legs. With a stout muzzle. I'm trying to figure out what its abilities are. Well, it's not very intelligent. Highly aggressive. So if this creature perceives an entity as a threat, basically, it will rapidly gain mass proportional to the number of such entities and the intensity of these feelings. So it's around 2.5 tons normally. If you fire a weapon at it, say. If you fire a massive weapon at it, the larger it's kind of like the Hulk. The larger the weapon, the larger the threat, the greater size it grows to. So it has one example here of it growing to 56 tons from just 2 tons. And from 5 meters height up to, where is it, 25 meters? 24 meters height. Which is insane. So say it's out in the wild and something catastrophic happens. Like a volcano or meteor or something. It might just grow stupidly large and powerful to defend itself from that. Depictions in recovered artifacts. So there's some drawings or statues of this creature being super huge, apparently. So after the threat goes away, then it shrinks back down. It's super healing. Grows back a bunch of its limbs. Grows back a bunch of stuff. Grows back within around a week. That is kind of terrifying, if I'm honest. Has these giant horns. 6 legs. And look at the size it's grown. Look at these humans down here. These are the bloody humans, and this is the size it's at. That's whack. Then we have 2316. I forget who suggested this. It's pretty fancy. We have some graphics going on already. This photo is kind of eerie. I don't know why. It just kind of creeps me out a little bit. Two, 2316 is the designation of the anomalous phenomenon existing within lake somewhere. Probably in America if it's in county. As far as I can tell, it's just a lake. So basically it says don't approach SCP-2316. Use like a robot or a dummy or a probe or something. Oh, the lake in which this is located. So I'm guessing the SCP is probably the island or the trees. The whole lake has been quarantined and fenced off. If you come within 50 meters of the lake, you are considered to be lost. But it appears just as a... So it's a group of corpses floating in the center of this river, of this lake. And when you come up to it, you recognize the people floating in it as people you know. And so that lures you in more to try and save them, I guess. But then by going closer, it takes you and kills you. And turns you into one of these bodies. this date, to date, none of these have been recovered. Yeah, that's kind of a wild one. That's kind of scary, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is a little bit nightmare fuel. It's not the most nightmare fuel-y, I would say. There's definitely scarier ones. It is kind of creepy though how it forces you to recognize the bodies in the water as like childhood friends or people you knew or something. Alright, so SCP-079 is in a secure holding site. Alright, take care, American weather. Hope you have a good night. Okay, so this one's kind of creepy. It's a computer built in the 1970s. It has passed the Turing test and is quite conversational. Which means it basically has full artificial intelligence. Not like the stuff we have nowadays, but it's basically conscious. And it's conversational. And it's rude and hateful. It can only use and remember what it's collected in the last 24 hours. So it basically always has 24 hours to escape. Because after 24 hours it'll forget the information it got. But it never forgets its desire to escape, so it's always trying to escape. They were able to communicate between themselves and other SCPs. But it is permanently stored. Is that the lizard? Yeah, this super intelligent lizard. This computer's permanently stored the lizard into its memory, often asking to speak to him again. That's kind of creepy. So the lizard was able to type onto this computer. So it's basically a very intelligent, manipulative computer that's always trying to escape. It's kind of interesting.
Into the wrong hands.
SCP objects are classified into three main categories of safety: safe, or understood objects which can be left alone with no major consequences; Euclid, for not well understood objects which may cause containment breaches if not actively watched; and Keter, for dangerous objects that will break containment and do harm unless they are surveyed 24/7, and may cause an end-of-the-world scenario.
What's with all the spooky noises?
SCP-1351. Object Class: Euclid. SCP-1351 is a cave located within the Mammoth Cave National Park in Kentucky. Interestingly enough, this cave in no way follows the rules of gravity, space, nor time, as the warp tunnel beneath this sanctuary of the Earth's surface wraps around itself to form its own gravitational point. Basically, the floor begins to twist, and the one rock wall twists alongside it, reassuming positions parallel to its original location. It's been reported that the gravity within the cave depends on the situation and angle of the floor. The cave enters with a hole in the ceiling, which is unusual in comparison to the majority of the caves in the national park. However, the temporal anomalies within the cave itself has gained the most attention,
Anomalies.
as no one can give logical reason to explain
Man
why
doesn't know how to pronounce anomalies.
or how they happen. A standard perimeter fence and signs warning away unauthorized personnel, and the access road to the entrance of SCP-1351 is marked authorized vehicles only.
So is this
to match
SCP
nearby park roads which are not open to the general public.
just a cave?
The permanent security team are the United States National Park Rangers and civilian speleologists. SCP-1351 was most recently discovered in 1995 by National Park Service speleologists, mapping the cavern to determine if it connected to the main cave system in the park. 3 expedition teams surveyed the interior between 1995 and 2002, determining the cavern to be sufficiently safe for a permanent research presence. Research operations are still ongoing. SCP-049. Object Class: Euclid. SCP-049 is another humanoid character who, in addition to his mask, wears a black hooded robe replicating that of which worn by plague doctors in 16th century Europe.
Okay, not gonna lie, this
The
footage
realized
is
clothing is actually a part of
crazy creepy.
SCP-049's physical figure, and although it feels like leather, it is actually the same material as its muscle tissue. 049's
Is that from, like, a video
very
game?
lethal to humans, causing the victim to suffer and then die. The plague doctor will dissect the body.
Oh, is this where it's
injecting
from?
certain chemicals into
Containment Breach?
After a period of a few
The video
minutes,
game?
the victim will resume vital signs and appear to reanimate. However, it seems completely without higher brain functions and will wander aimlessly until it encounters another living human. At that point, the adrenaline and endorphin levels increase to approximately 300%, as it will attempt to kill any human beings it can find before returning to its mindless state and wandering until it comes across more humans. Detailed autopsies of 049's victims have found several unusual substances within the body, including an in the sternum region. However,
Thanks for that.
several have yet to be identified and remain classified. The behavior of SCP-049 is unpredictable, and although it doesn't seem too menacing, the physical appearance is far from inviting. SCP-049 is held in a research sector heavily guarded and monitored at all times. It's been noted the SCP is capable of speech, as noted in one of the interviews held by Dr.
Now playing audio log 2957.
What is this place?
What? It's
A laboratory. It is quite marvelous.
Dude, that voice is awesome.
And I find it no wonder I've seen so few victims of the disease in here.
Yeah. You see, I thought you incapable of speech. I'm somewhat startled you, can.
Oh my, yes, good sir, I simply prefer not to. Most victims of the disease are quite melancholy, and I do not react at all well to conversation. I've seen you several times now, and have not detected the disease in you. Therefore, I assume you are also a doctor.
Yes, actually. Call me but what disease are you talking about?
Why, good doctor, the great pestilence.
The doctor sounds a bit like an actor though.
Great pestilence. Oh, the plague. Yeah, should have seen that coming. But no one here is infected, I can assure you.
Oh, good doctor, I can assure you the pestilence is here, and I can sense it. It is my duty in life to rid the world of it. My cure is most effective.
Your cure? Your cure has cost hundreds of lives. Your cure is faulty.
Good doctor,
This doctor is
my cure is most effective.
Explain how it is
top
effective.
tier voice acting.
Answer me. Dr. acknowledges authorized personnel to report to Lab 15A immediately. This interview is over. Subject refuses to speak and will now be placed back into containment.
End of recording.
It is kind of creepy though.
SCP-1382.
Six-legged Balrog. Balrogs are crazy interesting.
SCP-1382 is a Red Sea Mark water buoy floating on the surface of Lake Michigan. All air and sea traffic must be redirected away.
I swear, with these, I think people are just running out of ideas for these SCPs. Oh, we got one that's a bag, one that's a coffee machine. This one is a buoy in the sea. It's good because they're getting creative with it, but it's still a bit whack.
From containment site. Although SCP-1382 has taken a fair amount of structural damage during its lifetime, it still stands tall, occasionally flashing out the SOS distress signal in Morse code.
So that's the SCP right there.
This mysterious buoy is anchored to a downed airliner lying deep beneath the surface.
Video's
of
a little
water
quiet.
Named Flight 441. This derelict aircraft contains the skeletal remains of 56 passengers and crew members who begin to animate, obtaining their natural body temperature of
Is that better?
37.0 degrees Celsius as registered by thermal imaging scanners and assume into the crash position in their seats. After 13 seconds of activity, all instances of passengers turn to face SCP-1382. They remain in this position until SCP-1382 ceases its SOS, at which point they collapse and become inert. It has been reported that the passengers are distressed due to the accounts before the crash, as opposed to the crash itself,
This one
implying
seems a little
that
boring.
every
SCP-002.
Number 2.
Object Class Euclid. SCP-002 resembles a tumorous, fleshy growth with a volume of roughly 60 centimeter cubed. An iron valve hatch on one side leads to its interior, which appears to be a standard low-rent apartment of modest size. The interior of the fleshy sphere is decorated like a low-cost rented apartment, with furniture made up from
That is
biological matter,
so
such as
creepy.
bone,
What the hell?
hair, and more, all of which are from the human body.
It's like a flesh
In
apartment.
addition to this, there is also a window to be found on the interior, though no such breach can be seen when trying to view from the exterior. All matter tested thus far show independent or fragmented DNA
Flesh piano,
sequences
awesome.
from each object inside of the room. There have been 7 cases of Foundation personnel disappearing after entering this SCP for examination, and roughly at the same time, new furniture could be found inside of the room, consisting of a lamp and some rugs. The furniture was, again, made up of the biological matter of the human body, presumably the biological matter of the 7 personnel that mysteriously disappeared. As detailed in the archive under the Mulhausen report, SCP-002 was first discovered in a small crater in northern where it struck Earth from orbit in 1994.
It's so creepy to think of these things actually existing from outer space.
SCP-804. Object Class Keter. SCP-804 is said to be the remnants of a sculpture found by a group of artists. Said sculpture consists of a model, transparent globe with a few smaller globes situated around it. Whilst the globes swivel on the axis that they were constructed on, any man-made material within a 100-meter radius, including the tissue of a human being, will gradually decay. When it comes to inanimate objects, such as clothes, buildings,
welcome TY
or
Bo.
anything else
Welcome
of
to the stream.
sort,
And
the speed of decay is slightly
thank you for
accelerated.
subscribing.
Biologically speaking,
You are very
however,
welcome.
the corrosion
You're
of the
very
body
welcome
is
here.
a great deal slower and requires a long period of exposure to cause any permanent or noteworthy damage. This mainly consists of loss of body mass and leaving with symptoms of severe starvation, but both of these aspects can be fixed with the correct amount of medical care. Exposed to whatever force this SCP admits for an extended period of time would cause the skeleton to collapse and inevitably lead to death. Tests have been carried out to see if the results obtained from the reaction with human matter would be the same as with animal matter, but to no avail. Because of the nature of SCP-804, it is not contained within any Foundation facility, believing the effects of the SCP could destroy its own containment and seriously compromise any other containment nearby. SCP-2998. Object Class Safe. SCP-2998 is an anomalous radio signal picked up from all corners of the solar system. It's not yet known where the origin of this signal is, or when it began its transmission, but the SCP Foundation made it a point to prevent all personal radios from detecting and listening to SCP-2998 until further research is conducted into the safety of the signal, as well as its origin. SCP-2998 is just a consistent electromagnetic signal which previews white noise at all times.
Victorian chess automaton?
1875. Object class Euclid.
Chess? Hello?
SCP-1875 is a Victorian-era chess machine consisting of a steel chessboard table, a drive shaft, a stationary steam engine, and a suit of 18th century samurai armor.
What?
However, the machine itself is powered by a biological system that controls a matrix of 64 electromagnets using an engine created from the combined brain tissue of the twin daughters of a Russian chess prodigy. A complete set of 32 pieces carved in the Oriental style from human bone, with each piece affixed to a thin 0.31 centimeter base pad of ferromagnetic iron. Effectively, the whole thing runs on the souls of the two little girls. It is said that the souls will perform illegal moves during a game and make illogical turns whilst playing. SCP-1875 containment permit no use of data network devices and a child psychologist to be present. The Euclid ranking of this SCP seems very appropriate, considering the fact that we do not fully understand how it works, nor why it works, nor what works within it. Only the premise is understood at this point.
SCP-823. Object Class Euclid. SCP-823 is an abandoned amusement park located in a... It is responsible for the deaths of an unfathomably large amount of people, nicknamed Bloody Sunday, because of the 231 people dying in the theme park due to the accidents of staff members and customers alike. The majority of these deaths were horrifically violent. Some examples include a mascot found dead of suffocation, a group of people found decapitated on a roller coaster, a couple fused together on a ride, and a mutilated man found in the Hall of Mirrors. Foundation personnel are found surveying the area and are instructed to avoid an area known as the Red Zone. The Red Zone is an area where no one can enter, not even by those of the highest authority. It isn't stated as to why the Red Zone cannot be accessed, but it does claim that anyone who attempts to enter will be terminated by sniper fire. Should music or piping be heard emanating from within
Hello
the
there,
Red Zone,
Mertza.
Foundation
Welcome
personnel
back.
on
How are
site
you?
are immediately prepared to use protective earplugs and withdraw from their positions to a 2-kilometer period beyond the currently established Yellow Zone and inform Foundation scientific personnel immediately.
SCP-1981.
I don't know if we're going to go through all of these.
Object class
It's quite
safe.
a lot. They are pretty interesting.
SCP-1981.
I do like the
or commonly
the idea of the
referred
video
to
game.
as Ronald Reagan cut up whilst talking, is a strange,
Where you
distorted
can jump in there and
videotape
explore.
of Ronald Reagan.
Thank you for hanging around, Zoloff. Thank you for the support. It means a lot, and good luck at work. The new video should be out next week.
During the tape, Reagan's face seems to fall apart, cuts opening up on his face and eyes becoming bruised. The video continues until his vocal cords are severed. Occasionally, during the beginning of the tape, a figure clothed in black robes and a pointed hood appears in the background, which replaces another member of the press detail. SCP-1981 is kept inside of a secure video storage unit in the media archive of Site. Years of natural magnetic interference have severely degraded SCP-1981's signal quality, making it even more difficult to sift meaningful information from continued playbacks. SCP-342. Object Class: Euclid. SCP-342 normally takes the form of a mass transit ticket for the closest form of mass transportation to its current location.
That's so
At
nuts.
the moment, it takes the form of a train ticket, departing from transit station. When held by a sentient person for any length of time, it will eventually change form into a transit ticket for a form of transportation that its holder desires to use. The
That's a really cool idea.
transformation always takes place when not being directly or indirectly observed. No recordings of SCP-342 changing its form exist at this time. Anyone who uses SCP-342 to board a vehicle is unable to exit the vehicle by any means. When the vehicle reaches the end of its route, the one using the ticket will cease to exist in our reality. Any user of this
that's
SCP
terrifying.
claims to feel extremely paranoid and have an uncomfortable and uncontrollable dread consume them. Specifically, the way in which they describe their emotions when in contact with the ticket resembles acute paranoid schizophrenia, as all will witness a perception of darkness outside of their vehicle, including a mass amount of fog or the portrayal of night. Witness reports claim that victims mumble to themselves or grow an intense fear of other passengers and the conductor. There have been several experiments with different transportation networks, each yielding different results.
What if you just throw them off the train? Will they just cease to exist, or is it not possible to throw them off?
SCP-610. Object Class: Keter. SCP-610 is a contagious virus that starts out with a small rash, which will then lead to intense itching and skin sensitivity. However, after 3 hours, the skin disease will spread in such a way that skin will begin to scar and cover in blemishes around the chest and arm region, completely consuming the affected person after a full 5 hours of being infected. Following this is the life functions ceasing for a full 3 minutes before starting again at a rate of 2 or 3 times the regular activity rate for a standard human being. This leads to the sprouting of several limbs, like a leg or an arm. The skin disease can affect one in such a way that the head will become so misshapen it will barely be recognizable as being a human. The victim will sit in one place and root itself to the surroundings that it is located in, consuming objects around it with his or her own flesh.
Okay, that is terrifying. I want to see if I can do a deep dive into if I can do a deep dive into a particular mystery. I'll watch a kind of mini video on it. If I check out some of these, might find a good one. Boom! Quizzical. I'm likely going to get all of these wrong. What category is this even? Any category, easy. Insomniac. Seinfeld, maybe? A nickel. What's the difference between a nickel and a dime? I think a dime is 10. So a nickel would be 5. So there's 20. So there's $105. I have no idea. The International Dota 2 Championship. I have zero idea. I think that was Hunger Games. That was Twilight, I think. It might be Chbosky. Marcus Persson. I have no idea for this one. Honshu. Majora's Mask. It was John Green, damn it. North American Space Association. It's just... Wait, what the hell? It's just Swahili, no? Killer whale is considered a type of dolphin. Yeah, because they're just orcas. True. Georgian, really. Paper Planes is Mia. Some of these questions are ridiculous. Just bread. I wonder if Miniclip is still running. I mean, it kind of is. Are you not able to just play these? I've never played this in my life.
You are about to waste your time and watch another retail trading video, aren't you? A video where...
No, I'm not. So do you just collect the colors, I guess? Does this damage you? So I guess the idea is to... okay, so the bigger you get, the slower you get. How does that guy have multiple different... The bigger you get, the slower you get. Oh my lord. What was that? Oh, sugar. So you can hit the spacebar and you split off into two separate blobs. I don't know how that helps you though. Can you? I don't know if you can have a I don't know if you can ever recombine. I'm just gonna eat this guy. Can I shoot out? Oh my lord! Alright, never mind. That was terrifying. That guy's clearly an expert. Time alive, a minute and a half.
You are about to waste your time and watch another retail trading video, aren't you? A video where...
I love how fast you are when you start. It's so liberating. These dudes are just monstrous, these giant ones. That guy's lucky. Oh, never mind. Poland! Fucking giant Poland! Is that guy Polish as well? Dzień dobry. Yeah, that guy's Dzień dobry. Oh my, that's just a stupid size. How long do you have to play for to get that size? Like honestly, this is in the same world as well. Because you have the Balan dude right at the top. You have so many Polish here. Why is this such a Polish game? I think the last time I survived, I don't know what the tactics are for this. I think the strategy is to break off like this, and then you collect. You can collect twice as. Oh my lord! This guy's a terrifying snake creature.
You are about to waste your time and watch another retail trading video, aren't you? A video where some kid will convince you.
I think that's definitely the strategy, though. I think it's just break off like this. You can collect twice as many things. And then you can break off double. Collect all these. See, but then you're a lot weaker. I am bigger than this dude, though. I could eat this guy up if, Nice, nice. I'm too slow to catch this guy, though. Nice! I think even if I split up, I'll... Oh, jeez. I exploded into a million pieces. Oh, no! That guy bamboozled me. Sugar. I'm still alive. Oh, so that's interesting. I think if you're smaller, you can obviously get around these little spiky things. But for the bigger people, they're not able to. Oh, Jesus. So there might be a strategy to hide, which I have nowhere space to go. I think I'm dead here. Just to hide behind those spiky things. Dang it. I think I'm dead. No. I have no idea how, Oh, I'm being cornered here. Oh, that guy's going after that guy. Alright, never mind. Still, that was the longest time I survived, though. Top position 22. This is actually quite addictive. Nope. That guy's not going to split to eat me, surely. Oh, that guy can actually hide. You can actually hide in them. That's pretty cool. That guy's going to get chomped. Look at that. I think I'm going to combine. There we go. That guy is monstrous. I think I can just turn around and eat this guy. No? I think I win. Who wins? Nobody wins. I hate that guy. How am I not winning this? Oh, nice. I won. So now I've got to avoid the giant dudes. I'm in position 27. I think I've got to stay big so that I don't get... Nice. Don't know what that guy was doing. Nice. Don't know what that guy was doing. I got to stay big so that I don't get chomped by the... slightly bigger dudes. That guy is pretty chunk, not gonna lie. Nice. I think I beat... I definitely don't beat that guy. That is terrifying. I do not want to... If I can consume this guy, that'd be fantastic. I do not want to face that guy. That guy's terrifying. Look at him. He's just on the corner of the screen. I think I might get trapped in this corner, though. That's definitely a possibility. I'm never catching those tiny guys. Look at that dude, that snake dude. He's over there in the corner. Look at that. Nice. Look at that. If that guy jumps to me, I think I'm going to jump this way to try and escape it. That's ridiculous. Still, I got position 11. 3 minutes survived. I think I'm just getting better. Alright, last time, then we can change game. Alright, never mind. We have one more. Never mind. We have time alive 0. That's fantastic. Why is that guy threatening that guy? Ah! I should get away. Never mind. Some of these dudes are just ridiculous. So I think I can go into this, like I can hide in there, they can't hit me. That's pretty cool. That's like the things that fish use. The corals. I think I can beat this guy if he just steal little bits of his without getting caught. He is a bit scary though. I could eat Australia. Can I eat Australia? Come on, that counts surely. That's so unfair. Oh no. He tried to eat me there. Is this guy flirting with me? Australia is still pretty substantial. We could trap this guy. We could trap this 8-ball. Australia's not helping. Come on, Dan. We can corner this guy. Come on, Dan. Do it. No, this is a snake guy. This guy wants to come for me. I think he's got me. Dang it! Alright, that's the end of that for now. Is that the only 2 games I've got? Oh, lovely. These are the old school ones. Spacebar. I think that's the I think that's the meta. Don't know what these do. Ah, dang it. Alright, it makes sense just to stay on one side, I think. And not do that. Just like this, I suppose. Just make sure it's all... Because I think it really... You really mess it up when you, when you're trapped on both sides. Of course, on the first one. I think I just let this go... Ah, dang it. So I think if I go to this one... and not do that. I could have gone a lot faster on this one. Oh, never mind. That was awful. Ah, dang it. Oh, you have lives? I thought it was unlimited lives. Yeah, memory lane as well. I used to play these games pretty much all the time. And no particular way, I just felt like playing it, so found a website that still hosts all the old mini-clip games. I kind of ran out of things to do, so as you'd expect with a 12-hour stream. Nice. I think if I can get good at running under the blobs. So I think that vine one, does it keep them attached? Ooh, that's close. Oh, jeez. I don't feel comfortable hitting that from behind. I don't understand what these okay, that was pretty good. What these power-ups do? Wait, isn't that supposed to... Ah, it does. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Are all of them vine traps? Oh, that was unfair. That despawn. I didn't even know the vines despawn. Alright, so we hit the vine one here. Hit that one. Yeah, I mean, you have to be, I keep forgetting I have lives. Yeah, I keep forgetting I have lives, so probably not going to get very far on this one. The blue arrow pickups makes it so your projectile goes up slower, giving you more time to hit the ball. Oh my lord, what is this? Okay, this is unfair. I think I have to move to one side, take them all one by one. And then take those one by one. Ah, the ceiling. It blocks it. That is wicked annoying. Let's try a different one. This is super fun though. We can come back to this one.
Want to hear unheard songs from your favorite artists you thought you knew? Get YouTube Music Premium.
Hello, Sasori. How are you doing? I'm doing great. We are 7.5 hours into the live stream. So there's still 4.5 hours to go, which should go by quite quickly. We've done some Q&A stuff. So there's a few more questions. Actually, I'll go through them now, just to get them out of the way. I think we went over the most unhinged facts. Welcome, Ryan Joe. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I know, it's 8:30 here in England. It's probably the same for you in Germany. I think you're an hour ahead, maybe. Yeah, how about some monkey kick? Yeah, questions are welcome, Sasori. I don't know why this monkey game isn't loading. I guess we can't play that. Does anyone have any recommendations for a mini clip game? We could do Motherload, but I think that'll take a little while. Actually, we can do. Yeah, we can do Motherload. Oh no, I have a feeling this is not going to load. Does this one load just by clicking it? It does. Did you hear about the monster that attacked the US Army base in Han, Germany? Maybe. Let me look that up. I don't think I've heard of that. I'll add it to my list to look up, and definitely look into that. The Monster of Moorback. Which is a werewolf, apparently. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, honestly. Yeah, thank you for that. I'll definitely I'll add that to the list and check it out for sure. Yeah, I saw that. It was very werewolf-esque, the description and the story of it. Why are none of these loading? That's a bit worrying. Thank you, Sasori. It means a lot that you watch along. Some of these games were so bloody whack back in the day. Yes, werewolves. With the Morbach monster in Germany. You could try a news. Hmm. Newgrounds. God, I love this vibe. It's such early internet sort of vibe. This is the best. Let's see if they have any of the old school games. Where's all the old school games? These are all new ones. The Terror of Mongolia. There's got to be one good game here, surely. Alright, let's play Wall Wizard. What in the hell is this? So space to jump. Don't touch the slime, you'll get hurt. Alright. And we can make walls. Left click to generate walls to trap the slime. That's not good. On the wall to detonate it and deal damage. Alright, so we trapped it. That was kind of wild. We'll go with that, I guess. I do love the vibe of this game though. Very cool graphics. So I'm guessing I wait till they get closer to try and border them all off. Although that seems like that's gonna take a while. So then I can destroy that. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any downside to this. Oh, Jesus. If they break my wall mid-wall, then I just... There you go. I might need some healing, though. Let's go with that. Oh, I've got to stop doing that. If I detonate here, though. Oh, no. I can detonate here, do some damage to that big one, and another one here, and get a double detonation. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Hello, Stacy Stark, welcome. Well, I mean, you're still early, because we got 4 hours left. So anything before home time is still early. I think the wall is fine. I forgot you can jump, so I gotta stop doing that. I'm losing so much HP just with messing up these walls. If I make one here, I make one here, I can detonate it here. Oh, I did 1 damage. That was kind of weak. Do I have a maximum amount of... God damn it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Concurrent wall generation, I think. I gotta stop messing up the generations because I lose a HP every time. But these dudes are pretty powerful. Yeah. Do I have a timer? Oh no, there's a max timer. Like that. Oh no, I gotta stop doing that. Oh no, why do I keep doing that? Alright, I've got to heal somehow. And none of these are healing. This is going to be a big one, I think. Okay. Bats can fly, because why not? Get that one. Get that one. And I have 1 life left. Oh no, why did I do that? Oh no! Alright. We go a different game. Enough of Wall Wizard. How about Lost for Swords? Whenever it loads. It seems pretty interesting. I have no idea how to play them. So this is your hero. These are walls. These are empty spaces. That's how you move through. You can move through like this. Alright, that makes sense. So you pick up a weapon. You can attack the barrel. Grab a shield. So I should take 0 damage, I think, because I've got the shield. Oh, okay, it destroys the shield. Alright. Do we have a key? Nice. So we grab the knife. Kill the barrel. Grab the sword. I think we one-shot the skelly. Each weapon can only be used a limited amount of times. Okay. That's the number, I think. 1? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Now we should survive the hits. And then one-shot him. This game's pretty interesting. You can freely position yourself before attacking. Alright, so I think we get over this side. We one-shot this dude. Then we head here. These guys can't move. I thought they could move. So we one-shot him. That's not good. I died. So I guess just attack him. And then kill him, and then there should be a weapon up here. Nice. I didn't know they can attack. I thought... I guess it's when you move... it's when you move up to the, It's when you move up to them, they kind of wake up. So if we take this one, then we move away from that one. Then what's the right order? I think if we moved... Do we get attacked if we move her? Do we just kill this guy? I think we've lost this already. If I attack him, he just one-shots me. I might need to restart the room. So I'm pretty sure we picked that up. And pick up the sword. Do we pick up the second one? Kill him. But then if we pick up this, we just get one shot. Yeah. So what does it go here? Pick up this. Am I just being like super dopey? Do we go here, attack first? And then kill it? And then do the same here. And then get the sword and then attack this. Nice. Thank you, Quartermaster. This is honestly pretty fun. So if we go here, destroy the barrel. Go here, attack this. If we grab the shield, I've only got one more attack left with the knife. May as well just kill this. That was pretty easy. That was very easy, actually. Yeah, it's a pretty chill game. I've always loved these types of graphics as well. And you add it to your deck so you can draw them. Yeah, it's a very fun game. Alright, this is me. So I guess we just kill the barrel. I'm pretty sure these just stack. So it just makes sense to get all the shields right off the bat. But then these are free. These are just chilling here, so there's no point in not taking them. Yeah, pixel art is awesome. One of my favorite games on the phone is Pixel Dungeon. It's like a randomized. I don't know what it's called, but it's like you're supposed to lose the game a lot. I'll take the emeralds. I don't know what the emeralds do exactly. But I think these levels are easy enough where I don't need any extra help. I just take these. One-shot everything. Roguelike, yeah, that's the name. That's the type of game. Pixel Dungeon is super fun though. It's on the phone. Really cool roguelike. These levels are like beyond easy. Yeah, honestly, if you've got a, I don't know if it's on Apple, but it's for sure on Android. Pixel Dungeon, super cool. It's got such good longevity as well. Like you can play that game for years and just keep coming back to it. And it's so hard; it might take you like 50 attempts to actually beat it. And there's a few different types of characters. There's different classes and stuff, different upgrades. It's super fun. I can maybe try. I don't know if there is a oh, you have to download it. So I managed to download the actual game. So here we are. I don't know if you can do it full screen. Switch to full screen. Oh, lovely. Alright, so you got these 4 classes. At the start, you can't play as the Huntress because you need to progress in the game with the other things. This is pretty loud, actually. Yeah, I think I might actually do that. How's that audio? I know you can't see the game, but does the audio sound okay? It's not too loud or anything? Alright, audio sounds good. So yeah, as you can see, it's kind of, it's all masked. I haven't got a key. You need a key for this door here. You just click to where you want to go. It's all touchscreen on the phone as well. So as you can see, the first level, there's not too much, well, literally all the doors are accounted for except up here, and this locked one over here. You get creatures do spawn, and you start off with some weapons. Some ranged ones. Which you have a quick slot down here, which you guys can't see. You have the quick slot down here as well as the bag. And so with this creature, if you're confused about things, you can question mark them. So it'll tell you what the creature is, and it's got a blazing knuckle duster. So basically when you kill this statue, you get the weapon from them. And sometimes it's worth killing them, sometimes it's not. Just because they're very powerful and they'll probably one-shot you and all that. I don't really have the weapons at the moment to kill them, so I'm not even going to bother. This is an empty room. What you can do actually is, when you drop an item on a door, you keep the door open. So I can keep line of sight here and try my best to... I don't know if it'll hit him around the... See what I mean? Now I'm on fire, and I'm probably gonna die here. Yeah, I'm dead on the next move anyway. Welcome back from the nap. Hope it helped you. And yeah, so that's game over. So get used to that screen. You can see they're both awake. You get a critical hit, or you get a guaranteed hit when you surprise enemies as well. So you can sneak around and take advantage of the free hits, you know. But also when an enemy enters a room for the first time, you also get a surprise hit. So one trick you can do is, it's right here. If I come back here, the enemy's just entered this room through the door. So it counts as a surprise hit, which is probably a design, not a bug. These are little dewdrops. These heal you. But at the start, try not to pick them up if you're full health. Just because you can get this little thing called a like a jar that collects them. And when you collect 10 of them, then it acts as like a second life. So yeah, if they're far away from you, you can just range them. And then just melee them when they come up. And this is really strange because this is the most powerful armor in the game. So it's kind of strange. The powerful weapons and armor, you want to get them, but you can't wear them until later on. Because if you're at the strength level I'm at right now, strength 11, if I were to wear this armor, it would suck. Like, it would block some hits, but the enemy would get like 10 hits on me in a row because it slows you down so much. So you need to get the strength level up to wear them. But it's very good that I got this early on, so, you know, mid-game, this might come in handy, but at the moment it's kind of useless. And all scrolls and potions at the start of the game are unidentified. So you see all the scrolls. There's always the same types of scrolls, but it's randomized as to which one is which. So since I'm a warrior, I know you always know what color the strength potion is. So that's identified. But say this scroll, I have no idea what it is. And the best way to identify them is literally just to use them. Which means you waste, you know, a few potions and a few scrolls. So you just read it. And you get an upgrade. So upgrades are super cool. I can use it on this to upgrade it to make it even better for the mid-game, in which case I'm taking a risk. Or I can upgrade just my basic weapon, and it should help me through the early game. But I think I'll take a risk and upgrade the plate armor. Again, it's unidentified, so I have no idea. It might have been a -2, so I might just be, you know, screwing myself. Or it might just be a fantastic armor now. But there's no way of telling until later on. So yeah, you just keep exploring. I think this is a special. So yeah, you lead it back, you just kite it a little bit. And then you can use the ranged weapons for a few turns. Until it gets close. And yeah, that rat was a special rat. So now you see I'm like half health. It's fine, I can eat the dewdrops, they're nice and healthy. See, there's a lot of doors, and it's all randomly generated as well, so you'll never run into the same dungeon twice. Food is super useful for... pretty sure there was a hunger level somewhere. Health experience buffs. Alright, so these ghasts, they're super deadly. They have such a high evasion rate. So the trick I said before, is to get a surprise hit on them. So you normally kite them backwards, kite them into a room. As soon as they enter, you get a guaranteed hit on them. Use range on them. Always use up your range ammo. Just to save on HP. Hey, Cuckoo! Welcome! 8 hours into the stream, but welcome. And it's never normally worth it to kill these ghouls anyway, because see, this is red. That means it's cursed. So pretty much all the items you'll get from them are gonna be cursed, and that means when you wear it, you can't take it off. And cursed items also normally are weaker. So if you get a standard cloth armor, it'll be 9 armor. This one is cursed, maybe it's like -2, so maybe it's like 7 armor. So it's actually weaker than the one I have now. So yeah, they're pretty trash most of the time. We have a key, so we can open the door. See, here we have 3 potions. And none of them are identified, you can see. So we have literally no idea what these potions are going to be. So the best way, as I said, to try and mitigate the effects of them is, obviously you need to drink them, but you have no idea what they're going to be. So maybe one of them's a potion of flame, which you don't normally want to drink. You normally want to throw it at enemies. But just in case you might end up drinking it, you try to stand on water so that you don't burn too much. So this is a potion of floating, so I'm floating now. Which doesn't really do anything, it just lets you walk over some things. But one thing to add is, this is a death trap you might run into quite a bit. If you drink the potion of floating, and then you drink some more potions, and one of them happens to be a potion of flame, you can't step on the water to put yourself out. Because you're floating, right? So you'll end up just burning to death. So you need to wait until this runs out. And then you can drink the rest of the potions. See, we had this potion of strength that was automatically identified, so just drink it straight away. It's always good. Sometimes you get little cubby holes like this and you can search and you find a hidden door, but not in this case. So we'll try the other 2 potions. Don't know what that was. And potion of mind vision, where you can see other animals. I'm actually going to hunt this one down. Because early game, if you're doing half decently, farming enemies is normally a good idea. Just to get a little bit ahead early on. Just because it's such a hard game. That, see, that's what you want to get. You want to get level 2. It's nice. It's such a hard game. If you skim through the early game, the mid game you're not going to be nowhere near strong enough. So yeah, since we don't have the jar, we can just collect these. And also, this is... So this enchants armor, basically. So since we don't have any super decent armor to enchant at the moment, we just have the basic one, we have a cursed one, and we have one we're going to use in the mid game. We're just going to hang on to that for a while. And there we go. See, we're hungry up here, so every few steps you end up losing a HP. If we search here, see, we get a little door here. We got another enchanting stylus, and we got another strength potion. That's actually really good this early on. We'll try the scroll as well. Alright, that'll send everything in the immediate area to sleep. So see, now that we're using them, we're slowly learning them. So next time we pick up this scroll, we'll know exactly what it does. So we only have to waste them once, essentially. And it's always better to drink potions rather than throw them to try and discover them, because if you drink a fire potion, it's not a big deal, but if you throw a strength potion or an XP potion, you basically just waste it, and that can ruin your entire game. So we'll keep healthy with these. One general rule as well is that food is very hard to come by, especially in the mid to late game. So early on, you can get away with being starving, and you lose a bit of health, and then you gain it back with like these dewdrops. So you can just chill being starving for a while. But when you start to lose, you know, a little bit of health, then you can eat up. This is the fire trap room. So anywhere with grass, it won't have a trap on. So you can kind of walk on these and you should be fine. Yeah, Realm of the Mad God. This is like a puzzle version of Realm of the Mad God, basically. So you can collect these. As long as there's grass there, it's fine. See, I'm getting like a little bit low now, like half health sort of thing. Brain is broken. The digging sound. Which sound? This one? See, this is a fire trap room as well. And if you can see this potion, there's no black holes here. So this is a hidden tile. So this might actually be a fire trap here. Realm of the Mad Dog. So always if you think there's traps here, just always search. So okay, we did get the trap there. So we avoid that. We can search here as well. The rat woke up. So we know there's not a trap here. We can search here. So the best way to trigger these traps is just to throw something at it that's not flammable. If you throw a scroll at it, it'll go up in flames. Just throw a piece of food at it, and that'll set it alight, and then you can pick up the potion here, and then we just leave the room. As I said, we are starting to get a little bit low on health. This is a friendly ghost, by the way. We can talk to him. If we kill the fetid rat, then we get a weapon out of it. Or an armor. I think you get to choose weapon or armor. So that, by talking to the ghost, you basically start a mission to slay a certain creature. And this rat is freaking powerful. So I'm going to preemptively eat some food. That'll heal me up a little bit. We're no longer hungry, so we're regenerating health instead of draining health. And then by the time I meet up with the rat, should be full health. And if you are full health, you can just leave these dewdrops on the ground. And they're like, if you played League of Legends, they're like little barred hot cocos. So you can just come back to them whenever you want. And where did the music go? Alright, and you saw these before. I think these are called gnolls. Yeah, gnolls. And they're like hyena creatures. But they're quite powerful. So early game, if you get unlucky, like I hit 11 there, which is massive, and I'm already half health. So this is the fetid rat, as you can see here. So it's really horrible to face, especially since I've got just beginner items. And I don't want to use up these seeds. They're pretty good seeds to use for the boss in, I think, level 6 or 5. So I'm kind of screwed, honestly. I don't even have any range weapons. So what I'll try and do is... I got a very good hit there. And this is going to stun me, so I'll walk out of the way. Okay, now I'm paralyzed after the fight, which is very good. That I wasn't paralyzed mid-fight. But that was a tough fight, as you saw. So I can pick up a few of these to heal now. And I'm honestly getting very lucky with a lot of these hits, hitting 10s and 11s and stuff. Is there a door out of here? Alright, so since I killed the fetid rat, we completed our mission, right? We gotta go find this ghost. And we gotta go hunt down. We gotta collect our reward. Alright, so we've got the ghost here. So yeah, normally you have to think about which one you need. So if I got a really good weapon early on, I'd probably take the armor. But weapons normally end up being better anyway than armor, just because if you can end up one-shotting things, then you don't need to have any defense, right? So I'll just take the weapon. It's all random as well. That is a fantastic weapon, honestly. It's a +1, which is amazing. It's a 15 strength. So if you can see, the average hit this does is 15, compared to the average hit of this, which is 6. So a fantastic sword, but it is in red because my strength is only 13. So it'd actually be weaker than this weapon at the moment if I were to wield it. But in just a few levels, this will be a fantastic weapon. So let me just kill this rat here. Heal up a little bit. You always want to check the dungeon for any rooms that you might have missed. Doesn't look like I've missed any. So we just head out to the end of the dungeon. Pick this up on the way. Crabs, our new enemy. This is our newest enemy. Actually, let me see if I can change this on here. So yeah, these are super deadly, especially because I've got base armor, base weapons. Like, this is basically a mini boss fight as it is. So you want to be very, very cautious of it. And always think of an escape route, just in case things start to go, because it can probably 3-shot me. So I do have, okay, let me introduce seeds to you. So the way seeds work are, they do a thing. So you need to take a seed, you need to throw it or plant it. Throwing it just places it wherever you throw it, planting it places it below you, and then it grows into a plant. And then whatever steps onto that plant gets a certain effect, right? So this will be a healing plant. This will be a plant that gives you a lot of armor. This will be a plant that teleports whatever steps on it to a random place on the map. And this freezes whatever steps on it. So the downside with plants is that they take 2 turns. You need to throw them down, and then you need to step backwards to get onto them. But if things start to go pear-shaped, I may end up throwing one of these teleportation, or I might plant one of them. on me and then move backwards on my next turn, and the crab will be teleported to somewhere else on the map. And crabs can also move twice your speed, so they can move 2 steps for every step, so you can't outrun them either, so they're super deadly. So normally here I'd wait 1 turn and it would step 1 towards me, but because it steps twice, it'll step and then attack me. So I need to move back and then it won't attack me. So we get 1 hit on it, very good hit. Okay, that was a very good fight. That could have gone a whole lot worse. We can just search in a few of the corners, see if there's any hidden doors, which there's not. Got a hidden door here. Alright, we're level 3. Is this the sneezing sound that you said? Is it the water? Is it the water sound, or is it the grass sound? See, we're starving again, but we can be a little bit greedy and try and preserve some of this food. Oh no, alright, there's a crab there. Yeah, look at him jamming. Stupid tiny legs. Just dancing all over the place. And we haven't got much else. We got this levitation, that's useless. We got an unidentified potion. I'll eat some food now just to get a bit of regen. And eating normally takes two turns, right? So in that turn, it moved once, it moved twice, it moved again, and it attacked me. Luckily, it missed. This is a very, very bad spot. And I may honestly just teleport now. So I take 1 hit. So I only took 1 hit from all that when there's 2 crabs in front of me. Which is fantastic. But this spot is also a little deadly. I got a levitation and an unidentified potion. This is a very dodgy spot to be in. We can try fighting them off. They're dodging my hits, which is not good. That is a fantastic fight for 2 gnolls. Now, since I teleported, the crabs are just roaming around the dungeon now. So I may... That one didn't see me. I may run into some of them now. This one's sleeping. So I get a really nice hit on it. That's fantastic. As you can see, look at this. I'm at 3 health. If I attack it now and miss, I'm just dead. The game's over. And I don't think there's anything I can do. Healing... Food heals me a tiny bit, I know that. I just forget how much it heals me exactly. Because I think the crab can still hit 5s and stuff. So if I eat it, it might just kill me anyway. That's useless. I think I'm gonna take a risk and just... I'll take a risk and just whack it. Oh my lord. Alright, so the good thing is I'll get some passive... I can actually just use one of these. Healing plants. So you just step on it, and if you wait, then you heal up slowly. There you go. See, I've healed almost full. And this crab just happened to come into the room. So I've still got this little buff on me. The herbal healing. So I can just wait some more. And just heal up to full. Which is amazing. So these plants are super good for healing, but you need to throw them down, you need to wait. So they're not active healing. We're getting a lot of crabs in this one. The good thing is if you can fight the crabs, they do give a lot of XP. Alright, these are toxic gas traps. So I think there's a potion that'll deal with them. I really want that treasure over here. These fucking crabs, man. We're at level 4. So I think I'll take a risk with some of the potions. Alright, so that's... Oh no. Welcome, Lau. Welcome, thank you for subscribing. So I drank a potion. It ended up being toxic gas potion, which is the thing I was trying to avoid in the room. So you have to move out of the way. And then I stepped on an alarm trap, which alarms everyone on that floor, all the monsters, to my location. So I changed floor, and they can't come up the stairs, basically. So I'm safe. So I'll try the other potions down here. Hey, Rio! Welcome. Thank you for your continued support, Rio. Yeah, roguelikes are insanely intense for such a pixely little game. Alright, that's a paralysis potion. Which doesn't really help me. But as you can see, enemies can't walk through each other, which is really great if you want to stack them up. So this is some great XP farming. No, I don't stream often. This is my first stream, Snippy. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I'm just doing a 12-hour stream to start off with, because why not, you know? There's 3.5 hours left of the stream. So I'll try the last potion. I think I'll kill this rat first, though. And this is like a gas mask one, so this stops you from getting poisoned, which would have been fantastic in the room down here. No, never mind, I'm still poisoned. And I'm kind of stuck, honestly, because I'm dying up here. I think I need to use another plant, honestly. Because I need to face a few other things down here. Yeah, because I stood on the alarm thing, so they're still alarmed to my position. That was a terrible fight. This you need a levitation potion for, which I have, so I can actually head over there now. Take the levitation potion, and then just float all the way over here. Grab the armor, and then hopefully head out to the end of the dungeon. May as well kill this rat to get some XP. See, I could try wearing that. It's 13 strength, and I'm 13 strength. So it'll probably fit me, but it might be cursed. It might be a few other things. So I don't think I'll take the risk. Not just yet, anyway. So we got a potion of lullaby. Scroll of upgrade, which is fantastic. Like, scrolls of upgrade are like your most important scroll, basically, because you need them to upgrade for future things. So, as I mentioned earlier, we have this vial which we found. So you normally find it in the first, I think, 5 levels. It might be 3 levels. And when you fill it up to 10, then next time you die, which you normally just have 1 life, but if this is full and you die, you come back to life basically. So it's a fantastic item. You should really fill up early on. Which is why I'm kind of saving these, because you want to get them as early as possible. If I step on them now, it'll just heal me up a little bit. So I think I'll use the upgrade meow, 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 to upgrade the sword. So I'm at 13 strength now, so if I can find a strength potion, I'll be able to use this sword, which will be amazing. That should help me carry me through this this early game. And because I'm trying to get full health to get the dewdrops, I think I'll eat a piece of food now, just so I can heal up a bit and then take any dewdrops I see. Like, there's a lot here, honestly. There might actually be 10 just on this floor, which is fantastic. Okay, in a room like this, see, I've added 1 dewdrop to my vial. In a room like this, these are often mimics. And you can see if you wait, it doesn't look like these are, but the mouths will like open and they'll start to move if they're mimics. None of these are, but they're very scary and they're very powerful, mimics are. Okay, so this is a dead end. So we can just throw these dewdrops into the vial now. And if I just try and get 10 of them. I think there's a few in this room. See, the vial is full now. So that's fantastic. So any other dewdrops I get in the future, I can just heal with them. I don't need to bother putting them in the thingy. But it's one of the best items you can get in the early game. Hey, Kikamo. Welcome aboard. So I've got no key, so I can't go through any of these locked doors, so I need to find somewhere that I haven't explored. Level 5 now, which is very good. But as you can see, I've got no food besides these fake foods, raw food, and I'm hungry. So it's early game, and I'm hungry already, you know. So food is very hard to come by, and I really need to start upgrading these. But I would love a potion, and there's a lot of enemies there. Hopefully that's the only one that saw me. No. I'll just kite it back a little bit just to get a guaranteed hit. Same for that one. As this is a very... I think I could take on 1 more with my health. I think I'll risk just eating this real quick. Right, nice. This is all... Okay, there's a fucking crab there. I think I'll just walk away from it. I'll come back to it in a sec. I just need to heal up a bit. This is this is the dude that killed us in the last run through. He's got a blazing spear, which I don't really need, and it's going to set me on fire and kill me, so I'm not even going to bother hitting it. Most of the time you don't want to bother hitting it. But if it's got a really decent weapon early on and you can range it to kill it, then those are the times you want to do it. So I can probably fight this crab now, I think. Get a surprise hit on it. Alright, that was close. So I come around here to the locked room. Hopefully I don't run into a crab. See, that is a summoning trap. So basically if I step on this trap, this entire room will be filled with creatures. Which sometimes you want that, and most of the time you don't want that. This is a pretty decent weapon as well. It's just unidentified. And I think the next level is... yeah, this is the boss fight. Which... I should actually probably lose with my setup. Okay, that's a healing potion that I drank, but it's completely useless. Yeah, once you get a stacked inventory, like, this is an amazing start. The only problem is, at the moment, I don't have any things. But, like, in 2 more stages, yeah, honestly, the amount of times you die to just an absolutely random thing, it's wild. So this is a seed you basically always need for this boss. If you don't have this by this boss, you're just going to lose most of the time. Because it makes you super tanky and lets you just stand there and just go blows to blows with this thing. And since I'm only 1 strength short for this weapon, I may just equip the weapon. And it might end up doing more damage than this weapon. So we'll see anyway. I got nothing. I could throw a... I could throw a poison at it. And then maybe throw something at it to wake it up. No. Alright, it's awakened now. Oh, okay, and it went the wrong way, of course. If I plant this here, it'll be poison. Like, this is the stuff you need to do for these boss fights, because that tiny bit of damage that I've done, it means everything. And I think I may have messed up already, because I was supposed to plant this behind me. Because I don't want to let it in the water. Yeah, I've messed up already. Because it's going to heal on the water now. So basically, you want to be on the water, and you don't want the goo to be on the water. Right, so... if I can throw this here, step on it, then it's just a fight to the death. See, I'm basically dead. I do have this, which will heal me. I think I just have to use that. See, it's healed me. It's looking like I'm still gonna lose. Oh my lord! All right, I got lucky on that last hit. But that cost me the now it's an empty vial, which is a little scary, and I'm almost dead from this. And I don't want to eat the food because it's raw. This game is just ridiculous. I can survive a little bit more, actually. Sometimes some of these are mimics. Doesn't look like any of them are. This is the Rat King. So right, to heal, I think we just... Yeah, treasure room. So this one's really cool. You can, it's like a teleportation device. So you can set it to anywhere, literally anywhere. And then when you activate it, then you just teleport back to there. Is this Forced Night? Yeah, this is Fortnite. So I'll just use one of these heal up while I'm on the edge here. So every 5 levels you get a boss. And then you get a new style of floor, right? So that one was like the sewers. This is like a dungeon sort of area. So you get all new monsters with them as well. And you also get a shop at the start of every new floor. So yeah, it's pretty cool. You just buy stuff, sell stuff like normal. I'm gonna sell this cursed cloth armor. I don't know which armor to sell, because they all seem pretty decent, and I don't know which weapon to sell. I'm gonna sell these. And I have over 1,000, so... It's normally worth buying the seed pouch, because you save some inventory space, because it all goes into just one inventory. If you can get some upgrade or identified scrolls as well. Healing potions as well. Fantastic early on. And it's based on the level of shop. So in these early shops, the potions are dead cheap. They're 300 each. Later on they go up like a ton. So buy them all when you're in these early shops. The weight stone just buffs up your weapon basically. It's always a grand thing to have. And because my jar ran out, I need to refill it eventually. So I'm kind of hanging on by a thread at the moment. I need a strength potion. This is a wizard that steals your stuff. It's so annoying. Alright, nice. So we got some food. We can eat that straight away. Got some more health things here. We got a bunch of scrolls, unidentified scrolls. I'm going to try and read them. Alright, nice. So we got our first scroll of identity. Identify. So we can use that on some of the things that we had no idea what they were and try and see how decent they are. So say on the armor. That is a fantastic one. So it's the best armor in the game. I upgraded it once, if you remember. And it's at a +2, which means when I got it, it was already at a +1, which is fantastic news. So once again, with this and with this, we need a few more levels, a few more strength potions, and we can wield them and we'll be super powerful. But until then, obviously, we're pretty much dying here. So that recharges your wands, which you can get later on. I will actually use this. No, I won't. Not at the moment. Actually, I'll use one of them. So this basically just enchants your armor. So it's all random. So this would do. I forget what viscosity does actually. I do need a strength potion though. Like, it's wild how much a strength potion would help me. So we can try throwing these. We're probably gonna miss. We step back just so that both of them aren't attacking us at the same time. And that is a strength potion. Which means our weapon is no longer hindered. So 18 points of damage, that is amazing. As opposed to 6 here. And a scroll of upgrade. Which means we just put it on our armor there. And now we can wield both of them. This absorbs 25 points of damage. That absorbs 2. So, massive difference between the two. Alright, now we should pretty much just wipe through everything. And this dude just steals something and then runs away. It's so bloody annoying. Like, look at this. It just wastes so much time. Alright, we'll head over here. Look at this. This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't think I'm ever going to make it over there. God damn. Honestly, it could keep that fucking scroll. I can't be asked. But the cool thing here is, so you set the beacon right outside the store. So now if I'm in trouble in future floors, or if I need to shop quickly, I'll just use it to teleport, return, and then I can just come straight back here. So I'll sell a few of these basic things just to make some room. I can almost afford the pouch. I can sell these other armors because I already have a better armor. Buy the pouch, clear up a lot of space. So yeah, it's not looking too bad. That's pretty much everything for this entire dungeon. Yeah, thank you, Crow. No, it's not a problem. It's only 12 hours, which might seem like a long stream, but I'm used to a bunch of the videos that I put out. I might be editing them for like 16 hours in a day. So sitting down and chilling and playing some games for 12 hours is completely fine. So these flies are super cool. They basically multiply when you hit them, when you kill them. And they have decent chances of dropping health potions. So one tactic is to, you know, farm them, run around and find flies and try and farm them for health potions. What is that face? I think we're up against a wizard. That was like a wizard shock out of nowhere. And we don't have any food, as always. We can use this to... We can use this on our weapon to increase either the speed or the accuracy. I'm going to go for accuracy. So yeah, we were up against a wizard. So this is like the Knoll fighters we fought on the... in the sewage system. But they're wizards, so... you don't want to run up to them. Why has the heart got a face?
You should assign me control of your stuff. I have to have all the cards in my hand.
Well, half the cards are in my hand.
What do you want me to say? I must ask my wife for permission?
Yes, you can say that. And so, for our son, for the rally.
That was a lot of enemies.
Straight.
And I may need to use another one of these healing plants. So, as you can see, they are very, very useful. Pretty sure Far Cry 3 is the answer. So, this is the most powerful armor in the game, but this is not the most powerful weapon in the game. So since it's fine for now, I don't think I'm going to waste any more scrolls of upgrade on this. So I'll just save this either for making my armor better or for when I get a really good weapon. Again, this is a fire trap room. You can see the burnt areas on the ground. They're fine to walk on. This area was not, so just head out there. So I'm just searching around for a hidden door here because there's this whole area of darkness here. And that sometimes can indicate a door. But not always, because you need to find it if it exists. And this is the only way, unfortunately. It doesn't look like there's a door there. So we'll just head out to the next floor. Yeah, the Moogle plushie, as well as a Chocobo plushie, as well as a Tonbri plushie. So I'm a massive, definitely a massive Final Fantasy fan. My OG one is probably, or it is, Final Fantasy 9. 10 is really great as well. 10.2 is fantastic. 12 is great. And everything after that is absolute rubbish. But besides that, besides Fallout, I don't know. There's not too many, honestly, in terms of like entire franchises. Some of the early Fallouts, sorry, some of the early Call of Duties, I guess. I was always a massive fan of, oh my lord, that's a lot of enemies, of Call of Duty Zombies. See with the weapons I have now, I'm just one-shotting them, which is fantastic. I really need to start filling up this file soon. That was a very strange sound. That's basically calling all the enemies on the floor to my location, which is awesome. Hello Shotguts, welcome back. We are playing Pixel Dungeon, which is a game that I thought was only on the phone, but apparently you can download it for PC as well. So fantastic. It's a pixel-style roguelike game. So lots of dungeon exploring. Also, so for these potions, for these what are they called? Pots? Cooking pots? Alchemy pots. You basically put 3 seeds of any kind in and you get a potion back. And the rule is if you put in 3 seeds of the same, so if I put in 3 of these healing, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Can I take it back? Alright. If you put in 3 seeds of the healing ones, then it gives you back a healing potion. 3 seeds of the ice one, then you get an ice potion back. But if there are 3 random seeds, then you get a random potion. And you can sometimes use that if you, so say we put in 2 ice ones and this one, which I don't really like using. Then you get a random potion, which happens to be a potion of frost. So that's that. It can be helpful. So I kind of don't want to pick this up. I want to fully heal. And then put it into my... into my vial. Oh, that's fantastic. That's a lot to do. Sounds like an advert. So I've got a big inventory, got to use some of the items. Haven't got any rings yet, which kind of sucks. We can definitely use some of these though. We can just get the recharging. That recharges your wands, magical wands, which you can get randomly, but I haven't got any. But it's not too useful unless you're a mage, so you can throw that away. Hopefully I can get some. I got one more dewdrop. We'll hide back here just because he's that was a mage, so we don't want him shocking us from afar, which he did anyway. Okay, so for this, you get little quests. Hello, Carlos. Welcome to the stream, Carlos. Welcome to the stream, Grud. Grudge? That is an awful name to pronounce. So I'm gonna save this. I really want to fill up that. Alright, so I can eat this one and then put that one on. So again, we got a full dew drill. Thank you, Carlos. Really appreciate it. I was thinking of shaving it completely off for the stream, but it'll stay on for a few more days at least. But this is the quest that the guy talked about. So we search it, we get a one of these ghouls, and it's always better to try and surprise them, catch them. Very easy fight. Thank you, Grugst. The support means a lot. I probably would have stopped doing this a long time ago without your guys' support, so. We need space here to collect our quest item. So I think what I'll actually do, I mentioned this earlier, this is why you set up the beacon right next to the shop. So you just return here, straight in there, sell a bunch of things, make some space. You can even sell this probably. And yeah, get a bunch of space, get a bunch of cash. Scroll of Identity is a really helpful one to have. It just lets you filter through things and wear them a little more quickly. These potions are kind of useless. The Ankh is a massive bait. It costs money. It takes up an inventory space, and when you die, unlike the vial, which just revives you, the Ankh revives you, and you lose all your stuff. So the odds of you actually surviving much past that with no stuff, you're basically gonna die again. So it's a massive beginner trap, the Ankh. I'm very tempted to actually just buy this, because you're paying 300 coins, and you can basically use it to identify another scroll or a potion. So you can, say, buy these other scrolls, and then instead of wasting them, you just do that, and then you got the scroll here. So this will basically map out the entire level, which is super handy. Yeah, the Ankh is a terrible deal. But it sounds cool, because it's like, hey, you get an extra life, you just buy it. But it's an awful deal. Alright, we got no money left, so there's no point hanging around. So we set here again. Just set it here in case we need to come back. And then we just make our way all the way back to where we were. And these guys are bloody annoying because by the time I walk up to him, he'll hit me once, twice, 3 times he'll hit me. So it's normally better just to head back, hide behind a wall, and just wait for a few turns to him to come in. And then you just one-shot him. Because they're very weak otherwise, but they do a lot of damage with their spells. So we can head back here, get our quest item. Again, hide behind the wall because of these. Wait for him to come in. I don't think he saw us because he would be in here by now. That's kind of annoying. Again, just wait here, wait for him to come around. And then he's very weak up close. Talk to him, and so this guy gives you a wand as a reward for your quest. So you have the choice between a battle wand, which obviously does damage, so a fire staff, a lightning staff, a frost staff, I think. There's a few others. And the non-battle ones, which can be very helpful depending on which ones you get. There's ones that spawn grass everywhere, and then you can step on that grass and you get seeds, you get dewdrops, you know, to heal you up. You can get teleportation ones, so if you're in a bit of a rut, you can teleport out. I'm gonna go all in with just the battle wand though. Hopefully I get a half decent wand of some kind. And that's very good. A +1 lightning. That's fantastic, honestly. And for my quick slot here, I just make the wand here. So you only get 3 ammo, as you can see, but it does recharge. So you basically use this as your ranged weapon that you're able to recharge. So you can just use it here. No, I can't because I'm not in line of sight. It just gives you a bit of extra damage, you know. So as you can see, health potion. These are going to be so unbelievably essential. You probably need 20 or 30 of them in the late game. So gathering them up early game like this is amazing. Have we got a full jar? Yeah, we do. So this room looks like there might be a door in it. Which is not, okay. So we just gotta explore here.
Communicate in English easily. Use Grammarly and feel confident with effective communication. Grammarly ensures you communicate.
Any iceberg ideas you want to cover? It's been a while since I had a question. Yeah, there's... So I basically freed up some extra time in the past few weeks. So in the coming weeks, I'll have more time to work on videos. So I have a bunch of plans for some new stuff. I'm currently working through, as you all know, the Unsolved Mysteries iceberg. And those are kind of long. I need to do each... I think I prefer, and I think everyone else prefers, the entire tiers. But in order to make the entire tiers, I need to make the individual episodes. So, while they don't perform as well as the full tiers, they're kind of a necessary evil. I can't spend 2 months making out the entire tier and releasing no videos, and then just put out the entire tier. I need to put out these episodes weekly, and I think a lot of people don't watch them and they just instead watch the full tiers, which is fine. But I'm trying to thread them in so that iceberg doesn't take forever, because there is, you know, a lot of content. I'm only halfway through it so far, and there's 30 episodes or so. So I'm working my way through that one. I still have 2 episodes left of the alternate reality, or alternate history iceberg. I did the first, I think I did 60 or 70 in the first episode, and I've got 90 something in the next one. So it's an even longer part, the second part, and then again 90 something in the last one. So the next 2 parts of that are going to be very long, likely maybe 2 hours each. I have an idea for an internet nostalgia iceberg. So some of the things from the early days of the internet, stuff like the mini clip games that I was playing earlier. I think that'd be really fun to do. There are a few. It's probably not a spoiler because I have talked about it in the past, but actually, let me just see if this. Yeah, your armor can't burn, so you can just use it to throw at the wall. There's nothing on the wall here. Just remember to re-equip it. It's probably not a spoiler, but I'm gonna do some videos on some horror games, some online. Not horror games. Stuff like the back rooms, stuff like is it Horror 58? Stuff like those, where I guess online horror video series. Analog horrors, that's the name for them. I've got a plan for a few of them. So those will be really fun to do, because those will be deep dives into... I have a wand, why am I letting that guy run away? So those will be deep dives into individual cases, but they're not cases, they're, you know, horror things. But those, when I did the Wendigoon iceberg and covered and explored a few of those, they were super fascinating. So I really enjoyed that. I'm going to do a few videos on them, maybe a series. There's also another real-life adventure, mission, quest, story kind of thing. Exploration, I guess you'd call it, expedition. Which, for me, it's probably my favorite story of all time. It was the most fascinating thing to read about. And it's just, it reads like it's made up, like that's how insane it is. But I really, really, really want to do that justice. So it probably won't be out anytime soon. It'll probably be out in the next few months. But I want to really spend a few decent weeks on that and do a really good video on that. And outside of that, I'm always looking for new icebergs to do. So obviously, if you guys got any ideas for icebergs in general, you're always free to let me know. You can leave a comment about them, because I have a few ideas for a few different ones. But it's often hard to find really decent ones, and there's so many of them out there as well. I just shocked myself with the lightning. Sad I didn't get any health potions from those flies. I killed about a dozen of them. Okay, so that was a scroll of cleansing. So if I had any cursed items like I had before, it just removes the curse. Yeah, 2.5 more hours even. Mod Muru. So normally when you spawn in a room like this with no other doors, there's some hidden doors around. There we go. And I do like the longer icebergs, if I'm honest. I've seen some people do cover an entire iceberg in like 22 minutes, and I'm like, how in the hell are you able to do that? Because for me, that means either the iceberg, it isn't long enough. Maybe there's like 10 or 12 entries on it, or you've just spent like 10 or 15 seconds on each entry, which is insane to cover them that kind of surface level, you know. So I think the shortest full iceberg I've done might be 1 hour and 10 with the psychology iceberg. But I do really enjoy the 2 hours, the 3 hour, 4 hour icebergs. If I can find them to do, you know. So this is a well of change. So you basically, I can't remember what the best, what the meta for this was. If you throw in a weapon, it'll there's no point in explaining that. I think I'll just drink it, see what happens. I can't drink it. Alright. If I throw in a scroll of challenge. Oh yeah, then it transforms it into a different scroll. Oh, this is one of the best scrolls. So it's a scroll of, I forget what it's called, cloning. So it basically sends these little clones everywhere. And they all just fight things. So this summoning trap, which I didn't step on before, but because I'm quite strong now, you really want the XP for, and the drops for later stages. So stepping on it now is fine. It's only spawned 1 creature, but it can sometimes spawn 10 or 12 creatures. But if you're able to kill them, it's obviously more loot for you. Nice. So we got some food. We can eat that. We got a scroll of upgrade. So we got 2 of them now. Yeah, I do really enjoy longer videos as well. I enjoy making them. But they obviously take a long time to make. So I'm always torn between spending a long time making them and between putting out shorter videos so that I can put them out weekly, you know. But I think breaking them down into parts is the way to go on that. Like where I'm able to put out the individual episodes for the Unsolved Mystery one. But then still compile them, you know, eventually into the full tier list ones. This room is a little sus. I think we'll just leave the dungeon now. So we are fighting the Tengu, which I think is a Japanese word. This is the next boss. So this is the boss, the second boss on stage 10. This is a ranged boss. So you're going to be kited a lot. And once you enter this room, you get locked out. So make all your preparations in this room first. There's some upgrades we can maybe use, which I don't really want to use. I might just use one on the armor, just to make it a bit better. Lullaby is useless. Identify is kind of useless. You can use the Identify on here. So this is a flame potion. So that's fantastic. Thank you, Carlos. Welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. That means a lot. Packed with Pieman. Yeah, that's fine. You're allowed to bounce out. I didn't expect everyone to stay for the full 12 hours. I think I'm the only person insane enough to do that. Question, is that Pieman to do with Genshin, or is that Pieman to do with the devil? Or is it to do with both? What are your favorite video games, Carlos? I honestly don't play games too much anymore, which is why this is super fun to do. Most of my time just goes into the videos. But I do play a bit of chess. I think it's the only game I technically play still. If I had loads of time though, I'd probably play, just for fun, a bit of League of Legends or Teamfight Tactics. TFT, sorry. So this Liquid Flame is super cool. Because this is a ranged enemy, and we are not a ranged character, we're a melee character, we need to use a bunch of ranged things to get in close, right? So Liquid Flame, we can just throw it at him. We got the wand. We got the second life in the vial. The seeds. We got a bunch of cool things. So we can. We should probably heal up a little bit first, though. And actually, here's a really cool. Here's a really cool strategy. Oh no, I think I messed up the strategy. Yeah, I messed up the strategy. What we'll do, we'll throw those here. And then throw the last one on the plant. Oh, I didn't mess it up. Alright. So basically there's some ways to cook this. So the raw meat you almost never want to eat. But you can either cook it, so apply it to fire, or you can freeze it. And you get frozen carpaccio. So, which is better than cooked meat. So you can eat this, it heals you, and it gives you a random effect as well. So I think this is invisibility. Yeah, nice. So we can hit Tengu here. So he'll fight for a little bit, and then he'll teleport, and also activate some of these traps. Okay, that was a stupidly easy fight. It's normally a lot harder than that. And basically with the third boss... Oh no, this is the second boss. With the second boss you get this Tome of Mastery. And you're able to read it, and you're basically speccing. So you can spec into a new class for your character. So you can either go Berserker or Gladiator. I think I normally go Gladiator. And I forget what it gives you. I think it gives you, the more hits you do in a row, you get like a chain effect of hits. So your hits get stronger as you hit with them. So again, we go here, we set the teleportation to this new floor, and we can always get back here. Chess iceberg when? I would absolutely love to do a chess iceberg if I'm honest. That would be fantastic to do a chess iceberg. I don't think it would be very interesting to most of my viewers.
Can I come in?
So yeah, I don't know when I'll be able to do that. If I saw some amazing interest for it, I would love to do it. It would be a very short one though. Maybe 30-40 minutes or something. Alright, what's good to buy in here? Always buy healing potions. Again, the price has gone up, so that sucks. But always buy them. Always buy them out if you can. And always buy the scroll holder. You should put all your scrolls into one slot. So I need to save maybe 1200. So I'm very poor at the moment. And again, a new every 5 floors we get a new environment. With some crazy new creatures. And bats are kind of like crabs in that they move twice your speed. And we get a wand as well, so we can try it out just to try and identify it. And lovely, that's a teleportation wand. Wand of Blink. So that's super handy for getting over areas. It's a super cool one. Yeah, Carlos, I love random topics as well. That's partly why I do, videos like this. Like the Unsolved Mysteries iceberg, it's just one of the best ones because it's so vague. It's just unsolved mysteries, but there are cryptids in there. There's, killings. There's missing people. There's space things. So there's a ton of variety in there. So yeah, for me that was super interesting to do. So I love the multi-topics. So I don't mind doing anything really. It's just whether there's an audience for it, So these rooms are kind of interesting. You kind of need to... It's very strange. So you need to jump. Normally you don't want to jump down. But in these rooms in particular, you want to jump off them. And what happens is it messes you up like this. It does so much damage. It cripples you. And it sends you down to the floor below. So you just need to hunt around. And if there's enemies in here, it gets really dodgy. But you don't want to activate that. That's a death trap to hit that. So you want to make sure you're all healed up. All nice. Then activate it. There's no monster this time, which is good. And see, the key is only from inside. So then you lock your way out. So if you come down to this floor on your own, this door will be locked and there's no actual way to get in. So the only way to get in is by diving from the floor above. But that just means we're stuck here. We can go up a floor and we're back to the other floor. So now we can finish exploring this one. And then head back down again. Strength potion you never want to hold on to, just drink it straight away. There's no benefit to waiting. Another healing potion, nice. So we got 6 now. See if the mouth is moving. Should be fine. And I just stepped on the thingy like a moron. So when you're on fire, a bunch of your stuff, a bunch of your scrolls can end up burning. So a quick way to put it out is just to drink a frost potion. Otherwise you end up running around, and each step you take can burn up one of your scrolls. So you can literally ruin your entire game just by being on fire. You can walk a few steps, have all your upgrades burn up, have your identifiers burn up, and you're just screwed. Have we got anything to sell? Oh, we can sell these tomahawks. $220, so also a decent amount. We can afford the scroll holder, so that saves a ton of space in our inventory here, and also protects you from fire. So what I just mentioned before, that's not a problem now. I forget what this does. Oh no, it's not enchanted anymore. Hit this guy with some range attacks. Nice. Let's see if this works. I forgot there might be a hidden door behind here. No, it's not that type of room. This bloody bat won't die. So the bats are like the crabs in that they can move twice the speed. They can also fly, so you can't set traps for them. They can chase you over over chasms, and they also heal when they hit you. So they've got lifesteal as well. So they can be absolutely deadly if you're too weak to kill them, you know. Coincidence, he looks like me. Does he look like me? He's quite ginger. No, you can't customize him. He just looks as he looks. Hidden door here, which leads to nowhere. We did get a ring though. It can be a cursed ring, so for instance, one of the rings is you get hungry less quickly. If it's a cursed ring, it'll do the opposite, so it'll make you more hungry faster. And it also sticks to you and you can never get it off unless you get a you know, a remove curse thingy. So it's always good practice to get one of your identity thingies and just use it on the rings. So that's a ring of power, which is fantastic. So I think the ring of power I think it increases the strength of these ones. I don't think it increases the hits. It might increase the hits. I don't think I can examine it. No. But it's +2, which is amazing. You almost never get that. It's actually rare to get this far on this few amount of tries, honestly. And look at that, that was a few hundred from one of these beasts. These Knoll warriors or whatever, they drop a lot of coin. These things are bloody annoying. You hit them a little bit, they poison you. You hit them a little bit, they run away and make webs behind them. So I'd get stuck in this if I walked in it. So you can't chase it. So it just poisons you and then ends up running away. And I need to eat some food now. Okay, we get another ring. So we do the same thing. We can use the identify on the ring. And we get a herbalism. So we get more dew and more seeds when we step on grass. Which is fantastic, because it just means more health. guy, we shock him again. Hopefully one shot him, nice. Okay, so those guys are kind of dodgy. So when they get lowish health, see that didn't happen because I one-shot him. But when they get, I don't know what health it is, 25% health or something. They become enraged, and they can do stupid amounts of damage. They can do like 20 or 30 damage. So you have to be really careful with them. Just eat a bit of food to keep up the hunger, just so I'm not constantly losing health. Empty room in here. Which is a stupid room. There's a door here. Probably end up going this way. See, if you hit into the wall like that, which I keep messing up, if you hit the lightning into the wall, you just end up shocking yourself. So, see, he's enraged now. If I hit him again, and then he hits me back and he hits, he can do half my health easy. So you can step backwards and just get the guaranteed hit from the sneak attack to take away that risk. I think that's it for this floor. It feels like there's a room somewhere here, so I'm just gonna search a little bit. Nice, healing potion. See, bats can be insanely helpful. We got a shaman. We can see if we can shock them. It's a nice chain attack on the thunder. Okay, that's good. Not good. I don't want to fight him. And I'm probably going to take a hit if I walk out of that room. So this is a terrible situation. And you can see just... I'm doing so well, but you can just make the wrong step and just end up completely dead. So you have to be very careful with this. I might just do a lullaby. Send them both to sleep, get a guaranteed hit on that guy. Like something like that, it's just safer than risking taking a ton of health, you know?
The new school is rooted in skateboarding, but is reminiscent.
I think that's a summoning one. I don't have enough food. If I had a food, I would take a risk on the summoning. This is a really cool area because you can just heal up. This basically acts as a healing plant. So whenever you find them, it's just a nice little spot to rest up and fully heal, you know. So again, you take advantage of the surprise attack. That was a trap that just did a bunch of damage. My lord, how much evading is there? So we'll eat some of the food now. Get another healing potion. So we've got 9 healing, which is fantastic. There's a lot of traps here. There's a lot of traps here. So yeah, with these guys, just always keep a door handy. And that was awful. So I got a guaranteed hit, but the hit ended up rolling a 0. So this room's kind of cool. You basically get a choice. You always get one key in this level, and you get a choice of whatever's in the chest. So a wand of lightning, which I already have one, probably won't be that good, or a sapphire ring. So I think I can take a chance with the sapphire ring. Trying to identify it. And it's an accuracy ring, so I'll probably take that over the herbalism. I can always equip the herbalism if there's a ton of grass somewhere, you know. These traps are bloody gonna be the death of me. So this is a cool little mission. So he gives you either two missions. One, you can great, lots of traps. One, you can either get X amount of this gold. You can mine it from the walls for him, or one of them is to kill a bat with a pickaxe, and then he gives you a pickaxe. But the pickaxe is a really terrible weapon. So it's here. So trying to kill this bloody bat with it, it can get so annoying. So I'll try it next time I find a bat. I'm getting a lot of items here, honestly. There's too many items to carry, this is insane. I got a new wand, you can test it out. And that's the wand of sheep. It just spawns a bunch of sheep everywhere. And it doesn't seem helpful, but it is incredibly helpful. There's too many items here. I need to sell some stuff and then come collect these. I should have done a range attack on that guy. I'm dangerously close. Wand of sheep. Yes, it is a fantastic wand. Wand of flock, I guess. I should have actually done this in a more secluded area so I could heal up. There we go. So again, potion of strength. Always drink it. And around about now, my weapon is becoming a little weak. I really need to look into upgrading the weapon soon. But it's, you know, it's a roguelike game. It's a bit of a luck of the draw. So if you don't get a weapon drop, you just don't get the drop. It just kind of sucks. I feel like there's a door somewhere here. There's normally not just one. It might be. I need to find a bat though. Was there a bat here? See, it's like I'm wasting a ton of time now because... Oh shit, he's angry. Is he still angry? It doesn't look like he's angry. See, you start going hungry when you're running around, and I need to run around to find this bat. And then you lose health from running around. That's the next level. That's the boss level. That's where it starts to get scary. So... See, and I'm losing a ton of health from trying to find this blood. Alright, we found the bat. See, if I hit it now, I might just end up killing it. Alright, then we swap out to a pickaxe. And then this is where the pain begins. Nice, okay. That wasn't too much pain. But it can end up just like, if you miss a few times and then it ends up healing up. It's so annoying. Alright, so now he's not super helpful, this guy. Basically, you can merge two items together, but they have to be the same item, and it makes them stronger. So if I had two of these plate armors, I could merge them together, have a super strong plate armor. I just don't have that at the moment, so it will be something I'll have to come back down to on this floor. I can head back to the shop. Clear up some inventory space. Buy a healing. I got a bunch of coins actually, pretty decent amount. Identify is always normally helpful. For late game, I'll need another one of these because this buffed my sword, but when I get a new weapon, I'll need to use this again on it. But also these magic mapping scrolls. They are one of the most useful scrolls in late game. I'll buy this just because it's cheap and it's unidentified. And normally you don't want to buy these, but I'll splash out a little bit on the food. They are overpriced, as it says. It costs you money and it gives you less, it heals less hunger than regular food, but you normally need to end up buying them just because food in this game is ridiculous. So thank you, Pluie. I forgot the name, the pronunciation. Pluie Gris. Thank you. I hope all 10 of you have enjoyed the stream. There's still 2 hours left of it, so, but it has been fun. And if this game is boring you guys, I mean, I'm just playing it because there's nothing else to do. But yeah, if you guys want me to play a different game, or explore something else, or do whatever else, then just let me know. So here we got a little bookshelf. So that acts as a door. You're supposed to set it on fire with a flame, and then it burns away and you can enter in. But the thing to look out for is all of this is grass, this area. So it'll all of this will set alight. So if you set the fire here, you'll get caught up in the flame. So what you want to do is kind of go all the way back here, where you want to step on water, and then you want to throw this here, and that'll burn all the grass, and you literally just chill here, and then you can follow the flame. Look, it's just setting fire to everything. Doors, it's following the grass down here, and then you can track it all the way down to here, and that's how you don't get burnt. But we are making our way down to the end to fight the boss. I want to move out of the way just because there's that mage that's coming up, and he can hit you over other people. I'll eat some of this. I'll eat some of this food. Right, so this is the boss. It's kind of a wicked boss, this one. It's a big machine. It poisons you. And it's not fun to deal with. I may have to use some of the healing potions. Probably have to use the Wand of Blink. I'm not too sure what these ones do. You can use one of the identifiers on the other scrolls. Scroll of Terror. Okay, that's not too helpful. But as you can see, we come out here. This all gets disintegrated. We just hit him from afar, and he makes poison all around him. It's not fun to deal with, but I think we can hold our ground with some of the earth root, this seed. So it holds you in place, so you can't move, but it makes you super tanky. So if you want to stand your ground and fight someone, this is kind of the seed to do it, you know? I don't think any of the other ones are helpful. So I think we just smack him a few times and see. Yeah, we're getting affected by the poison, I'm pretty sure. On 21 health, I think we should kill him. Alright, nice. That couldn't have been any closer. So we'll probably just use up our seed to heal up. It's always super useful. Ring of Thorns. Sometimes you get this, sometimes you don't get it. It's a super useful item though. It basically just reflects any damage you get onto the enemy as well. So they end up taking a bunch of damage.
Can I come in?
I don't think there's any other secrets in this run. So again, we set the beacon up outside the room. Sell any stuff we need to sell. I don't think we can. I think we can actually just sell the thorns. Because I think the other two are better just most of the time. Again, we pick up as many healings as we can. They get more and more expensive. Pick up the wand holster if you want to save wand room. And that's pretty much it. The magic mapping is super useful to have. And that's pretty much it. And here we just need to save up for a bunch of other things. This is a shaman, similar to the shaman from before, a warlock, but they do a lot of damage, and they can summon skeletons and stuff. Really not fun to deal with. But they also drop health potions, which is fantastic. I got some tomahawks here, which I think I can sell them. And then afford another health potion. So we got 15 now, which is fantastic. These guys, they're obviously giant flame balls. They just set you alight. So you basically want to run away until you get to some water like this. And even still, you can see they do a lot of damage. So I think I will upgrade my armor a little bit. Once more should be fine, I think. So now it absorbs 10 more points of damage, which is fantastic. We can also enchant our... we got 4 of these to enchant, so we can enchant the armor. Metabolism. So I forget what a bunch of these do, actually. Let me... Plate armor. Or metabolism. That seems like an awful deal. You need to be, you need to have a lot of food, and then you heal more. But if you don't have any food, it doesn't do anything. So, we'll try and change the inscription. Displacement, I think it teleports people who attack me. No, it's the other way around, so that's kind of useless. I think multiplicity is good. Yeah, so I think this is good. I think this is good. Head back onto water. Wait a minute, how did I die? I used up my... I don't know how that happened. I think if I just shock these... Alright, that's fine. Alright, so what can we buy? This is 1,000, so we definitely can't buy that yet. We're gonna need to... I can't remember if I set this here. So we're definitely gonna need to come back down to this floor to grab some more stuff from that shop. So once again we need to... I should probably swap this for the herbalism while I'm stepping on these. Just to get a few more herbs. These guys are some of the most annoying guys in the bloody game. They basically... They attack you. And when they attack you, they have a chance of knocking the weapon out of your hand. And then you've got to pick up the weapon, and then you've got to re-equip it. And, deadly annoying they can be. So hopefully the plan is if I can get a bunch of these dewdrops laying around, then just heal up to full, and then just collect all 10 dewdrops. Which I think I probably have 7, round about 7 now, on the floor. This guy is super cool. So it's an invisible imp. Sometimes you find him, sometimes you don't. And you're supposed to kill golems. And once you kill a certain amount, you come back to him and he gives you a discount on future shops. So we are on fire thanks to this bloody armor we have. Welcome, Baka. Thank you for subscribing. Which I am not liking this armor. When you upgrade it, you remove the glyph from it. So I think that's better without the stupid set me alight every few turns. Alright, so here what we have is... we have something trapped there. And he's knocked off my sword, so I need to pick it up, then equip it, and then he knocks it off again, then I need to pick it up, and then equip it. Alright. So what we have here is the first tier 5 weapon we have. So this is the strongest armor. We've just got a tier 5 weapon now, which this is only tier 4. So this is basically what we've been waiting for to try and find. So we can go ahead and use the identity on it. So it is a basic one. It's not plus anything. It's not minus anything. So that is just fine to use. We see our strength is 17. So if we just use one scroll of upgrade on the 18 thingy, it'll come down to 17. And this has got 18 points average damage. This is 20. But it is a faster weapon. So that is fantastic. And we use the weight stone on it. Probably for accuracy. And that's our upgrade done. Which is amazing to actually hit that. So again, we're leaving these little dewdrops everywhere. Eat some food now. We'll see if we can heal up to full. And then just go around and collect all the dewdrops and fill up our vial again. This guy is bloody annoying, and he does a ton of damage. And he can one-shot me on the next hit. I think it makes sense just to use a healing potion. Just to be safe. So the nice thing about stuff like the thunder stuff is it's a guaranteed hit. So you'll never miss with it. But if you're close range, it does do some rebound damage to you. But it's nice for finishing people off. Oh my lord. This is one of the most annoying things in the game. See if we can get the wand of flock. Sheep wand. There we go. See? See? And you said the sheep weren't useful. Okay, so we've got so many dewdrops on the ground now. I think we can get away with using a few of them to heal. And then just picking up the rest for I mean, never mind, that plan is kind of scrapped because I take so much damage from these enemies. It burnt the meat, so we can cook it. We can eat it now. We will need to find some more dewdrops, though. It's kind of unfortunate. Got another healing potion. Up to 15, back up to 15. We've got a ton of seeds, and you'll normally never end up using these. So you can just use a bunch in the sacrifice thing here. Get a few random potions. Mind vision is not too bad. Where is it? Mind vision is pretty good. My lord. See, something like this, the teleportation is fantastic. Another mind vision. Healing potion, nice. And yeah, you can just recycle all of your all the seeds you don't use pretty much in here. Liquid flame. Alright, nice. I am in dire need of food. And these are the things that I need to kill for the devil, the demon thing I made to deal with downstairs. So you can kill these, but they do a ton of damage, potentially. Look at that, 24 in one hit. It can literally kill me on the next hit. I'm going to head back upstairs just to be safe. I've got no more healing plants. I think it might make sense to put my upgrades in future into this, just to make it stronger and stronger and stronger. And I think I may just have to use another healing potion. I don't think there's a sensible way around it. Now I'm blind. And I missed! I misclicked. So yeah, you collect a bunch of these little tokens. Oh my lord. And look at that, I don't have any inventory space to wield the weapon, so I gotta do that. I got 2 foods though, that's fantastic. Some more. We got two vials. Should probably put herbalism on just for these. Trying to finish off the vial. So we got 5 out of 10. Never mind, we're poisoned. We can throw the upgrade onto the weapon again. That was a senior monk. That guy bloody stuns you as well. This is kind of tough because there's no water around here. I think I might try and dodge him out. Go like this. Step on the water and then try and kill him. Oh my lord. Now I need to waste a turn throwing something. I can't fight this guy. I'll try and change floor. Chew. Just to get a bit of a break from that guy trying to kill me. I can equip this in peace. I got 5 more dues to go. I might just explore this floor for a tiny bit. Oh my lord. That is one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. I could try to set them all on fire. And then fight them one at a time. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the blessing. Thank you, Shark. That was a jump scare. I'm sorry, I want, oh my lord, you're distracting me. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. Alright, we gotta use a health potion. Heal up nice and safe. Oh my lord. Got some food, that's fine. See what I mean? 27 damage this guy does. They chunk you out. Yeah, it's got herbalism. Right, so we got 2 here. If I can somehow heal up to full health. Yeah, I know, they're the most annoying enemies. Because they hit you twice as well, so... They hit you twice, knock away your weapon. Hit you twice as you pick it up. Hit you twice as you wield it. And then in that last one, they can knock it out again, so it's... We're very close to filling up this vial again. This will be the 3rd time it's been filled up this playthrough. And this guy is probably going to knock my health down to... so I can't use the vial stuff again. I think I'll take a risk. I think I'll use the plant to heal up. Heal up to full. Take the seed, take the seed. That's not good. Oh no. Can I just get out of here? Can you stop hitting me? Can I kill him in one shot? Nice, okay. So now I'm not healthy enough to collect the dues. I need 3 more dues. I am actually doing a lot of damage with this weapon though, which is fantastic. I think if I use another upgrade, it's a super good weapon. So this well, if I step into it, it'll reveal all the doors and everything on this level, which isn't too helpful. Or it basically acts as a scroll of identify. So I'm pretty sure you can throw a potion onto it, and it'll just identify it. So now I know what these are, invisibilities, which are very useful for late game. And that's pretty much it. Try and hit this guy a little bit. I don't even have inventory space for a bloody key. How is that possible? I think my keychain got stolen in an earlier level. Those little thieving dudes. I think they stole my keychain. You can actually steal keychains. So now I have to carry all my keys manually. I think that's what happened. I bloody hate this guy. Oh my lord. Guaranteed hit. Okay. Is this guy gonna one-shot me? 42. Can he deal 42 damage? I think he might be able to. I don't want to take a risk. We'll eat a bit of food. 47. I don't think he can hit 47. This guy's never ending. We've got 8 of those tokens now. Surely that's enough to pay off that demon guy. What does this guy have? A blazing sword? Useless. Alright, let me go back to that demon guy. Actually, can I teleport? Nice. How did that guy get in there? Normally they're not allowed in the shop. That is dodgy. Alright, so I don't think I can sell anything. I need to sell a little bit to get some of that. I'll sell one of those. Buy the wand, get a bunch more room. Cornrow. Hello, Samuel M. Pyman, you didn't answer if your name is in relation to the devil or in relation to Genshin. He's exchanging money for goods. Leave him be. He was not exchanging money for goods. He literally attacked me as soon as I walked in. This should be like a no combat zone, you know? He literally shot a spell at me as soon as I walked in. I have no cash for anything. Look at this dude throwing one pixel at a time. One pixel coin. Thank you, Samuel. hope you enjoy the upcoming videos. Ah, it is the Demon King. It's not from Genshin. That was too close for comfort. He could have one-shot me. I'm just going to use a healing potion. And this guy's just going to knock the weapon out of my hand unless I two-shot him. One pixel coin. Yeah. So he gave me a ring. The Ring of Haste. So it's cast, so it never leaves you. Once you put it on, you can't take it off. But it is +4, which means you can walk around and do stuff, eat food and stuff a lot faster than you normally would be able to. So I think the game plan here is just to remove the curse with a scroll, like this one, and then I have a really powerful ring, which I can probably equip instead of that, and I think that's the game plan. Again, I can just teleport with the wand. Get up nice and close to him. I forgot I was on this floor. I need to kind of finish this. I'll probably end up throwing these items soon, because they are kind of low tier items.
Happy Mother's Day!
Where is the water? Oh my god. This guy's the single most annoying enemy I'm facing, I think. I still haven't filled up my vial. I got 3 left. I think it affects your attacks. I think it does. Because the monks were getting 2 hits for every hit I got, but now I think they're getting only 1.5. See, look, I used the spell, and the monk didn't move, so the monk didn't even get a movement. So yeah, that's a really powerful item at the moment. You normally never get +4 on those, but I felt like I was kind of spoon-fed on this run. I think I just need to explore that one locked room. And that's it for this floor, I think. Ah, interesting. So this is the other most powerful weapon in the game. The hammer. So you have the glaive and the warhammer. I normally prefer the warhammer, but you can't really pick when you're getting luck of the draw, you know. I don't think I have any other identifiers. Oh, I do. Right, so this is just a basic one. Obviously, this is +4. I've invested a little bit into this one. So I'm not going to swap over now. So I'll see if I can make a little bit of room. I think this makes sense to throw away. And then I think I make one more trip back down. Oh no, I didn't set it. Alright, so what I do... I'll go all the way up here. I'll set the beacon, and I'll do a reverse trip. I'll just run all the way down to the shop level, and see if I can I dodge this guy? I think I can. Oh, never mind. I'll just face tank them, and then outrun this guy because I've got the haste thingy. I bloody hate these guys. I just want to dodge all of them. Oh no, I went the wrong way. This guy is pained. Do I have any food? No. I may need to, if I have enough money, buy some of the overpriced food. That, you can have that. That's a lot of coin. Alright, there is identify, which I don't think I'll need, honestly. And there's magic mapping, which I have 3 of them. I probably will need another one. And then the food is 400. I guess I have one of those. Let me check if the Ring of Power is to do with ones or physical attacks. Okay, so it does increase the damage of the ones. So I think the accuracy one might be better. So if I just take that off, wield the accuracy, get rid of the power, and if I sell another thing.
Have you been there? Been places.
Just to get enough for the second food. I think that'd be useful. And then I return... Never mind. Then I return... And then head down. So this is the... 1, 2, 3, 4th boss, which is a very hard one to beat. And I have a lot of health potions, so I should beat it, but I may go through way more health potions than I would like to go through. This is the Dwarf King. So obviously once you step into the room, you're kind of trapped and it starts from there. So just make all your preparations beforehand. So I don't think there's much prep for me to do. I got the 2 best rings on. Best armor, best weapon. Seeds. This is probably your most effective seed for this fight. These aren't useful. these aren't really useful. So I guess being full health might be nice. So I guess I just wait out my food, get all the healing I can until I get hungry. It should be here. And then I can fight him here. Oh my lords, do you see that? That is dangerous. See, I was paralyzed, I couldn't do anything, they almost killed me. I think it just makes sense to just throw a health potion. If I walk here, it's 2 steps. If I teleport, it's just 1. So that makes sense. That was way easier than it normally is. And it drops this armor kit. So you can apply it and you become basically a superhero. You put onto your armor. And you can do a special attack. I don't know if this will damage me or not. But that didn't do anything. Alright, if I can try and put them to... If I can try and fear them. Alright, nice. So if I can leap with this. Alright, it normally does damage. In a different version of the game. Holy smokes. They do a lot of damage. I've already beaten the boss, by the way. I'm just finishing off the dudes. Right, so this is the imp shop. Where you get some very necessary items. See, it sells the armor, but it costs 4,000, which is absurd. It sells health potions for 750. Well, I got 13 coins, so I can't afford anything. But these are nice to have. You just need a little bit of money for them. I'll definitely head back here though. I'll set the beacon here. And this is the last stage, the last few stages in this demonic hellscape place. And pretty much all of these monsters can hit you for a ton. These are succubuses, and you can't hit them when they make you fall in love with them. You just kind of have to wait them out. And I chanced that. This is so annoying, man. You just gotta kite them back. Oh my lord. We did get some food though. Haha. So there's an enemy over here with a laser and he attacked me and hit her instead. or as well. So I need 3 more 3 more vials. I don't know what that is. Paralyzed me. Do not want.
I need to talk to you. We need help. We're being pushed to our limit by war.
So I'm gonna go back and grab my food. As a brigand. So yeah, I don't know if I'll use any more armor glyphs because I don't think I will. I just think I'll sell that. I do need those remaining dewdrops though. I got 2 healings from that room actually. That's fantastic. I can't see the end of the room. The stairs down. There we go. There's a very legitimate tactic in this at this stage of the game, which is to the hell is this? Which is to literally speed run through the levels. So just use invisibility potion, not explore them, not take any resources, because often you'll use up more resources in fighting through them. You know. You'll use up all your health potions, all your invis potions, all that. So it's a very valid strategy to just head down into the bottom floors straight away. I'm not going to do that because it's not quite as fun, and I'm going to try and fight my way through some of these guys.
We're about to go on a little adventure together.
Get ready.
I think he just ran away. I don't know where he ran to. What the hell? Okay, this is dangerous. There's 2 guys here. I'm 50 health. What makes sense to do? I think if I teleport myself away, that might make sense. Throw it here, jump away. And just maybe try and heal up a bit in this room. Somehow. I think it can hit 24. I'll try eating some food. 30 health. I'm dodging a lot of these attacks, which is really good. I think that guy's just gonna run away. Yeah, the scorpions, they fire these bloody bolts at you. Romy! Hello. We're playing Pixel Dungeon. And I think he can one-shot me. That was a little bit of a risk. I don't want to step out here because there's a scorpion somewhere out here. I want to heal up a little bit. So Pixel Dungeon is a pixel style. See what I mean? That guy just hits me. I think I have to use one of my healing. And he dropped the healing potion. Nice. Yeah, Pixel Dungeon is a pixel styled game. That's a roguelike, so it's kind of dungeon crawling, randomly generated. You end up dying a lot while playing through it. But we only died 3 times, I think, to get to this. This is one of the last stages of the game. So we got a very good roll, very good run early on. And there's 2 laser dudes hitting me. You see what I mean? I'm basically getting no resources from this, and I'm just using up a bunch of health and a bunch of hunger. Have I got my dewdrop? Yes. Yeah, you go back to 0 if you die. Completely from 0 all the way back. So I think this makes sense. I'm low health. I think it's smart to use a health potion, get up to full health, get the last dewdrop, so that fills up the vial, and now I'm safe. If I die, that'll just revive me. I think that's a smart move to make. I don't know if I have any upgrade scrolls. Oh, I do. I have one. Let's upgrade the weapon again. So now I don't need the now I don't need the dewdrops. I don't need the herbalism ring really. So I can swap it out for the accuracy one. It's a bloody laser guy hitting me. Like honestly, like I'm almost dead, and I got a piece of mystery meat from him. Like this is what I mean. Alright, we got a bit of healing at least. Yeah, I really like the sequels. If I'm honest, there was a bunch of things in this playthrough that I was surprised at because they were very easy. Like in the original game is quite easy compared to the sequels. They're a fair bit harder. This one's a little more easy. And that's an alarm. And I do not want an alarm on this bloody level. If I can make it through, I think there's only one more stage of this. One more floor. And a bloody another alarm. This is actually ridiculous. What is hitting me? I can't even see. Oh, there's a bloody scorpion somewhere. $18 health. Do I risk it? I can't see a bloody thing. I think if I use a torch. There we go. Ow! That could have killed me. Oh, what the hell? So I can't even follow him? That's fantastic. There's too many items. Kill that bloody thing. Eat the food. Use the scroll. What was that? Teleportation? That's fine. Kill the scorpion. Eat the coins. Get the HPs. I think I'm kind of trapped. I wonder if I can leap over the trap. Oh my lord, I can. I never knew that. Alright, I think this stage is pretty much done. One room left. I'll just teleport to this guy. Hunt him down. They're pretty useless unless they're ranged. I don't know how to get that. I think I'll just leave it, honestly. Oh no. This is the final boss battle. I didn't know I was here already. I wanted to heal up beforehand. Dang it. Alright, we read this map so we get the whole map mapped out. That's very good. We drink mind vision so we can see where the enemies are. They're almost killing me. Drink a health potion to heal up. I think we'll throw a plant here and then just teleport to it. And then I guess just try and brute force it. We can go invisible. I don't know how long that lasts. We'll try it out. It just reveals you immediately. I'll be extra cautious and just heal up here. We've got tons of healing potions we've saved up, so I think if I take a levitation, I don't think the fire will affect me. Oh no, I do still catch fire. Alright, we killed both of them. And I think that's just the end. Drink another potion to make sure these little bugs don't kill us. Burn them all with fire. We don't have space for the final key. That's fitting. And that is it. That is it. I think we died another time. I think we might have died. That no way was that the second playthrough. That's actually crazy. It normally takes maybe 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 playthroughs to complete. But no, that's fantastic. This is a lot easier, as I said, than the than some of the sequels. We got some really good luck in the mid game, though. We were playing some mini clip games earlier. But a bunch of them don't even work. Like, it's on this website. A bunch of them just don't work. Are those your lives, the fires? Damn it, I missed that last one. Oh my lord, that was such an easy bloody... Don't know how I messed that one up. That was a pretty good one, actually. This in 2-player can get really chaotic. Yeah, Minecraft stream would be fun. I haven't played in quite a while, but that would definitely be fun. I don't know if these can come through. I'm running out of time. Nice. Oh, Jesus. That is hard because the I think you have to just go straight under them. How the hell is anyone supposed to do that? That's ridiculous. That's actually insane, that level. We can do some castle keeper. I've never played this in my life. This seems awful. What? So much skill in this game. Why is this so zoomed out as well? Can we get a full screen? Plus 10% attack speed, I guess. What is this? I'm not gonna play this. This is a ridiculous game. How about defend your castle? I think like half of these games just don't even work. Which kind of sucks. What the heck is Google Snake? Alright, let's try and play Google Snake. No, it won't load. How about Floppy Bird? Try Friv? What is Friv? Clicker, mine. Learn to fly. Just a moment, the game is loading. Watch ad for big screen. I'm gonna have to do that, I think. I think that's worth it. Never mind, this doesn't even work. Why does none of this work? Full screen. Ramimi. From me. I'm streaming for another 45 minutes. So that'll be the 12-hour stream. Completed. Story mode, I guess? There's a lot of story on this. Slide and wait until you leave the ramp. Tilt with the A and D. If a stream goes above 11:55, it won't archive. Really? I didn't know that.
Happy Mother's Day. Can I come in?
No. So the max video length that gets saved is 11 hours 55. What even is this game? Oh, I guess you adjust the wind. That was pathetic. Oh, right, you earned some money from this. I think I vaguely remember this. So I may just call it at 11:55 then. So that's in 40 minutes. I'll just call it 5 minutes early. It's not a problem. I don't know what the meta is for this. What the best thing is to buy. How much coin have I got? These are way too expensive, aren't they? Yeah. Let me go back. I can buy a plank. There we go, I got a plank. And I guess I go again. That gave me a bit of gave me a bit more that time. Yeah, cool math games. We got 44 bucks on that day. There's so much bloody clicking on this, it's so annoying. We can buy a kite. We can buy some ramp height. And some ramp length, there we go. So we do have a kite now, which hopefully we should fly for farther. That is a lot further. That is fantastic. I don't know who's paying us, just as a penguin, to jump off a ledge, but whatever. I probably shouldn't complain. So the cheapest boost is 100. Payload? I could buy that, I don't know what it does. I'll buy some more length as well. I'm paying. Yeah, you're paying this bloody penguin to jump off a ledge. How is that profitable? How is it? This penguin's not even alive. It's not even like a penguin. It's just a cube. A sack cube. Alright, we can buy the first boost. I don't know if you have to activate the boost or not. Oh, for maximum cash, gain altitude and then fly for as far as possible. Alright. Use spacebar to boost. No problem, Crow. Thank you for joining me. You've been fantastic. I think I messed up that. I don't know what the proper way is to get as far as possible. I mean, I think you may be correct, Lewis. Dang, I'm really awful at this. No problem, Pieman. Thank you for jumping in. I'll see you, or you'll see me at least in the next video, so. But, yeah, thank you for joining. Hey, first time I hit the snowman. I need to afford the rocket next, I think. If I get one more good day. Nice, nice, nice. Skip the ad. So there's half an hour left of the stream. Half an hour. We'll buy the sugar rocket. We'll try and beat this game in half an hour. That was god awful. I upgraded the rocket and I got less distance. What is that, 175? Let's go again. Duration 1, nice. So what was I trying to buy? I could get a new kite actually. I think this is a terrible shout. That was a terrible strategy. Oh, I still hit into the snowman. Further increasing weight and impact force iron pellets. Alright, let's go with that. Yes, I will do a video on the Magnus Archives. I will do one. I have a few horror series to do. One is the Magnus Archives, another is the well, I won't get into the other one because that's the one I'm doing next, so I don't want to spoil it. But that's a very fun one. So do you need to? I think you need to destroy the snowman to get the max amount of points. Hey. Yeah, we got a few Magnus fans apparently. I keep bloody missing that snowman. I think I just need to smash right into it. There we go, we smashed it. We destroyed it. Listened to all of it in 2 weeks. It took 2 weeks. Definitely smash the distance. But we gotta go after that snowman again. So 1,000. 750. Alright, we'll go again. Yeah, I know, that's very sad. I was a massive Dragon Ball Z fan. Growing up. So it is a very sad story. Very sad event. Announcement, I guess. Oh my lord, I just bounced right over it. Favorite Dragon Ball hero? If anyone's a fan. There's a lot of ads in this one. Yeah, Lewis, what's your favorite Dragon Ball villain? think my accuracy is I think I'm powerful enough now to smash through these, to just smash through these snowmen. But it's actually hitting them, that's the problem. Yeah, he is a legend. It's a very sad event. Gohan Classic. Is that Kid Gohan? I'm quite boring. I quite like just bog standard Goku. Just because he's a combination of just super strong, super cool, but also has like the, the silly side to it. I quite like him. And I think Cell is probably my favorite villain as well. It's maybe between that and Boo. But it's probably Cell, just because he's so bloody creepy, especially in the early seasons. He's like seriously like horror film sort of level of stuff. Alright, so I'll save up 1,000 for that new boost. If I can smash through that one. And then I don't think I'll make it to this. Alright, that's my next goal. Teen Gohan. Yeah, Teen Gohan's good. Child Gohan's a bit weird. Alright, we got a new thruster. Smash through this. Never mind, we'll miss the. Definitely smash through this though. Never mind, we're not strong enough. I think that's the next shout. So we'll miss the snowman. We'll go straight into the we'll boost up for this. Boom! First time. Second time. I command you to rise from the snow and fly some more. That is amazing. I've never seen that. I don't have any booster though. I literally just got raised from the dead. By God. This weird little penguin just got raised from the dead. I don't know how bloody high up he sent me. This is insane. Yeah, that's an insane distance. Wow, $2,000 for that flight. What can I buy with all this money? I can't even get this. This is... I can save up for that. Oh no, what happened? What did I click? I could totally get that if I have one more flight. So that's the height, that's the speed. I should have boosted more for that. Yeah, quite tired. Not insanely tired, actually. I thought I'd be more tired for a 12-hour stream. My voice is fine, though, because I haven't been talking a ton. It's fine, though. It's good. Alright, so this is the best... best glider, so... should be good for a ton of distance. And I need to speed up, I think. Dang it, I need to, I think I dropped my height too quickly. I think I need to do that and then come down. I'm not going anywhere near fast enough. This costs 10,000, that's ridiculous. Alright, we'll go sled. No! I should not dive into the snow like that. I don't think I'll even make it to this. Oh, this is a terrible day. I'm sorry, my little penguin. Alright, go next. So I think we use the height. Smash through that, nice. No, drinks I've had today are, I had coffee earlier. Then I had a tea, English tea, and water. And that's all. I had cereal in the morning. Eggs and bacon in the afternoon. Pretty basic day, you know. don't even know what the meta for this is. So my speed is like 50. Ah, that's my fuel there, right? So like my max speed is like 250 on this. Which there's no way I reach that normally. Unless I boost right at the start. And then just try and glide down. Alright, I think this is the first time I got near the mountain. So that's good. Hello Globun, welcome to the stream. There's 10 minutes left, but welcome. Yeah, Pixel Dungeon, fantastic game. We completed it on the second playthrough. Normally it takes a ton of playthroughs to finish. We just got lucky. So second playthrough, we got it done. I'm not going to smash through this. I'll definitely hit into it. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely a hard one. This is insane speed. Holy cow. Do you just play the original one, or have you played the shattered one and the few other variations? Yeah, the shattered one is actually quite fun. It just takes a little getting used to, but once you get good at it and use all the little tricks and stuff, it's quite a good one. Yeah, we're having trouble smashing through this last one. It's because all the upgrades at this point are so they're multiple thousands. I think if we try and bypass some of the walls, how do you mean? Alright, that was an awful run. That cost 10,000, that's ridiculous. Oh, I can upgrade the fuel! Oh my lord, I never knew that. Why didn't you guys tell me? Break them with low upgrades. Look how much fuel I have. This is ridiculous. Look at that. That's fantastic. Do I get over the ocean? Oh! I kind of... I don't think I'll reach it, but... I reached a little bit of it. Arrows in the corner. No, I think that's all you can upgrade. Alright, we got the max on that. We'll save up for that one. Screw it. 10k. Alright, we'll completely skip over that. Try and get through the mountain. We might actually end up going over it. Never mind. Thank you, Rose. 12 hours is almost done. If you get enough speed to push you off the ramp at the start, then save your speed for the wall. I think you can break it, and your extra fuel will help with the other walls. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the meta is, though. Like, you're supposed to go off the ramp here, and then chill, and then go like this. Because the height is good, right? You want all the height. If I get some height here and then... There we go, something like that. There we go. I think that's kind of slept on because the... Oh shit. less expensive boosts than the 10k. Yeah, there are, but I was just wondering if the 10k is like the most effective boost, you know? Like this, I'm getting tons of height here. Then if I can maintain this height, 100 height, and just slowly drop down. Just go over that. Try and aim for the iceberg. Ha, the iceberg. I don't know if I'll make the distance though. Yeah, I don't think I'll make it. I do have the 10k though. So let's get that, and then see how this boost gets me going. I think using a bit of boost early is a good idea. Keep up the speed. What? I couldn't even smash through that? Dang it. Right, so we're maintaining most of the height, which is at 100. We got like 100 speed. We've gone straight over that. Get our speed going nicely. The rest of our speed, and then we time it, hopefully to use the speed here. Dang it, I'm just not strong enough for the iceberg. Boom, destroyed the mountain. $200 miles an hour. Smash into the iceberg. Dang it, couldn't do it. Well, sadly we didn't complete that game, guys. But that is... That is the end of the stream, guys, I'm afraid. I'm going to cut it off there. And thank you for everyone who joined. It has been